Familiar faces. Very nice to meet you again here via Zoom for the Tantric Remote Energy Healing Therapist Training. So quite a long name. A spectacular course is about to start. I'm glad that you have all joined from all sorts of different countries. I can see we have 28 participants from 15 different countries. So quite international. Very nice to see all of you here. And we are discovering the very fascinating subject of remote energy healing in a very tantric way. So we are about to start. I can see that the group is, I believe, complete. So all of you are here. That's great. On time, ready to start. Is there anybody who is with us the first time? If you could just raise your hand for a moment. Okay, I can see a few people. Very good. So 4 people, I believe, are completely new. So I'll just take a few moments to introduce myself. My name is Shiva. I'm originally from Germany. Currently, I'm in beautiful winter wonderland, Estonia. A lot of snow here, very cold. And I'm happy to be today your teacher and moderator as well. And I'm actually studying with Somananda and Lisa with the Somananda Tantra School already for 10 years. And I have been part of this remote energy healing course also since Soma started developing it. And I have seen a few groups going through that process, this journey of discovering this very fascinating astral plane where we are working with the energy, even remotely. And I have seen people quite fascinated about it and benefiting greatly in terms of healing effects and obviously giving and receiving. So being a therapist and also on the receiving end. So it will be a pleasure from my side to sometimes moderate, sometimes teach. Also sometimes I will be teaching yoga and we will spend a lot of good time together here. So a very warm welcome, and I hope that you all have a good internet connection, because this is a key element in this course, that you have a very stable connection, that we can have this interaction with each other. So if for some reason you already figure out in the next hour or so that your connection is not so good, then maybe consider either changing the apartment or the place or restarting your router, because once we start with the teachings and we will do exercises, you will need a good internet connection. So that's very, very important. I wanted to mention that already. Because when we do sessions in couples with the giver and receiver doing a healing session, then you really need a stable connection. Okay, so I'm glad that we have a few new people. So welcome to the Somananda Tantra School. You will see we have a very full schedule, and I want to give you a quick overview what's coming. We have the first 4 days, Thursday until Sunday. We will start already diving into the subject of remote energy healing, of course. And then there will be 1 day break, just in case you haven't noticed that on the website. On Monday, 26th of January, there will be a day break, simply for recovering a bit, stretching the legs, doing some movements a bit away from the screen, recovering. And then on Tuesday, 27th of January, we continue until the Sunday, 1st of February. Just that we are clear about this, that we are not making any mistakes here. So, before I continue talking about any admin topic or any lecture, let's also say hello to Maria. She's a participant, but she will also give yoga classes. She's one of our advanced teachers. So, hello, Maria.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Shiva. It's good to see you guys. Indeed, if you haven't met me before, my name is Maria. I'm from Estonia. I've been with the school now for 10 years and teacher for 5-6 years. And this is the course that I haven't done yet. This is the only course that I haven't done. I have done the 4 days, but we used to do it in halves, that there's 4 days, just the astral healing and remote healing. And then there is also especially the therapist training. I haven't done the therapist training yet, so I'm a student here as well. I've been doing Tantra massages for 9-10 years now, and I very much enjoy going deeper to the astral and to the energies. So I'm looking forward to it as a student and as a yoga teacher as well. You will see on some of the days I will also be teaching yoga. So yeah, welcome everyone. I am happy to be here and happy to see so many familiar faces. I see someone made me a heart. Thank you.
Yes, good to have you, Maria. She's also in Estonia, even more in the countryside, even more snow, I believe. Okay, so you will also meet obviously Somananda, who is the main teacher of this course, and Dharmananda will also join us a few times. So you will see there's quite a few people involved. And before we continue with the introduction of the group, I would like to say a few administrative words, simply because in this way you know what's coming, what's needed, and that we have a smooth journey through this course. Yeah, some of you know this already, but for those who are new, it's quite relevant. So first of all, I would like to say that we have created a Telegram group specifically for this group, for this course. So if you haven't joined this Telegram group yet, please do so, because it really helps us to communicate with you, regarding the exercises, regarding the break times, and sometimes sharing some files or answering quick questions. So it really will help if you join this Telegram group. You have received the link to this group in an email that you received some time ago. If you can't find it for some reason, I also can share a link later on here in the Zoom chat. Additionally, we did send you a booklet, a PDF with a booklet. The first page looks like this one here, and it is actually good if you somehow can print it out. Yeah, it doesn't need to be today, but definitely in the coming days it would be good if you have it printed, because we will use some protocols here. We will go through certain steps, and it is easier for you maybe to follow if it's actually printed out. So in the coming days it would be good if you can print it either at home or in a copy shop. Additionally, however, I have to say you should take some notes, because this is a therapist training and you really want to, get the most out of this course, the most out of the teachings. And not everything that we will talk about and discuss and teach is written in the booklet. So you will need to listen, you need to attend to the teachings and take your own notes, because it is not just relevant for your personal pleasure, so to speak, but it's also required, because at the end of the course there will be an exam, because I assume that all of you will want to become therapists of tantric remote energy healing, and for that we need to make sure that you have listened, you have understood what we are talking about, and therefore you need to listen, be present, take your notes, and then you can also look at it in the future for personal reference. Yeah. So taking notes is really important. However, we do not allow any recordings, so please don't record anything. No audio recording, no screen recording, no AI auto transcription or anything like that. So please only using your own memory, of course, and taking some physical notes. During this course, we will interact very much so here on the screen, and this means you need to be in front of the screen. You need to be present with your camera on. Yeah, we will always have break times. There will be always time for breaks, also that you can eat and stretch your legs, whatever is needed. But in the practice sessions and the lectures, always be present in front of the computer and with your camera switched on. By the way, it should be a computer, it should be a proper device, that you have a big screen, because you will work with each other, you need to see. So if you would only have a phone, it would not work, it's very small and people cannot see you well and you can't see people well. So really you need a proper computer, and I hope all of you have that already. Yeah, or a tablet, at least like a reasonable size. The camera needs to be on during all teaching sessions. Also make sure that you have privacy. This course is very esoteric. It has a lot of very secret knowledge, and it's meant for you, for those people who have signed up for the course and who have been approved by Somananda to attend here. And it's not meant for your neighbors or for, other people that come to your apartment. It's meant for you only. Yeah, it's very important. So please keep privacy. Also simply for your own sake, that you're not distracted. Because in order to really go into this astral healing, we need a very, very specific mindset. We will talk about that. You need to be very relaxed, very calm in a very specific way. And if, let's say, there's a lot of people moving around behind you and your pets are running through the room, it will be very, very difficult for you to actually get into the right energy, the right mindset, and that would be very distracting. Yeah, so if you have pets during these sessions, especially when there is a practice, please keep them aside. Please keep them outside of the room. It will be otherwise very disturbing, because the pets, we will talk about it maybe later more, the pets actually can feel a bit this astral energy that we are working with. And once you want to relax and receive a session, your cat, your dog just wants to join and is sitting on you and distracting. It happened many times. So if you have pets, best if you keep them in another room. Also, I would like to say already, please always be on time in the beginning of the day when we start and after the breaks coming back, because often we will have important teachings that you don't want to miss. And we have practice in couples where we are one-on-one practicing together. And this means if you're, let's say, coming late, then the other person who was supposed to work with you also cannot do anything and just needs to sit there and wait. So please also be on time. Generally, we have 3 breaks during a day of teaching. We start at 1 p.m. London time and we finish at 9 p.m. London time. So this means we have 8 hours of a day of teaching. And throughout this day, we have 3 breaks, usually each of them half an hour long. So we aim for that the first break is around 2:30 p.m. London time, then 5 or 5:30, no 5 actually, around 5 p.m. London time, and then 6:30 p.m. London time. So approximately that you know, this is approximately the time for the breaks when you can eat and rest. But just be aware that not every day is the same, depending on the actual teachings, depending on how many questions you have. Simply these times can shift a little bit. So during this course, you simply have to be a bit flexible. Yeah, it's not an engineering course where we can just go through it very dry in a very unflexible way. These teachings simply require a bit of flexibility and adjustment. If you have questions, then we always have time to address them at the end of each teaching. There will be always a lecture or a teaching, and at the end of the teaching, there will be time where you can raise your hand. Also digitally, there's a function to do that, and then we can address your question. So if you have a question coming up, keep it for the moment, write it down maybe, and at the end, once it's announced, you can ask your question. Also make sure, I haven't checked all of you yet, but just make sure that you have displayed your correct name on the display here on the screen. Because we will work with each other and we will simply need to search for the name in order to put you into, practice groups. And for example, I see one screen here with the Cyrillian letters, so I won't be able to read that. So maybe if you could change it somehow, and that simply everybody can find the respective person to work with. Yeah. So I'm not sure who that is. Is it maybe Nelly, who has a Cyrillian language there? So maybe you are able
Yes,
to adjust. Yeah. Okay.
never.
Okay. So that's a few administrative topics before we start with the teachings. Okay, let me just have a look at the schedule that I didn't forget anything. Right. When it comes to the coming days, today we will have mostly theory. There will be a group practice, but mostly theory, simply to get the basics really solid, that you understand what's coming, what's needed. So today is a bit less practice, but more theory. From tomorrow onwards, we will always have a practice session, and these more practical aspects are in the second half of the day. So approximately starting from around 7 p.m. London time, we will have the practice where you are divided into couples, where we are practicing in, remote healing. Yeah. And at the end of the day, in many of the days, we also have a yoga practice where we are doing hatha yoga together, either with me or with Maria, because this is simply a necessary tool in order to cultivate the energy, learn how to control the energy, and a few instructions will come a bit later. Okay, so approximately you know what's coming. If you have any questions about each day, I'll do my best to answer and give you a schedule for each of the days if you like, but generally just be aware that you need a bit of flexibility throughout this course with your personal schedule. Okay, so before we continue, I would also like to get to know you a little bit, and I would like to create this harmonious group energy, because especially in this course we will have a lot of interaction with each other, and it's best if we're not doing this with a group of strangers here, just somehow images on the screen, but if you actually get to know each other a little bit. So as many of you know, like we usually do in our online courses, we do this quick introduction round where I will ask a name, and once you hear your name you can unmute and introduce yourself. So you simply tell us your name, where you're from, and maybe your experience already with yoga and tantra, or if you're completely new, and what was the motivation that brought you here to this course. So just a few words to get to know you a little bit, and then we move on to the next person. Yeah. Okay, I can see first on my screen here is Dini. So maybe Dini, you can unmute, and after that would be Jan Marek. So Dini, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Dini van Hoeken. I live in Belgium. I followed already the Tantra sexuality course, the 4 days with you, and I was really interested in following more because I feel it does a lot to me. I already are a yoga teacher, Hatha yoga teacher, and I will follow the Tantra yoga also, but it will be a little later than I could because the course is into it now. Also, I do already some Reiki and some energy work. So yeah, I'm very interested in all the things I can still learn. And I have some health issues, so I hope they can resolve now too.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dini.
Okay.
Jan Marek, you are next, and after that would be Tarina. Jan, please.
Yeah, all right. I'm Jan from Slovakia. I'm massage therapist, and I'm always interested in invisible world. So I study different schools and healings techniques. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And Tarina is next, and after that, Leonardo.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Tarina from Vancouver, Canada. So I'm probably up the earliest of all of you. It's 5 a.m. here, or 5:18. Nice to see everyone. I'm here. I attended the Tantra massage training course in Tallinn in the fall and really enjoyed it and wanted to do the remote healing as well. And so here I am now. So nice to meet all of you. Look, I'm enjoying to work, learning and working with everyone.
Good to see you again, Tarina. Hello. And we continue with Leonardo, and after him will be Sinisa. I hope I said that correctly. Yeah, please, Leonardo.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Leonardo. I'm from Trieste, Italy. I've got a little bit of experience like in Hatha yoga and Yantra yoga, a little bit more, but I'm not an expert in any case. So, I did Reiki a lot of courses about it, and I enjoy it a lot, and that's why I'm motivated to try this course, to not to try, but to um, participate with full motivation in this course. So thank you everybody very much.
Thank you, Leonardo. We continue with Sinisa. Please correct if I'm saying it wrong, yeah?
Okay, hi Shiva. Yeah, my name is Sidi Shah, or
Sidi
Sidi
Shah.
for short. Yeah, that's okay, fine. Okay, hi everyone. Great to see you. Feel honored to be here in this group. Well, I live in Zagreb, Croatia, and I work here. I'm professional hypnotherapist and also have been trained in various modalities of energy healing. So I met at this school a couple of months ago, participated in some webinars in Ljubljana and some others, and I was really impressed. So I'm happy to be here and to go on with this course.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And next on my screen is Clayton, and then Vladimir after that. Clayton, hello.
Hi again, Shiva. How are you? I'm a professional hypnotherapist, performance coach, step-in CPO, and I've always been interested in this sort of work. I've just never been able to find a reliable source of it. And I recently completed the Taste of Tantra many days ago, and it's blown my mind. And so I'm excited to be here and learn this and finally be able to implement this side of the work that is the work for people.
Very good. Thank you very much, Clayton. And after that is Vladimir and then Jean Marie, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Vladimir, calling from Bosnia. I'm a retiree. I got a couple of the classes in Yoga Tantra, mostly of those short ones. I want to participate in this one, highly interested, and want to say welcome to everyone and good luck.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Jean Marie,
Thank you.
and after that, Zoe, please.
Good morning. I'm Jean Marie. I am in the US, in Maryland, and I did the tantric massage training in November, and I was like, holy crap, I've been looking for this for such a long time. Amazing. And then I'm also a somatic breathwork facilitator. So I thought that this class was a great like overlap between the two. So like just assist with the tantric massage and also assist with like doing virtual sessions with the somatic breath work and things like that. And it just felt really aligned. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. We continue with Zoe, and after that, Lily, please. Zoe, hello.
Yeah, hi there. Yeah, I'm Zoe. I'm from British Columbia, Canada, smaller city called Kelowna. Yeah, I've taken a few courses with you guys so far, and I just wanted to take this course because I'm just interested in energy, and I'm new to energy healing, so I'm just excited to hear what's ahead, and yeah, excited to learn with everyone. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Lily, and after that, David.
Hi everyone, I'm Lily from Bulgaria, Sofia. Last year I did Tantra massage course in Greece. I loved it, I practice, and I can't wait to build on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Lily. Short and sweet. David, and after that, Denise, please. David Diamond, you're still muted, unfortunately, so if you could unmute.
There we go. I'm David from New Jersey in the US. I just finished Taste the Tantra, which was a wonderful survey, get an idea of what the school is all about. I have about 60 years of various spiritual teachings, doing my own teaching and practices. I currently do workshops, facilitate workshops on a variety of topics. I have a private practice with various energy modalities, and remote healing is going to fit right into it, just perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, David. Denise, and after that, Boyan.
Hi, I'm Deniz. I'm from Turkey, Istanbul, and I am an acting coach, also a somatic therapist and energy healer. And I work with people using different techniques. And I completed tantric massage therapist training before a couple of years ago, and I have been waiting this course for a long time. I'm very excited, and I'm glad to be here with you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Boyan, and after that, Kevin, please.
Hello from my side. Also, I'm coming from Slovenia. So I was in Ljubljana on those events which you had. I'm looking for a school I'm following you a long time, and I said this is a good start because I'm practicing Ayurvedic massage, and I think and dealing with Tantra, different workshops for past 4 years, and this is something that really tackled me. So this is my first step into a Tantra world, let's say, and this remote healing is something that will start perfectly to my practices, which I do. So looking forward to all of you to work together. Looking great.
Great. Thank you very much, Boyan. Kevin, and after that, Patricia.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin. I live in London. I It's my first time with the Somananda School, but I have been running workshops in Kundalini and non-dual awareness online and in person for a number of years, and a mixture of modalities I've trained in. And I'm just happy to be here and look at it from this perspective. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Good to have you, Kevin. Patricia, hello. And after that, Don.
Hi, I'm Patricia from US, Arizona. And last year, at the end of last year, I took the Kashmiri Shivaism and the Tantra massage training. It just love all the things. And so I signed up for yoga level 1 and now this class. And then March, I'm going to the meditation teacher training in India. And I've been doing remote energy healing after my shamanism training for 10 years. So it'll be interesting to do this. I feel like this school gives the next level up of all the things. So looking forward to it.
Thank you, Patricia. Don, please, and after that, Bill.
Yes, my name is Duy Lee. You can call me Don. Yeah, I was born in Vietnam. I live in Miami, Florida, US. Yeah, anyway, so I took a number of courses from Somananda, but the most important one in my mind was the Kashmiri Shaivism. Anyway, so I've done the Reiki for a while, but since I'm on the path here, I really want to learn more about energy and how to move it. So anyway, so I'm here. Looking forward.
Very good. Thank you, Duy. Bill, you are next, and after that, Robert. Thank you, Bill. We continue with Robert, and after that, Nelly.
My name is Rob. So I just go by that because that way I know that I know folks because it's a little bit easier to go ahead and relate. But any event, I'm from the United States, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm currently in Poland and will be here for work up through July. So I've attended several courses actually from Poland since I've been here, and I'm a Reiki master. I've got a medical background, and I'm trying to unlearn some of the other things that I've learned along the way because they just don't make sense. And what I've been getting from Somananda has been very good, and it's made sense. I'm also in the level 1 course at the same time.
Wonderful. Good to have you, Robert. Nelly, please.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Nelly. I live in Florida. Originally, I'm from Belarus. I'm a professional massage therapist and esthetician. I work with the body and face. And Tantra is all new to me. And I decided to learn something new, to discover about this healing power of energy. So maybe it will help me also, like an addition to my practice. So I'm excited to learn this course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's continue with Maya, and after Maya, Rami.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
A bit low volume, Maya. Maybe you can somehow increase the volume.
I'll try. I was not sure about the headset. Is it better now?
Yeah, seems okay.
Okay, good. I'm Maya. I'm from Bulgaria, but I live in Germany. I'm going to Simonanda School. I think it's already 2 years. I did diverse courses. The main thing maybe to mention is that I'm on the yoga path, now at level 3 with few people from our group. So it's exciting also to see them here. In November, I also did the Tantra massage therapist training, and that's when I decided that I want to start working with customers and offering healing sessions. I also did Reiki level 1 in December, and now the remote healing would be the next step. I wanted to do that for some time, so it's super exciting. And I knew that the physical part need to come first, so that's why I did the massage first. And yeah, very excited to finish it and to be able to offer it to customers after. And I'm also doing the meditation teacher training in March. So a lot coming, super exciting, and happy to meet you all.
Very good to see you, Maya.
Good
We
to see you.
continue. We continue with Rami, and after him, Brenda.
Thank you, Shiva. Great to see you again. Great to see so many other familiar faces as well. So my name is Rami. As said, I've been now with the school for a couple of years, done different courses, TMT and TMT Advanced. I'm on the yoga track. Have been enjoying the teachings and have been enjoying especially the work with energy. I've been working with energy since 2012, but I've been moving electricity from the grid into the vehicle. So it's a different kind of electricity, energy. And it's more fascinating to notice that there's energy in the body as well and between the bodies as well. And so I'm really looking forward to this, especially the remote part of it is fascinating. Yeah, so very much looking forward to the course, looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rami. Brenda is next, and after Brenda, Korush. Yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brenda. I'm from the Washington, D.C. area in the U.S., and I've been part of Somananda School for almost a year now. I've taken several courses and really got interested in the astral healing after advanced Tantra massage training. Rami, I see, is nodding his head. He was in class with me, which was a profound experience. So I want to learn how to work with this energy even more, and happy to be here.
Thank you, Brenda. And Kurosh, I hope I say it correctly. Please let me know. You're still muted. Still muted. If you can just.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kurush. Nice to meet you all. I live in England, but I travel between like Japan, Thailand, and Asia at the moment. Most of my experience comes from I've been doing Tantra for about eight or 9 years, and for the last 6 years I've been dabbling in like a Neigong and Zhangjong and the energy work there, and also Franz Barden's Hermetics. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to learning some more and getting to the next stage of my tantric practice. Nice to meet you, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurosh. And next on my screen is Joshe, and after him, Tadej.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jože from Slovenia, near Maribor. I've been taking pretty much classes with your school, and the bigger one was the one in Rishikesh for Tantra yoga teacher. And I also on the path to learn more to work with the energies and to work also on the power of my mind. Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Joshe. Tadej, and after him, Faye.
Hello, I'm Tadej, also from Slovenia. Since I discovered Tantra, I took several different courses and tried a few different healing modalities, also Reiki, which I have some experience with also remotely. And the remote healing is something that I would like to practice more.
Great, thank you, Tadej. Faye, and after Faye, Tatiana.
From Amsterdam, and I
Faye, sorry, something is going on with your audio. We can't really hear you. So maybe a different microphone.
No?
Not well, maybe. If you can just, I'll skip you for a moment and maybe you select a different
Now?
mic.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so I'm Faye. I'm a Greek Dutchie. I live in Amsterdam. I work as a shamanic healer and as a tantric masseuse since I took the course with Somananda in 2024. So very happy to do another course with Somananda. I was very happy with the curriculum, very high quality. What I want out of this course personally is to learn to open up more, to be more expressive. I feel like I'm a bit blocked. And what I want on a professional level is to learn to work with energy remotely. I did Reiki too, but it was not very satisfactory for me. So I feel that I have gaps in my knowledge. So looking forward. That's it.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Faye. And Tatiana. Hello, Tatiana.
Hello. Hello, I'm Tatiana, and I want to start with a small poem. I just write it now. It's very few lines. Learning healing is so good, healing souls and body too. Putting ego into fire and all blockages goodbye. Greetings to my dear friends from cold Iceland, fire and. I'm Tatiana. I live in Iceland. I'm originally from Ukraine, and I did the massage teacher training course and some other courses. And now I'm happy to learn a distant healing course for my professional development. And for making my friend less jealous. He's very jealous about Tantra massage, but I think in remote control will be make him less stressful. Thank you.
I see. That's very interesting. Thank you, Tatiana. Okay. So have I forgotten anybody? I believe this was everybody. Okay, very good. So now we got to know each other a little bit better. Great. So creating a harmonious group energy because we will spend quite a few days together. And before we continue with Somananda and the first teaching, I do have still some practical elements to discuss. Because when it comes to the remote energy healing course, this is a very subtle form of energy that we're using. And usually when a participant comes to, let's say, a taste of Tantra or some other course, you can just be as you are and continue with your daily routine. However, when we are working with astral energy, which is a very subtle energy, and giving and receiving energy, becoming a therapist, I do need to mention a few things simply to create a harmonious energy. Because all of you signed up for a therapist training. This means you are supposed to, at the end, help a person to heal energetically. So there is an interaction involved. There is a certain exchange. There is a certain deep connection, not just a regular connection, like when you go somewhere and you handshake and you maybe touch a person, but actually on an even deeper level, we are connecting with the receiver. Yeah, and for this, we also need to consider a few energetical aspects. So I want to say it right up front. In this course, it's very, very relevant that you have a very harmonious and uplifting daily routine. So this means, for example, that you have a very good and healthy food diet, the healthy nutrition, so to speak, that you also avoid too much distractions of social media or advertisements or, some movies that are more negative. Right, it's very easy to get distracted and to fill the mind and also the energy body with all sorts of negative input, for example, from food, from social media, from movies, and so on. So this needs to be avoided because eventually when you want to become a therapist, a healer, you need to yourself be more pure. This will help you, first of all, to feel energy better, to control energy better, and to have a better impact on the receiver, on the client. So your hygiene, physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically, is very, very relevant for the success of this course. That's why I need to say it right in the beginning, before we start with the first demonstration or any teaching. It is very relevant that you have create for yourself a very harmonious energy. So especially for the course, but also afterwards, if you want to become a therapist actively, you want to do it in your daily routine, you need to make sure that you actually have a good lifestyle, that you're not toxifying yourself, and that you have a positive energy, so to speak. Practically, this means a few things. For example, during the course, you should, very simple, wear no jewelry. So please avoid any jewelry, no earrings, no necklace, nothing of that kind, no rings, because metal will change the flow of energy and it will have an impact on your ability to move energy. So avoiding any type of jewelry, just take it off. Anything that is possible, please take it off. Yeah, jewelry should be avoided, even if it's made out of plastic. So even if it's not metal, even if you have a smartwatch, for example, or some other smart device around your body, keep it aside, because this can very much disturb this very, very subtle energy that we are trying to work with. So if you would keep such objects around you, you will simply have less effects. Also, an aspect is physical purity. Although we are not in the same room, but physical purity, that you clean your body, that you have a shower and wash yourself, is still having an effect energetically. So also here, even if it's an online course, I will ask you to have a good physical hygiene. This will have an impact on the energy, and it's very relevant to have a positive effect during a healing session. Also, what you can do, if you know some detox methods, if you know some colon cleanse, some enemas or other detox methods, they are usually very good to cleanse the physical body, but at the same time also the energetical bodies. We will explain that a bit more later, but just be aware that detox helps. When you detox the physical body, it will also have a benefit for the remote healing. And what you can do additionally is to immerse yourself into spiritual topics, into spiritual things. For example, there is a long list on our website and also in your booklet of recommended reading, spiritual books that you can read, because when you read a spiritual text, a spiritual book, it will somehow fill your aura, your energetical body with a very positive, uplifting energy, which will benefit you as a therapist and obviously the receiver as well. So immerse yourself into spiritual topics, even spiritual movies if you like, and avoiding anything negative. Additionally, immersing yourself into these spiritual subjects will also help you to have more faith and more belief, because eventually this aspect of the mind with faith and belief is very relevant in order to be able to transmit the energy. Also, this will be discussed a bit more later. I also have to emphasize a few things what you need to avoid during the course for the whole duration, 24/7, so the 24 hours, not just during the active teaching, but also during the break times and in the night and so on. So please avoid smoking. This is an absolute must. This is a requirement, because smoking is not just a physical activity. It has a lot of impact on your energetical bodies, so to speak, on various levels. So this would not be beneficial, not for you as a therapist and not for the receiver either. So it's very, very relevant that you do not smoke anything. This also means no regular cigarettes, no e-cigarettes, no marijuana or anything of that kind. So please, no smoking. Otherwise, you will impact not only yourself in a negative way, but also the other person. So please, no smoking. Also, no drugs. I hope that nobody of you is taking drugs, but if you sometimes do it, then definitely not during the course, because here, the same reason, it will have all sorts of negative effects on you energetically and therefore also on the receiver. So no drugs of any kind, not even some of them which are considered to be healing, no marijuana or ayahuasca or mushrooms or whatever you can think of, please don't do it. It is not to our benefit. Yeah, very important. If you need to take some prescribed drugs from the doctor, some medical drugs, then you obviously are free to continue that. But maybe if it's something that is optional, then also try to avoid any other chemicals, other medical things that might disturb your energy. Obviously here you need to listen to your doctor. If you need to take something that is prescribed, continue that, but else anything that is optional, please avoid, because it impacts your energetical body. This also brings me to the next topic. Avoid, please, any alcohol. For those people who like to drink some wine or some whiskey or any other alcohol, please avoid it. even if it tastes nice and you like it, but it will actually have a negative effect on you physically and energetically. It makes the energy very yin, not controlled basically, and this has a negative effect on our course. We will explain that a bit more later, but please do not drink any alcohol throughout the course and hopefully also afterwards. Another thing, I hope I'm not disturbing you too much, but no coffee, please. So if you want some caffeine, I know that people from Australia who need to go through the whole night, you might need some caffeine, then maybe black tea or some green tea is good to stay awake, but no coffee. Because coffee simply has a lot of toxins, a lot of negative energetic effects. It makes you very yin, makes it less able to control the energy, and it's not recommended. So please avoid also the coffee because it is impacting you negatively. Another thing, you should have a healthy diet because the diet also plays a role. If you eat a lot of canned food, processed food, food with a lot of chemicals and artificial stuff inside, it will also impact you negatively, the physical body, but also energetically. And again, same applies if you work with a person on such a deep level, with this astral healing on the astral level, then it is, migrating to the receiver and we have negative effects. So eat mostly fresh food, something that is nutritious, freshly cooked, some vegetables, some fruits, or other things that are simply more close to nature, fresh and healthy, and avoiding any processed food. So this is about more, let's say, the cleanliness and your intake of various substances. I also would like to mention a thing here that is very relevant for learning about the energy. We will exchange partners. So here, when we are doing the exercises together, at some point when we have done all the introduction and the first demonstrations, you will be divided into groups where you are working with a partner. And in order to learn really how to use this energy, we need to exchange partners. Because if you would work only with the same partner throughout the next 10 days, then you're not learning much because one person has a specific energy and another person can be very different. So in order to facilitate the learning process and really a skillful ability to move energy, to have this healing effect, we need to simply change partners. And I know it might sound obvious to some of you, but sometimes people can get even jealous that, oh, I had such a good session with this lady the other day and now she's having a good session with somebody else. And then sometimes people can have all sorts of negative emotions. So we are not doing this to upset anybody. It's simply necessary in order to learn really about the different energies. Everybody can have a different setup energetically. There can be certain blockages, certain impurities, certain issues on the physical body, and they are very individual. And you are about to become therapists. You need to learn how to work with that, how to recognize what's going on in a person and what to do about it, how to move the energy in such a way that we can help, that we can heal and have positive effects. And to facilitate that, we simply need to learn about different energies, and therefore the exchange of partners is needed. So this will improve your skill and make you more professional. So we will do this randomly. I'm not having any magical system here. Just randomly you will be paired up with somebody and that will change every day. So please no complications here. I'm hoping that you are all relaxed about this because it's simply necessary that we exchange partners and you will get to experience different energies and work with different people. And here I have to emphasize this one more time. You need to be actually present. If we are pairing up, there's always two people, and if one person is late, coming back from a break a bit later, then obviously it's not very respectful and the other person can't practice, can't receive, or can't give. Yeah, so attending all the practical elements. Okay, this brings me to another subject regarding expectations. Generally, it's good to have a positive mindset and a positive outlook and hope that you have a good experience, but let's just keep an open mind that the experience might be different than you expect. Because if you have a very specific thing in mind that you want to get or how the experience is going to be, your attention, your focus will be very narrow and it will be very targeted on your specific goal. So just keep an open mind to allow all sorts of experiences and learnings to happen. Yeah, because sometimes the experience from a certain healing session is very different than you expected. So always keeping an open mind, and then you will perceive more of these very subtle energies and effects, and not only focusing on, oh, I want this right now, and if it's not happening, then I'm upset. So keep an open mind and be also relaxed about it. Yeah, for some people, it works immediately that they can feel the energy receiving and giving, and for others, it takes a bit of time. There's a bit of practice needed, simply. Everybody has a different energetical setup. One person can be very open, very receptive. Another person can be a bit blocked, a bit closed up. And for those people, there is a bit more preparation is needed. So don't get jealous if you see that one person is very receptive and you are yourself not feeling anything yet. It's simply a matter of purification, of practice, of patience, and eventually you will also have the same effect. I did need to mention this because people compare each other. You know, you look at the screen, you look at somebody else, like, oh my goodness, they are having such a good experience and I'm sitting here, I don't feel anything. Just be aware that this is okay, that's part of the process. If you have some, let's say, energetical blockages, with the practice, you can gradually release them and then have the same beautiful experience like the other person as well. This energy that we are working with is very, very subtle, and sometimes we are not immediately picking up why certain things are happening. So it can be related to your health status, to your level of purity. It can be also related to your karma, which we'll discuss a bit later. It's connected to your emotional level, your mental constitution right now, even the astrological influences there. So there can be all sorts of aspects that might be influencing your experiences. Okay, there is one more topic that I need to mention here. In order to have success in this course with the Tantric remote energy healing, we need to apply Tantric principles. We will talk about them, we will teach them, we will practice them together. However, I do need to mention one additional thing that is not really part of the course, but I have to mention it in order to have simply allow the effects to be stronger. So what I'm talking about is basically we need to control the sexual energy, sexual continence. As you might have heard before, in our school, we are teaching the Tantric sexuality as well. And this is actually a very relevant teaching in order to have success on a spiritual path, but also in remote energy healing. So just in short, if you would lose your sexual energy, which is a very powerful energy, this means you're making yourself very weak also as a remote healer. So if you lose your sexual energy, there is less potential, less energy for you to work with, and this makes you a very weak Tantric healer. So that would be unfortunate, and this means sexual continence is important now for the course. Some of you have done the Tantric sexuality course with us and you know this already and you are practicing it. Good. For those who are new, what does it actually mean? So you should avoid losing any sexual fluids. So for the duration of the course, at least, you should avoid, for the men, ejaculating, and for women, it would mean avoiding any explosive orgasm where the energy is lost. This is not because we want to somehow control your daily life, but this is simply an essential tool if you want to become a powerful healer. The sexual energy is very potent, and if it's lost, then you are having less energy to work with and less success on remote healing, so to say. Yeah, sexual continence is really important. There might be, in these healing sessions, there might be some sexual arousal. So if you are lying down and you're receiving a session and suddenly you feel, oh, I'm somehow feeling aroused, something it is triggered, that is okay, that is natural, because when we are going through this process, which includes a deep relaxation and we are working with different energies, sometimes it may also trigger. It's not a guarantee, it's also not a must, but sometimes it may trigger a certain more sensual energy, a more sexual energy. That is okay, that is natural, no problem. However, we simply need to manage it. Yeah, we will teach you how, and we simply move it up, we sublime it, we refine it, and it is very okay. And when it's managed, then it's not a problem. So here, the sublimation is key with this upwards movement of energy, and we will go through that step by step. I just want to mention it here as well. So please, if you can, it's very important actually keeping the sexual continence. So if that means maybe not having sex with your partner, no self-pleasure for the gentleman or so, just for your own benefit. Yeah, it's not beneficial for me or anything, but it is beneficial for you. If you are maintaining this energy, then you will have more effects. Yeah, Soma can explain a bit more later. I just wanted to mention it already. Another thing on my list here is purification effects. Because we are working with this very subtle energy, you will experience all sorts of effects. You might experience somehow physically that stuff is going on, that maybe you have pain or a relief of pain, or there can be all sorts of processes happening, and they don't always make sense to the logical mind. Because when the energy starts flowing and working, it's a specific way how this happens, and it's not always easy for the mind to understand what's going on. So just be aware that it may happen that throughout the course, through this healing process, that some stuff happens, which we call purification effects. So temporary, there can be some symptoms that are a bit unpleasant. What does that mean? So if we are working with the astral energy, which affects also the physical body, we are sometimes experiencing, let's say you could have you could feel tired, simply an unexpected tiredness, which is very unusual, or simply you could even have diarrhea, or suddenly a skin rash for no reason, a headache, feeling nauseous, even vomiting or pain somewhere in the body. This could all happen as part of the healing process. That's very natural. Just be aware that this may come, and it's simply like where the body starts taking out impurities, negative energies, and they come to the surface. Suddenly they become visible into your field of perception. And that's okay, that's natural, that's expected. So if that happens, simply make sure that you drink enough water, that you are doing the Hatha Yoga with us, that helps a lot. That's very, very important. And doing coffee enemas, for example, doing sauna if you have that available. You could even do sports, which may help. Doing some bath with Epsom salt or other such purification methods. Yeah, if you have something coming up, if you suddenly feel these purification effects, you can contact us, you can contact the teachers, and we will be recommending you something to improve the situation. Additionally to these physical sensations, there can be also emotional purification effects. That somehow you feel emotionally like in a roller coaster, and suddenly emotions come up that don't make sense, or that you get very angry with the giver of the healing, or with the teacher, or somehow with your partner at home. It can happen because issues can be there not only in the physical body but also emotionally, and this means if we are sending healing energy, it also may have this purification effect on the emotional level. So be aware. Just be aware if somehow you feel emotionally challenged and stuff is coming up. It's part of the process, and maybe that's simply the case for you, that you need to go through it. This might even affect the mind, that not just emotionally but mentally, that you have all sorts of thoughts coming up. Even a lot of thoughts that don't even make sense, and you have a very agitated mind. This is also part of the process. That might be simply a more mental purification. So simply try to stay calm, try to be aware. This is a process, and carry on, follow the steps as we are guiding. If you have some questions, please bring them up. We'll help you, and through the course, you will definitely see you will have a progress. It's going to improve your energy, and the purification is going to end at some point. Okay. So that's a few things, and by the way, you can also see all of these points in the booklet. So from page 10, I believe. So basically, simply have a look in the booklet. You will find these same points, and then you will see them a bit more described in detail. Now, one more aspect that I need to mention here, since it's a therapist training, if you want to become a therapist, at the end there is an exam. And we have a few criteria for this certification. If you graduate, if you are successfully completing this course, then you get a certificate. In order to do that, first of all, you need to have competence. You need to be competent at the end of the course. This means you need to simply understand what we are talking about, understand what we are doing. You need to be a skillful remote healer. No worries, we will go with you step by step through that process, and you will have enough time to assimilate all the knowledge and the practices. So you need to know what you're doing. You need to conduct a remote healing session, successfully at the end. So competence is one aspect of criteria for certification. The other aspect is attendance, simply that you attend all the lectures, all the Hatha Yoga sessions, all the practice sessions. Because if you're missing out on something, then you might miss a very relevant teaching. And that is not acceptable, because all of the teachings are really crucial in order to really understand the energy and understand the positive and negative effects and all these things. So attendance is key for the lectures, for the exercises in couples, and for the Hatha Yoga as well. The Hatha Yoga is a very supportive tool that helps with the purification effects, helps to cultivate more energy, and helps to control energy. So very important. Another criteria is the successful completion of the exams. At the end, on the last day, we will have this exam, which is simply partially theoretical and partially practical. The theoretical exam is 30 questions where you will be able to select an answer. So it's a multiple choice, kind of an online theoretical exam. And then there is the practical exam as well, where you need to conduct skillfully a remote healing session with a client, so to speak. And then another criteria is also this avoiding of the toxic substances. So if we somehow recognize that you are still doing drugs and drinking alcohol, unfortunately, then you can't also graduate, and you also cannot get a certificate. So that's very, very important. Okay, you can also see this criteria on page 13 if you want to read a bit more. So regarding the theoretical exam, you can read on page 14. It is simply 30 questions with one correct answer each, so you don't need to just make it up in your own mind, but there is a question and there's a few answers and you select one of them. It's a digital exam where we do here online. And the practical exam is simply you're conducting a healing session. This will all become a bit more clear once we go through this process, but I just wanted to mention it. Yeah, this certification is on page 14. You can also see this in the booklet. Okay, so I know that was a long introduction, but simply necessary at the start of such a course. Okay, I saw that there are some comments, some questions here in the chat. I wasn't able to read it while I was speaking, so maybe if there are any questions right now about what I said, then please ask and I'll do my best to answer. Maya, please.
Do we work with the polar energies again, so men and women, or we can mix?
We will mix, so sometimes also men will work with men, and there will be sometimes also the opposite gender, men and women. Generally both is fine, no problems here.
What would be then the difference with the Tantra massage? Why it was important to have a polar energy?
Well, generally, if you ask specifically, generally it is easier to work man and woman together, because there's a certain polarity which makes it simply easier to have an energetical impact. Yeah, so the best way we will facilitate this kind of a polarity. However, in this course we have more men than women, and therefore this means the natural process is that there will be also man to man. It's completely fine, no issues. There will be a bit less of this natural polarity, then it simply requires a little bit more skill in order to have this movement of energy happening. However, if you can select, and if you wanted to, let's say, the more easier way is this natural polarity between the man and the woman, just like we do in Tantra massage.
Okay, and then you say that it will be more clear for the final exam, but just how to imagine it. So we will be like in a separate, like a room, a virtual room, and then let's say a teacher will come to that like session that we'll have with the customer basically, and it will go, let's say, an hour or something. So it will be like the actual time. It will be the full session. It will not be demonstrate something, but it will be a full session.
Yes. So if you're asking specifically about the practical exam, at the very end of the course, we will have this exam where you will be divided into breakout rooms. It's called here at Zoom. Breakout rooms, you will be with one person in that room. And then in the beginning, let's say you would be the therapist and there's a client and you would guide the whole thing, the whole process. This will become clear what that means. Once we obviously do it, will become more clear later. And then either Soma or myself will come to that room and simply quietly observe what you're doing. We will come maybe 2 times or 3 times throughout that session. You'll conduct a complete session, and then later on it will be reversed, that you will be receiving and the other person will be giving it the same thing. And you are just there, the 2 of you and the teacher at times, and then we simply see if you can do it skillfully, if you can manage the energy, if you can, control what's going on, and if you're using the right voice, the correct pace, and all these things that are required.
And would there be a second chance for the exam? The practical one? Or they just one
To be honest, we are observing all of you throughout the course. And let's say if there's a person who is really a bit behind and is not up to the level yet, we will already tell you, okay, please improve this or improve that. And then you will already have chance throughout the course to improve. And at the last day, you should be able to manage. Yeah, so this kind of exam is not just happening at the very end. We will also observe all of you throughout the course and already give you feedback so that you are prepared on the last day and then hopefully manage well.
Thank you, Shiva.
Clayton, your question, please.
Thank you, Shiva. Might be answered later, but you've mentioned karma a few times and how that can have an impact. And my mind just got me curious. Is that something you can check and measure and see?
That's a good question. We will have a specific lecture about karma because it's very important actually. For a therapist, it's extremely important. We will have a lecture about karma later on in the course. So I won't be able to answer it fully now. So I'm just saying briefly, karma is a certain energy that kind of pushes a person in a certain direction. It's almost like a slope where you are kind of sliding in a certain direction. And this can be influenced, it can be changed. And a therapist needs to be able to simply recognize this tendency that is created by the karmical energy and kind of respect it and use it in such a way that we are not trying to impact it too much. Yeah, there's natural gravity, so to speak, that the person is gravitating towards, and we simply need to be detached about it and do a certain amount of work, but not more than that. And I know maybe it's too brief for now. We will explain it in detail thoroughly later on because it's really very relevant for a therapist. So it's coming. Yeah.
Thank you, Shiva.
Okay. Any other questions? As I said, I didn't follow the chat, so if anything else came up. Faye, please.
Hi, thank you, Shiva. This is a bit annoying, but I asked about it before I signed up for this course. I absolutely have to not be present on Saturday. Like, I unfortunately have to miss that day. And if there's anyone else in the course that also has to miss a day or a couple of hours, it would be amazing if we can swap and that this person tells me what I missed on that day and I tell them what they missed on another day. So I'm just putting it out there if there's anybody else with an emergency.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. All right, Rami, please.
Since we're already talking about participation, how is the counting of calculation of participation done when there's a collision between courses? Because we have level 3 as well on Wednesday. So it is, in a sense, it's one of the two and probably this one then.
Let me just check the level 3 schedule. Okay, so on Wednesday, there is a teaching of an asana in level 3. So I suggest that you skip that level 3 session. We are doing a lot of practice here as well. And we will also be marking that in the file, in our level 3 file, that you're here and not just skipping. And I suggested you just take the notes maybe from some colleague from level 3, because I believe in this course it's more relevant that you attend everything. And this asana that is taught in level 3 is, let's say, easier also to understand from some notes. Yeah, maybe do it this way. Okay.
Great. Thanks.
Robert, please.
I'm missing. I'll be missing 2 days on level 1, and looks like February 1st being one of those days, which would probably be the exam day here. But as far as the 2 sessions on level 1, I'll be missing.
Yes. Okay. So I understand we will also mark that in our file. So we will see that for level 1, we will not consider that a regular missed class, but we will see that you have been attending the remote healing. And again, there as well, you could simply ask a colleague maybe for some notes that you are not missing out completely. And if it comes to a specific day, you can also just text me, Rami and Robert, or anybody else who is attending a yoga level, and I can give you more guidance what happens exactly when, which time, and then we can see if you might be able still to catch some of the teaching, let's say during a break or something like that. Yeah, so I will need to look at it specifically, and if you want, you can text me privately. Okay. Faye, you're still unmuted. Do you want to say something else or? No? Okay, very good. Okay, so this was a long introduction, but necessary because this remote healing course is very specific and we simply need to cover all the administrative details in the very beginning. Okay, so now I can see on the schedule we have now a break coming up that you can simply rest a little bit, and then we start with Somananda and the first teaching. So let's take a half-an-hour break now, and then Soma will join us and he will talk first about a quick introduction into Tantra and remote energy healing, and then also the 3 modalities to remote healing, and you will see what this is about. So after the break, we continue with Somananda and the first teaching. We continue in half an hour. See you soon. You can simply stay here, switch off your camera, and I'll play some music in the background.
Hey, Shiva.
Yeah.
Can I ask your advice really quickly on just...
Dive into the teaching. So Somananda has joined us and he will start with the first lecture in a moment. So get a piece of paper and a pen ready to take some notes if you like, and switch on your camera once again. We are about to begin. And one quick comment for those who had trouble seeing the page numbers in the booklet. So probably what will help is that you need to adjust the format into A4, the European format of the page. It's an A4 format, and maybe in your PDF reader, if you have selected a different format, then the top and the bottom will be cut off. So the PDF has a page number. So definitely if you select A4, then it will be visible. Yeah, so please check, and then I hope you will see it. Okay, Soma, I think you can start.
Hello everyone, namaste, nice to see you all. Somananda here. You can call me Soma for short. And we are about to start with our teaching. For those of you who haven't met me before, although I think I did interview all of you at some point or another, my name is Soma or Somananda for long. And I've been teaching Tantra and yoga and meditation for the past 6 years ago or so. And along those years, we've done teaching all over the world, and a lot of them online in the last years. And here we are today. So in this course, which is the Remote Energy Healing Therapist course, we're going to learn something very interesting, as you probably all know by now. And that is that we're going to work with energy. We're going to understand energy, and we're going to learn how to use energy for the purpose of healing, with the interesting twist to do it remotely. This in itself can be a very interesting concept for a lot of people, not only because the idea of healing using energy is fascinating and important to know. It's actually real and it works and it has been verified. But also the fact that it can be done in this way remotely makes it sound like almost magic. A lot of people get very excited about that. The feeling that you can just focus on someone who is in a very different location, could be in the other side of Earth, and you just concentrate on them and just wave your hands or whatever it is that you do, stuff. You'll see in a minute what that means. You're able to send energy to that individual and to actually affect change. Really have some reactions which can be felt clearly, to a degree even quantified, and see how that person changes, how that person actually gets to feel positive effects from the health perspective. So this is what this course is about in short. So in order to do that, because I have to clarify before we continue that you might find a lot of people around the world that do all kinds of healing. Healing is a very popular concept in modern times, especially in the New Age subculture of today, where we find that a lot of people do all kinds of spiritual or semi-spiritual practices. A lot of them revolve around the topic of healing. I'm sure all of you know someone who is working with crystals or with colors or with all kinds of other things, maybe dowsing rods, maybe doing all kinds of muscle testing, and the list goes on. It's a million things exists out there today in this New Age subculture where people are very fascinated by spirituality, by healing, and all that stuff. What is unique or different in what we do here? Many of you have been with various courses with us before, and you know that this is not a school that simply does all kinds of New Age experimentations or ideas or thoughts or all kinds of effects that we use. It's not the case. This is a Tantra school. And as a Tantra school, we do practice Tantra, but the Tantra that we practice also is a Tantra which is actually very authentic and comes from the origins of Tantra, and not, again, one of those modern interpretations of Tantra that we see a lot. That means that in this school, we actually focus not on healing as a school. I'm saying this course will be focused on remote healing. But to give you a bit of a background, this school is not about healing. It's not about sexuality. It's not even about massage, although a lot of you have done different courses on this direction with us. This school is a spiritual school. That means authentic Tantra is a spiritual, very comprehensive, very powerful spiritual system of knowledge. It is extremely practical. It's not just some philosophy or vague metaphysics. It is very practical, and as a very practical system which has specific structure. This system, the Tantric system originating in India and spread throughout Southeast Asia, you find it in Tibet, you find it in Nepal, you find it in various environments. In the Tantric teachings, you'll find that Tantra is meant for the evolution of the consciousness of the human being. That is the true purpose of Tantra. Not about healing people, not about massaging them, not about making love, none of that stuff. Do we do all these things in Tantra? We can. And to understand why Tantra is branching out, or it's not really branching out, it's within Tantra, but still branching out into all these variety of applications, we need to understand a little bit about what Tantra actually is about, to understand the Tantric teachings. And the Tantric teachings, and I know some of you have heard me talking about before, if you've done previous courses with us, bear with me, and we're just going to do a quick review of this topic as is needed, because some of you are here for the first time. The Tantric tradition and the Tantric teachings are ultimately a spiritual teaching which is unique. It is unique because you find that the majority of spirituality in the history of humanity, especially the spirituality coming from India, but not only, you find it in Western religions, you find it in various other traditions. 1 minute. I've got all kinds of beeps going on here, so I'm going to close some apps. 1 second. So as I was saying, when you look at all those spiritual sciences around the world, all kinds of practices, you'll find that generally speaking, those are very, what we would call the dry path of spirituality. That means these are spiritual teachings and paths which are focused on consciousness, on how you can meditate and practice or prayer or do any of these techniques that they teach while you are interiorizing yourself, disconnecting from the external world to one degree or another, and you're supposed to go deep into the self, into your true identity by meditating on whatever it is that path defines as your true nature. For example, in Buddhism, you're supposed to meditate and do different practices to reach the shunya or shunyata, which is ultimately talking about your true nature. The Buddha nature, some call it. In other traditions, like in Christianity, you're supposed to pray and you're supposed to ultimately connect with Jesus, the consciousness of Jesus, with the kingdom of heaven. Again, there are different names in different traditions which are meant to take you to the ultimate, whatever that may be, to God, for lack of a better term. In other traditions, they use different things, like in Vedanta, which is a very famous religion in India in the last 400 years, and very powerful religion. You find that Vedanta can be summarized very simply. I'm not saying that's all of it. Obviously, you can study it much more, but the essence of Vedanta can be put in a few words, and that is that our reality is, in fact, just an illusion. Illusion in Sanskrit means Maya, and they say it is Maya, it is an illusion. And this illusion is like a dream world. You are living in a dream. And Vedanta tells us we need to always concentrate and realize the true self, which they call Brahman or Atman. And that's why everything else is just an illusion and it is useless to you. Again, all this interiorizing and trying to find the true self. And you find that approach in many religions. This is what we generally call the dry path of spirituality. Dry doesn't mean bad, doesn't mean that it's not good enough, not juicy enough. It just means that it is a focusing on a religion or a philosophy or a spiritual path, which is focused on realizing something which is to do with your consciousness, with the deeper levels of your being. Now, having said all that, what then is so different about Tantra? The Tantric teachings are teachings that, of course, recognize that there is a specific self of the human being, which is called Jivatman or Atman. All these things are true. But Tantra says the fact of the matter is that our existence, this reality that we share, is not just an illusion. It's not just a dream. Of course, it's a matter of perspective. Some may say, after all, it is not real. And you could look at it this way, like some tantric would tell you that it is a dream, perhaps, but it doesn't have to be a nightmare. And therefore, the tantrics would tell you that this reality has meaning. It has essence. And the tantrics call it Shakti. As many of you know, we've discussed this before. The word which is used is Shakti. And Shakti, translated from Sanskrit to English, it usually means energy. Sometimes it's translated as power. And in other environments, it is understood as the goddess. So when Tantra talks about Shakti, it's not just some vague statement telling you, yes, everything is energy. That won't make it any difference or any different than any New Age belief today. What Tantra tells you is that this energy, this Shakti, which maintains, or actually it is what the world and the whole of the universe is made of, this energy is something that is within your reach. It means you have a direct interface with this energy. And Tantra explains that we need to connect with Shakti, control, worship, interact, and eventually utilize the Shakti to reach the supreme consciousness, this absolute. Instead of focusing on the absolute with a kind of, as we said, a dry approach by which you just try to constantly reach this inner consciousness by stopping your thoughts, by going deep with your mind, and all these things, Tantra says that actually you don't have to do that only. You can use energy to your advantage. It does not have to be the enemy. That's why we find in many religions and spiritual paths which are dry, we find that usually these are spiritual traditions that ask the believer or the one who is part of the path to hold back, to cut off, stop eating, fasting. You should avoid sexuality. Sex is bad. It's the original sin. Or you should avoid desiring too many things. Desire is the enemy. Or you shouldn't go into money and abundance because eventually it's just an illusion. And if you are poor and you don't have much, it means you're more spiritual. I mean, how many people think that you can be both super spiritual and a multi-millionaire? Sounds like you're cheating, right? How can you be spiritual and live in a mansion with a Ferrari and eat cheese and I don't know what? It's like something's wrong. You can't be spiritual. But if you see a monk who has these poor clothes and has only one backpack or something with nothing else, yes, that looks very spiritual, and I can believe that. This is the brainwashing, you can say, or the belief system of the dry path, that everything which is more juicy in life, abundant, the desire for sex, for attraction, for having all these beautiful things that come from sexuality, orgasms, it's bad. I mean, you can't imagine somebody who is super spiritual, very close to God, and having crazy sex and orgasming and having tons of fun. Should be forbidden. That's wrong, not possible. You can't be spiritual and have wild sex and orgasms and all that stuff. You see, usually the dry paths are telling us that we need to abstain. By stopping the desires, by stopping the activities which basically tax us and distract our minds and all these things, we start interiorizing, and eventually it could take years. And usually this is the case in the dry path. You expect that many of the masters who reach success are usually people that devoted decades into this in order to reach results. Like, for example, when I spent time many years ago in Buddhist monasteries and I wanted to explore Buddhism as a tantric person and see as well what is coming from there, Theravada Buddhism in my case, I definitely could tell you that in that environment, it was an environment of holding back, of being more dry. You wake up 3:30 or 4 a.m. in the morning, you meditate, you eat very little. For example, you have a little bit of breakfast, then you have lunch, and that's it. In the evening, you can have a cup of tea with a biscuit. That's it. And it's very, very limiting. No sexuality. In fact, you're not even encouraged to smile. You should avoid being too expressive and too lively and so on. It's about being very dry and meditating and being very, very strict. And this is an approach which is exactly the definition of the dry path. Now, why am I insisting on all these things? Because if you want to understand what Tantra is about, you have to open your mind to what exactly is the concept of Shakti and why it is so fundamental in Tantra. And as a result of that, why it is so fundamental when we work with energy for any purpose, specifically for the purpose of remote energy healing. And for that, we need to understand that Tantra realizes that everything is energy, just like the hippies told us. That's true, and they didn't invent it. Tantra knew it for thousands of years. But the reality is that all that energy, which makes up everything, and you see, this is an important point. Tantra is extremely practical. In fact, it is so accurate and specific, like engineering, like some kind of, physics or something. Tantra approaches things very accurately. It's not a vague throwing around statements of we are all one, let's hold hands, and energy there and energy. It's not vague at all. The tantrics tell us that everything in the universe has a frequency of vibration. And therefore, if you, as a human being, have the capacity to interact with energy, and we do have that capacity, this is called in Tantra, actually there's a few terms, and we will discuss it in other lectures. Perhaps Shiva and others will discuss it with you, but we're talking here about two fundamental laws of the universe, the law of correspondence and the law of resonance. The law of correspondence tells us that the human being and the universe are in fact identical. And that means that whatever exists in the universe, any form of energy or manifestation, exists either factually or symbolically within the human being. And vice versa, whatever exists in us exists out there. For example, if there is a sun up in the sky that produces heat and fire and whatever there is there, the same thing exists in you. There is a miniature sun in you. Of course, it's not exactly sun like the sun in the sky. That means hydrogen under nuclear fusion somewhere millions of miles outside planet Earth. No, but the sun's qualities exist in the human being. Inside of us, we have the same qualities of heat and strength and power and all the other things that the sun can deliver. And therefore, whatever exists out there exists in us. And whatever exists in us exists out there. For example, if the human being has love, and we do, there is love also in the universe. The interesting things we have to remember that, of course, there is an identity, that's the law of correspondence, but there is a difference in proportion, that's all. That means the sun, which is out there, it is huge. It is, for all intents and purposes, for us, it's almost like infinite. It has a limit, but it is way out there. While in the human being, we have a limited ability in our so-called miniature sun. And that means that if I have love in me, of course, to a limit, whatever I can manufacture, whatever I can experience, there is love out there in the universe, which is infinite, because the universe is infinite. And by understanding that, now the tantric principles take us somewhere practical, because the next law in Tantra that is very critical, it's the same law that we find in other spiritual traditions, such as Hermetic tradition and others, which are very connected to Tantra. We are told that by the law of resonance, we understand that two systems that vibrate on the same frequency can enter into a state of resonance. What does it mean? If I take, for example, two crystal cups and I put them close together, and I hit one of them with a spoon or something and it starts vibrating, the cup next to it can enter into resonance with it and will start vibrating on the same frequency. And that means it is a law. It's a universal law. That means that if you have sun out there, I'm just going to keep it simple with the same example for now. If the sun is out there, there is a frequency, there's a vibration of the sun's energy. And if I, for example, as a yogi, as a tantric practitioner, want to have more solar energy in me, more of that heat and power, just like the sun has out there in me, all I have to do is find a way to enter into the same resonance, vibrate on the same frequency as the frequency of the sun. And as a result of that, I will start having the same energy in me. It's like a download. In fact, this is exactly the principle behind radio waves. And in today's modern world, all the frequencies and 4G and 5G and every kind of frequency out there. Let's keep it simple with radio waves. Just like when you have a radio set, and then there's a radio station out there broadcasting and sending out radio waves, the radio set can pick up on those frequencies, enter into resonance. And how do you enter into resonance? There's usually this knob that you twist in the radio, you hit 100 FM, and you hit the same resonance as the whichever radio station you're listening to, and then you are at the same resonance. What happens when you hit the same frequency? You start having the information, the music, and whatever the broadcast is, you can hear it in your radio set. What? At a distance. It could be hundreds, thousands of kilometers or miles away. You can pick up on those broadcasts. And that in Tantra means that you can do it both ways. You can pick up resonance from the outside, and you can even resonate consciously with something outside of you. And that's the magic of Tantra, in the sense that it understands how these mechanisms work. And that means that we as human beings, because we have 7 levels of vibration in the universe, and therefore within the human being, according to the law of correspondence, we also have 7 levels of vibrations within us, because I don't want to go too much into it. This will be explained later on to one degree or another in the teachings that you will receive. But the bottom line is that because of these 7 levels that exist in us as human beings and in the universe, you might ask, why 7, why not 6 or 8? No point in asking. Ask God if you want, because that's how the universe was created. It has been confirmed by all spiritual masters in the history of humanity that we're talking about 7 levels of vibration. Therefore, if we know how to interact with the universe on each level, and for that we have various mechanisms that you will see later on, by interacting with the universe on each level, we can resonate on that level with the universe, and therefore, just like a radio set, we can pick up those broadcasts. And now, if the sun is out there and inside of me, my miniature sun is maybe not so strong, I feel cold, my digestion and my digestive fire is weak, and I want to get more of that, all I got to do is resonate with the sun. In other words, turn on my radio set to the frequency of the sun radio station, so to speak, which is the sun itself. And then I can simply download a lot of sun energy, fire energy into my structure and do whatever I want with it. And that's very, very simply and very quickly some of the basic concepts of Tantra and yoga, in fact, because yoga and Tantra are very much related, but I'm not going to go now into this discussion. I'm just briefly explaining the background to it. So having said all that, we are, in order to practice remote energy healing, we need to understand these principles. It's very important to understand what resonance is about. How people would ask, how is it, Soma, that you're saying that I can sit here in the country where I am, in my house, look at somebody's face on the screen, and then just send energy to that person, and that person could be very far away and somehow have an effect on that individual? How can it be done? It sounds impossible. It sounds like wishful thinking. You ask any doctor or scientist out there and you tell them I'm waving my hands and sending energy to someone in another country, they would say, just stay where you are. I'm sending the guys in the white coats to your house because obviously you need help. They would think you lost your mind. But the reality is that when you understand the nature of vibration, resonance, correspondence, which are universal laws, and when you understand that actually this is something which is within our control, we can actually do that and generate real results. So this is a little bit of a background, but let's go a little bit deeper, because this is very much, just a bird's eye view, just looking at the surface, understanding the beginning of it. But I just had to say that because it's important for me that before we even start the practical teachings, you get a general understanding of why this is not some imagination, it is very real. Now, we do need to keep in mind that there is a big difference here when you study this in our school, in this system, because it is the tantric teaching, and Tantra has actual information which has been verified by enlightened spiritual masters in the history of humanity, compared to the New Age environment, which could be effective. I'm saying there could be people out there who have no clue about Tantra or any of the laws that I mentioned, but just somehow spontaneously some people picked up on it and they feel energies and they send energies and so on. It's great, but it's very important that when you learn as a course, as a study, where you want to develop a skill, it works a lot better when you learn it from a system which is established and has been used and well-trodden path that has been practiced by so many masters in the history of humanity and have been proven to be the real authentic teaching that can give real results, yes, in remote energy healing, but also in your meditation, in your yoga practice. It is a system that includes in it high states of consciousness, enlightenment, different levels of samadhi. All these things come from the tantric tradition, and therefore these are very accurate points. This is knowledge which is real. And it would be very different experience trying to study it from someone who just picked it up somehow. Yesterday, or I don't know, a few years ago, I was an executive in some company or an accountant. I had a burnout, and then 1 year I was depressed. And then afterward, I felt better, and I did some ayahuasca, and then I felt great. And then I had a dream one night, and I really feel energies. Let me teach you how it works. That's a very different source to learn from. And again, I'm not putting down those deep experiences that people had. That's great. But it's a different source to learn from, which, what can they explain? Oh, you know, if you get depressed, maybe try to get out of it and you will reach what I did. That's not really a good way to learn. Instead, taking it from an established system and learning the mechanisms behind it, step by step, how can you work with energy? Why things work like this? What are the 5 bodies? What are the 7 chakras? How does frequency work? What techniques can you use? Why exactly the energy obeys what you want it to do? Is it just, I don't know, I just feel it? That's not an explanation. If I tell you, welcome to the course, what you need to do is just feel it. Good luck. Move some energy now. Most of you say, what the heck? I didn't learn anything from you. It doesn't help me. And that's exactly why here we need to understand the mechanisms behind everything. And that's where Tantra shines, because it is an actual system of knowledge that can take you to enlightenment, if that's what you choose, if you are willing to put the work in. It can take you to developing amazing relationships. It can take you to developing true love. It can take you to opening your mind and reaching different levels of consciousness. It can do so many things for you. It can teach you about relationships. And yes, if you want, it can help you in sexuality, in healing, in massage, in many different things, because it is an established system. That's what I wanted to clarify before we go. Now, another thing that or a concept that we need to understand as we step into this world of working with energy, and that will have a lot of relevance to the teaching themselves, but also if some of you will decide to use the knowledge in this course and actually work as an remote energy therapist in the future, this type of tantric approach, then it will also give you some guidelines, a real understanding of why and how things work, or sometimes why they don't work. And this is what I want to share. In the ancient tantric texts, and it's not only there, it's in many traditions, this has been already clarified. But in the ancient tantric texts, they explain that there are something which is called universal cycles, cosmic cycles. These cosmic cycles are basically very large units of time. In Tantra, this has been studied to a very, very accurate degree. They even count in Tantra units of time which are much, much smaller than a second. Imagine the ancient masters. I mean, you would ask, why would anyone bother thousands of years ago to calculate portions of a second? I mean, how can you use it? In those days, when you go, and even today, when you go into deep states of meditation at the level of the consciousness, these cycles, even those miniature small cycles, have meaning, because consciousness goes into levels which are beyond time. And when it comes to bigger cycles, some of them are cycles which are astronomical numbers, and a lot of it in between. There is a whole science in Tantra about cycles of time that I won't go into right now, but I do want to mention cosmic cycles, which are very important to understand. According to the Tantric teachings, there are cycles, and these are called yugas, not yoga, but yuga with the U, with the U. And these yugas, it's not yoga, as I said, it's yuga. These yugas, they have names, and they describe cycles of time that are repeating themselves. Each cycle, there are bigger cycles and small cycles. We're talking about specific ones. These cycles are approximately, each of them approximately 6,400 years in length. So if you put all four, there are four of them that repeat themselves, all four of those together sum up to about approximately 25,000 years. And those four cycles are given names in the Tantric tradition, in the Vedic tradition as well. And those names are the following. I can give you the Sanskrit names, but don't feel confused if they're Sanskrit and you're not so good with these things. They also have names in English, because we were also going to show you that in the Greek tradition, they were exactly talking about the same cycles in the ancient Greek teachings, and they gave them names which are easily translated to English. So I'll give you the English names and I'll give you the Sanskrit names. The first cycle is called Satya Yuga. Satya in Sanskrit comes from the word Satyam, which means truth, and it simply shows us that the first cycle, 6,400 years, is a cycle based on the concept of truth, which is metaphysical truth, which means it talks about spirituality, which is extremely evolved. This first cycle is called in the Greek tradition the Golden Age of mankind, the Golden Age. Now, in this age, it is said that humanity was extremely evolved spiritually. Remember, these cycles don't talk about better technology or better social life or culture. These cycles measure one thing and one thing alone, and that is the spiritual level of the human being or the soul. And in the Satya Yuga, the golden age of mankind, humanity was very evolved. Human beings were extremely spiritual. Many of them already enlightened, born enlightened already. That's the golden age of humanity. The second age of humanity, if we talk about it in the English terminology from the Greek tradition, if we had the first age, the golden age, the second age is called the silver age of mankind. As you can see, the Greeks put the qualities of metals as definition of the ages, gold being the most precious metal, the second precious would be silver, and you will see the metals keep going down in quality as we progress through the cycles of time, through these cosmic cycles. And the Sanskrit name is called Treta Yuga, Treta Yuga. So that's the second cycle. And the second cycle, or the silver age of mankind, basically tells us that humanity has decreased in its spiritual level. And that means that human beings have changed, even physically. For example, it is said in Golden Age, in the Satya Yuga, the Golden Age of mankind, they say that human beings were extremely tall, maybe 12 meters, maybe more. Nobody knows for sure. We're talking very long time ago. And these individuals are tall, beautiful, very intelligent, and so on and so forth. And when we talk about as the cycles progress, humanity decreases, not just in height or size, but especially the most important thing is that humanity, the soul, becomes less evolved and spirituality is decreasing generally. So that's the second age of mankind. Spirituality is less spiritual. Human beings are less spiritual. Moving on to the third age of mankind, here we find the Yuga, which is called Dvarapa Yuga. That's the name in Sanskrit. You don't have to remember the Sanskrit names. The English name is very simple, and that would be the Bronze Age of mankind, the Bronze Age of humanity. And here we have humanity decreasing again in spiritual caliber. Let me give you a bit of an estimation so you understand what I mean by that. There's the ancient tradition of Tantra in India tells us that it is usually given as an example of a cow standing on 4 legs. And then that's like Satya Yuga, the Golden Age. When we move on to the next age, it's like a cow standing on only 3 legs, which means less, 25% less. It's like only 75% spirituality. If you had 100% spirituality in the Golden Age, in the Silver Age, it's only 75% spirituality and 25% sin, or dark energy, or basically demonic energy, if you want. And then when we go to the Bronze Age called Dvarapa Yuga, we have 50-50. 50% spirituality, it's decreasing 25%, like a cow standing only on two legs, they say, or 50% spirituality and 50% demonic nature, more dark nature, more sin. And that's the Bronze Age. And then finally, we come to the last age, the age, and that's the bad news that I have to share with you today. This is the age we all live in today, which is called Kali Yuga in Sanskrit. And here it's like a cow standing only on one leg, which means only 25% spirituality and a whooping 75% of sin, darkness, ignorance, demonic energy, and so on. This is not my invention. I didn't come up with this. Trust me, I would prefer to be in Satya Yuga with you all. But the reality is that that is the teaching. That's the information. Ask anywhere. So I know it might be a bit disappointing for people. Many people think, oh, we're in the age of Aquarius, it's all cool. And then I'm coming and giving you a cold shower and you're kind of disappointed. It's not my invention. You need to look and research for yourself. This is how most spiritual teachings agree upon. This is where we are. So what does it mean? Kali Yuga, called, by the way, in the English terminology, the Iron Age, iron being the least valued metal, and that's, of course, in concordance with the fact that spirituality is very low. And we live today in Kali Yuga, in the Iron Age of mankind. And the bad news is not ending here, because it gets a bit worse than you thought. We're actually at the very end of Kali Yuga, or the Iron Age, which means if in the beginning there was still maybe 25% spirituality, now we're scraping the bottom. We're towards the end. Very little spirituality left. And it's probably 80, 90, who knows, % of sin and demonic energy. Some people here might just shake their heads and say, this is not news. So I watched TV and I know what's going on in the world. And yeah, things are bad everywhere. So maybe it's not surprising for some of you, but I have to clarify these things because some people just don't know this. And especially because in the New Age subculture of today, there's a lot of enthusiasm, which is nice to see. Honestly, I'm happy that people are so excited to, be more spiritual and develop. But it may give people the confusion of thinking, wow, we are coming towards the golden age and so on. It's true, we are coming towards the golden age at some point, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen in our lifetimes, most likely. It might, but most likely it won't. And we haven't yet come out of the Iron Age of Kali Yuga, and that means things are going to get worse before they're going to get better. I mean, like it or not, that's the way the prophecies go. And just to add more information to this, all the texts declare something very clearly, and that is that as one age finishes and a new age begins, usually what happens is that there is some major event to mark the change. Usually it is a major cataclysm. It usually is also accompanied by a lot of violence, like some big war or more than one war. And only with that event, which usually also decreases the population for a while, that means the souls from the previous age have to exit and new souls have to come in, then because of that, these events of shifts have to happen, and it's not always fun. The previous shift that happened that you're all actually familiar with, even if you didn't realize it, because I'm sure all of you have had at least some basic understanding or rudimentary study of the Bible, then you probably know of the famous Great Flood with Noah and the Ark. I'm sure you heard of this, right? That guy that spoke to God and God told him, build a big ship or boat or yacht or whatever you want to call it. And basically, once you build it, you need to get all the animals to come in couples, save the animals, and the rest, everyone will have to perish. You know the story. Interestingly enough, you find the story of the flood also mentioned very clearly in the Americas, for example, Central America, South America. They have a lot of stories in the Mayas, in the ancient traditions. It's mentioned in other texts and traditions, not only in the Bible or in the Tantric texts or in other texts. It's mentioned. It's called the Great Deluge by various traditions. So it seems that this is not just the imagination of someone who wrote the Bible. It is indeed an event that happened worldwide and not many people survived, it seemed, as humanity moved from one age to the next. There are other events that happened at that time, but we don't need to go into this analysis. I just want to give you some background information. Why do you need to know about any of this if all you want to do is just wave your hand and heal people in remote healing? Why am I telling you these stories? The reason is very simple, and that is that when you understand the age that we live in, Kali Yuga, to be what it is, which means, just to sum up for you, what does it mean? It means spirituality is actually at its lowest. Most people are not even aware of what authentic spirituality is, and there's a lot of people out there who don't even care if it is or not spiritual. People are more focused on money, success, ego, desires, wars, conflicts, politics, and whatever else is out there. And there's not a lot of focusing on the inner world. Imagine if suddenly you will find that in the UN, meeting, all the representatives of all countries will just sit for 2 hours and do a meditation together. Did you ever hear of such a UN meeting? Never. It doesn't work like this in modern times because we live in Kali Yuga, and this is different. And that's why I'm telling you, because when you want to work with energy, especially when you want to heal other people or work with other people to one degree or another, you will notice as therapists in the future, if some of you will decide to go in that direction, that it's not as easy as you thought, because people in Kali Yuga have a lot of blockages, a lot of traumas, a lot of issues. You might ask, but why? Why can't people just be clean and open and happy, and you send energy, they feel it, game over, 5 minutes, everything's sorted? Because we live in Kali Yuga. That's why you need to understand, in this modern age, there are a lot of difficulties. And don't be surprised when you find that people are not easily open and accessible for this sort of thing. For example, you may find, and we will talk later on about the subject of karma, which is a very important part of teachings of any healing that we teach. Always when we teach massage or anything to do with healing, we have to discuss the subject of karma. In the subject or the teachings of karma yoga from the tantric and yogic tradition, we are simply told very clearly that when you do certain, or any action, to be honest, you will produce reactions or karmic results. And that means that you will need to understand that if you want to be a healer of any kind, but especially working with energy, then when you send energy to someone, when you heal another person, that person may be having problems, sickness, blockages, traumas, all kinds of things. Guess what? That person is supposed to have these problems, not because somebody punished them, but because these are the results, this is karma of previous actions that they have done, either in this life or in previous lives. And then don't be surprised, and now that I'm telling you, you will be much more ready to understand that if you do healing on somebody and you notice maybe the person resents you, maybe they get upset and it didn't work, or maybe it worked for them, but you wake up in the morning and you have a sore throat or you have problems because you may have taken the karma from them, because you see, karma is like a teaching, it's like a lesson. If you've done something negative, you have to experience something negative. It's simply law of karma, which means the law of cause and effect, action and reaction. You do a certain action, there will always be an equally proportionate reaction. And the question then would be, how can I do healing or do this work with energy? And I am exposing myself to constantly taking negative karma and impurities and all kinds of issues from other people. Wouldn't it be good to understand it and have solutions for this before you start doing any healing? Very necessary. And why is it happening in the first place? Now, when you have a bird's eye view about the whole story, about the yugas and the cosmic cycles, you understand why. If you try to do healing to an enlightened person like Swami Shivananda from India or Yogananda Paramahamsa, these people reached full enlightenment and they're pure as a snow, and you do healing, you probably will have zero karma after that, because you massaged or did healing on someone who is already in a perfected state. Would be great if these will be all our clients, but that is not going to happen. And therefore, now that you understand the concept of the yugas, you will see a lot of the things that we will discuss in the coming days, and a lot of the practices that we will do will connect to all the topics I'm mentioning to you in the last half an hour, 1 hour, and that's why it is important to discuss it. One of the key elements which is very dominating at the time of Kali Yuga, and it's not a surprise to any of you, I'm sure, is the ego. The ego is dominating the inner world of most people these days. It dominates the external world, politics, industry. I mean, how many people are 100% zero ego altruistic individuals? Very rare to find such people today. Those would be very spiritual people. And as we said, Kali Yuga, not that many left. So people today follow usually the simple mantra of what's in it for me, which is an ego mantra, and not so much about just surrendering to serve the world. Having said that, when the ego is dominating, spiritual masters throughout history have said it very clearly. In yoga and in Tantra, because being very practical, they even say it like a formula. They say ego in, spirituality out. Ego out, spirituality in. And that means that the more the ego is dominating the human being, the spiritual level will be decreased tremendously. So this is the problem that we need to understand before we start. And of course, if you want to study this further, we have many courses that go into this in much more details. So even in this course, we will explore some of these topics later on in more details. Now, having said all that, let's understand. So now you get a better glimpse or understanding of what is Tantra. It all revolves around Shakti and the understanding of energy, the feminine nature of reality. You see the way the Tantrics in their metaphysics, they understood the structure of the universe in a very specific way. They said the universe has two aspects. There is the manifested aspect of the universe, and that's reality or Maya in the Vedantian tradition. This reality that we all share, even your physical body, your thoughts, your intelligence, the world around you, mountains, lakes, and water, and whatever you see, everything that you can experience with your five senses, all of that is part of the manifested aspect of reality. And that manifested aspect in the Tantric tradition is called Shakti. It is the goddess. We literally are all part of the goddess. Our bodies, our minds, our intelligence, everything that makes us who we are, including all the universe around us, is part of the body of the goddess. We are all part of Shakti. This is the energy. And now there is a second aspect to the universe, which the Tantrics define in their metaphysics as the unmanifested part of the universe. And the unmanifested has a name in the Tantric tradition, and it is called Shiva, or the Shiva consciousness. So we have Shiva as the unmanifested, the kind of like the spirit, the duality of spirit and nature. It's similar to that. The spirit, which you cannot quantify. You cannot say spirit is blue. Spirit is 2 kilos. You can't define it by any terms. It is unmanifested. And at the same time, we also have the manifested aspect, which is everything, quantifiable, can be applied principles of science and physics, because this is the reality. What we call reality is actually Shakti. Shakti and Shiva, nature and spirit. So having understood that, in order to work with energy as we want to, we need to understand the background. Now I'm switching to another gear here. We need to understand the background of remote energy healing, and generally you can call it remote tantric work. Why is remote healing important at all? Because you see, in the tantric teachings, originally, if you study the ancient tantric teachings, and by the way, Tantra is based on ancient texts. This doesn't come just from off the top of the head of some enlightened people. There are actually ancient texts, which are called the Tantras or the Agamas. And in these texts, not all of them available anymore today. Some of them have been lost along the thousands of years. Some of them have been kept in private libraries and unavailable for anyone anymore. And others have been translated to different languages, not all of them languages that all of you know, and some of them even to English language. When you study these texts, you will find that the ancient tantric tradition did not include massage, for example, didn't include remote healing, didn't include any of these things. Tantra has in it other systems and teachings which are there. However, you have to understand that tantric practitioners, especially those who studied authentic Tantra, I'm not talking about the New Age style today, but the authentic tantric teachings, they come from traditions of people who study Tantra and embody the teachings of Tantra, which means that this tantric teaching, when it is authentic, it is a live system. It's not a dry text somewhere that you need to read and you can't do much with it if it doesn't fit. You see, the world is changing constantly. When original masters in Tantra developed the tantric teachings thousands of years ago, some of them even hundreds of years ago, the world was very different. There was no electricity, there was no modern even systems of even, basic sanitation and whatever, and things were very different. So what do you do as a tantric practitioner who is authentic on the path if you teach Tantra and you notice that the world has changed a lot? You need to adapt the ancient tantric teachings and principles to modern people. Today, in the last hundreds of years, especially in the last 100 years, and even much more so in the last 25 years, we are noticing such a speed in evolution of technology and the way humanity is changing so massively and so quickly that human beings encounter challenges and problems that were never mentioned in the history of humanity, at least the history that we know of in the last few thousands of years. Of course, if you go far back enough, you might find Atlantis and all kinds of advanced ancient technologies in previous yugas, and then they also had their own amazing things and their own problems, but we won't go as far as that back. As far as we know, in our Kali Yuga, the last 6,000 years or so, we find that humanity has shifted and transformed and changed so much that now we ask ourselves, if we are on an authentic tantric path, can Tantra work for us at all? The good news is that in the ancient tantric texts, the ancient tantrics, seeing the future in their meditations, they told us that actually Tantra would be the best spiritual teaching for the Kali Yuga time. That's something that most people don't know, but that's what is predicted by the ancient practitioners. So Tantra is much more fitting for modern people. That's great. Another thing we need to understand, that in this modern times, with the advent of technologies and everything else that we see, we also need to adapt, use the tantric knowledge and principles to apply them for modern people. And in modern times, modern people, we have different number of souls on this planet. There's more than 8.1 billion people or something, we are told, on this planet. Much bigger number, for example, compared to 2,000 years ago in the Roman times, or let's not mention 3,000 years ago. So we've got much more human beings on the planet. We have also different technologies that are abundant. There's much more pollution. There's a lot more changes and shifts, and people are encountering different challenges. And that's why I myself, as a tantric practitioner, have noticed, even in the last 25, 30 years that I've been doing this, I've noticed how things keep changing all the time. And people come to me and they say, I've studied Tantra with you the last year and I am having nice results, but I really feel I need some more. I need to feel energy. I need to get, some inspiration. Can you help us more? And at some point, I started realizing that I need to integrate modern teachings that maybe are not in the original tantric texts, but adapt certain things to modern people. That's where we brought, for example, Tantra massage. I've studied in India when I was studying yoga and Tantra and so on. I also studied Ayurvedic massage. Ayurveda is the ancient medical system of India, more than 5,000 years old and very effective, very amazing system. I've studied Ayurvedic massage with pressure points and so on. And then at some point, as I was teaching yoga and Tantra, because you see, originally I didn't plan to use Ayurvedic massage as part of my tantric path. That was something I took on the side out of interest. But then as I moved into Tantra, I realized the more I was in it, that people need help. And then lucky enough, I could take the Ayurvedic massage, combine it with the knowledge of Tantra and energy, put it together and create Tantra massage. Did it exist in the ancient tantric text? No, it's a modern adaptation, but modern people need it. In the same way, I'm coming back to what we're teaching in this course, Not only Tantra massage is needed these days, but many people need to help each other remotely, to interact, to connect, to support, and why not even heal individuals without the limitation of space. So if I am in one corner of the world and you are in a different place, it's very valuable for human beings to connect with each other remotely, heal each other, support each other. It can help humanity tremendously in modern times, especially as we see the developments recently are even more challenging. Just 5 or so, 6 years ago, we had the famous pandemic, or plandemic, however you want to call it. And we had this event where there was a lot of lockdowns and the whole world stopped on its tracks and people were basically locked in their homes. And since then, as you all know, a lot of things started moving online. There's a lot of people working directly online. You don't even have to go to an office anymore. Of course, people still do that as well, but the world has changed a lot. The internet has developed so much, and we are very, very dependent on the internet and the connection through various channels which are virtual. Imagine if suddenly the internet will stop working. This is not just that we can't use YouTube anymore. If the internet stops working, this can be a world collapse. It's going to be because so many systems, power plants, whatever, is very much relying on remote interaction through internet and so on for things to work. It could be a disaster if this crashes right now. And we are told that we need to worry because maybe there'll be cyber attacks and all kinds of stuff, and things can go downhill very quickly, and we need to be careful. So we are warned a lot about these things, but nevertheless, we do live in this time where this is necessary, and we would like to be able to help individuals remotely. I've been developing this remote energy healing for many, many years. I was usually using it privately for myself as a tantric practitioner. I noticed that sometimes with students, I was able to give them support remotely because the minute you see in Tantra, as you do the authentic tantric teachings, you work with the tantric yogic methods, you work with pranayama, with mudras, with bandhas, you do all kinds of kriya yoga techniques, and all the things we do in the tantric tradition, which I've done for many years. Very quickly, after a few years, you will start noticing, like it or not, if you do your spiritual practice correctly, you'll notice that you can feel energies much better. You can feel your chakras very clearly. You can control the energy, and you can even start interacting with other people, energetically speaking. For example, I can sit here, concentrate on my heart chakra, and if I meditate for 5 minutes, because I've done this for so many years, I can already open my heart chakra pretty quickly. And then I can feel a sense of deep love. And if I focus on one of you over there and I focus on your heart chakra, even if you spiritually are inexperienced, for example, maybe some of you are, but I'm just saying as an example, even if you are a total beginner, I can move energy, send energy from my heart chakra to your heart chakra. And after some time, as I concentrate this way, you will notice that you start feeling a nice warm feeling in the middle of your chest. You feel some opening, you feel love, you feel compassion, you feel devotion. Things start shifting inside you. That's amazing. Can we affect another person remotely this way? That's the idea behind remote energy healing. It's not just sending energy from my heart to your heart. That's a very basic example. It can be done in a much more sophisticated way. I'm just saying that it's very doable once you get this development in your spiritual practice to work with energies very efficiently, not only in yourself, but also with others. As I was doing this for some years in my career as a yogi and tantric, when the pandemic came, I realized, people are locked up. Why not share the experiences and the knowledge that I have in a more systematic way as a course so anyone can do it, especially when people are so locked up or remotely located or whatever the problem may be. And that's when this thing started happening. From 2020, I started making this course a more official course. This has been about 5 or so years ago now that we've been teaching remote energy healing. Up till then, there wasn't so much of a need. A lot of people just wanted to do more Tantra massage, meet each other, work on each other directly, which was fine for most people. But later on, this became more and more of a critical need. So it became but I created it into an actual systematic way of learning it, which is what this course is about. And by the way, if any one of you is curious to really be convinced, and it's actually something I recommend, because you're kind of entering into a world, if you haven't done this before, maybe some of you have done other type of healing, Reiki or other things, and it's not so new for you. But for those who really want to understand it, to be more convinced that this subject of working with energy is real and it actually works, I highly recommend that you watch a video of a documentary that we have created back in 2014. I was invited with Lisa to visit Denmark by one of the main TV channels over there, and they took us to the University Hospital of Copenhagen and a few other institutions, and they used various devices with professors, technicians on me as I was doing healing on various models. So they used infrared cameras, they used all kinds of electronics, at some point connecting the brain of the receiver by putting all kinds of electrodes to a computer system, and a technician was monitoring, doctors were there, professors. They were very intense to make this a very strictly scientific experiment. I had to only use short sleeves, wash my hands many times, and all kinds of stuff. And when I was doing this energy work, it was shown very clearly that the parasympathetic nervous system was going up 50% more than normal, which is totally unusual. And the people receiving the sessions, because of this increase in parasympathetic activity, showed increase in healing capacity. At some point, they even took me and the model to an MRI machine, put the model inside the machine as they observed the function of the brain. I was using my hand just to do some of the healing, and the person was having a lot of reactions, and the brain showed healing is happening in the body. They could not explain it. The doctors lost their mind. They couldn't explain it. It was very interesting. Have a look at that video. Shiva can share the link with you here if you haven't done it so, and you can see it. Why am I saying this? Is not me trying to show off to anybody. I'm just trying to give you something tangible. In case you have doubts that I don't even know if this energy works and so on, watch that video so you can really feel inspired and at least have your faith more strong as we are about to embark in this journey together. So you can see, yes, these things actually work, and it's not just some, fluffy bunnies, butterflies, and rainbows. It is a real thing. So having said all that, I'll move on now. I can talk so much about Tantra and the various laws that govern it, but before I move on, let me just see how we're doing with time. Maybe Shiva there can give me some update. What's the situation?
So in a few minutes, it would be good to start with the healing modalities, the 3 modalities.
All right, so in that case, I'm going to stop here. There's more to say about Tantra as a general teaching, but I'm going to leave it here for now. And I suggest we take a brief break of 5 minutes, and then we come back and I'll take it with the next step.
Very good, everybody. So 5 minutes break, just a quick one, and then we continue. So let us get ready to continue. This was just a quick break between 2 topics. So now Soma discovered or explained a quick introduction of Tantra and remote healing, and followed by the modalities of the remote Tantra. So he will talk about 3 modalities that we will cover throughout the course. And for this, you simply need to come back, once again switching on your camera, and Soma is going to continue in a moment.
Okay, everyone. Picking up where we left off, it's time to discuss what I call the 3 modalities of remote energy healing. So we talked a bit about the background of Tantra, where it comes from, what it's about. We emphasized the importance of Shakti or energy, which is really the core of the Tantric teachings. Understanding Shakti from a Tantric perspective is the real reason why energy works and remote energy healing works, as opposed to other systems where it might be a bit more vague, as I said already on this topic. So let's understand these 3 modalities. Number 1 is what we call remote energy healing. This modality needs explanation. We need to understand here that the energy we are working with, it might not always be understood in other traditions very clearly. It might sound very vague. You hear this a lot when people say, I'm sending you healing energy. But what does it mean? What is the healing energy exactly? Instead of making it very vague, saying I'm sending you white light or something similar, in Tantra, when we talk about energy, we talk about a specific frequency or vibration, the same as you understand it in physics. When we talk about energy, we talk about frequency. That's always the case. Everything that exists in our reality has a specific vibration. Even something that seems very solid, like a table or a rock, is a conglomerate of energy which has a certain shape, consistency, and unique resonance. With the right tools, like an oscilloscope or stroboscope, frequencies of objects can be measured in physics. The more solid something is, the slower the vibration. The more gentle, subtle, or even ethereal something is, the higher the vibration. If you compare a rock to gas, even gas occupies certain space. You can box it up in a container, you can compress gas, and you can use it for cooking, for example. This means even gas is physical. It's physical matter, only it has a very light consistency. It is just much more subtle in its frequency. The rule of thumb is the higher the frequency of vibration, the more subtle the element or object. In remote energy healing, according to tantric principles, we are using a few different frequencies. Just as there are different frequencies within us, these frequencies manifest as the 7 chakras. I've mentioned that briefly in the introduction, so I won't go too much into it right now. It will be explained to you in more details later. Bottom line is that the human being is made of flesh and blood and bones and tissues and everything physical that we know, whatever you've learned in anatomy, the physical matter that we can perceive relatively easy, but the human being is also made out of subtle energies. We actually have a few bodies. Sounds a bit strange for more material people who say, what few bodies? I've got this one body, what are you talking about? But in the spiritual teachings of Tantra, it is understood that the human being is made of the physical body, but there are extra 4 more bodies which are not separate from the physical body. They all overlap and occupy the same space, actually. But the higher the bodies, the more subtle the energy. This is very, very critical for you to understand, because the understanding the consistency and the names and the whole structure of the 5 bodies is very critical for healing. You can say that I'm working with healing, and you don't understand that the human being is more than physical. If you don't know anything about the 5 bodies, which perhaps some of you have not yet learned with us, then you may have challenges in understanding a lot of things in healing. And actually, you may even say that you don't even know who you really are. What are you, and what are you made of? How could you possibly work with another human being successfully if you don't understand what of your energy levels is functioning when you do healing, and what of the energy levels of the individual you work with are interacting with you? You interact on subtle levels. Obviously, I mean, this is silly, but I'll say it anyway. Obviously, nobody believes that I'm sitting here, I'm in Estonia right now, and I'm stretching my arm physically all the way to another country to tickle you and give you a healing experience. That's not obviously a physical thing. I mean, it's silly to even think this way. But when we talk about the energy, more subtle levels, and you will see exactly which ones, I'm just giving you an overall overview right now. Some of these higher levels, you see the higher bodies, some of them can be extremely elastic. They can move and separate from the physical body, and they can have all kinds of effects. And then you can resonate. It's like 2 radios communicating, but not physically the radios move and touch each other. These are subtle frequencies between the radios that combine frequencies, connect, exchange information, download, upload, just like with your laptop or your phone. You have on your phone Bluetooth antenna, you have on your phone Wi-Fi capacity, you have on your phone an antenna for the network, the 5G or 4G network, you have on your phone all kinds of antennas. Some of you even have NFC, that it's a short antenna just to connect with your payment system when you click and you want to pay for your groceries or something. There are different frequencies, antennas. In the same way, in the human being, we have different bodies, different chakras, and that creates different potentialities of interacting in different ways with different levels, with different people, and with all kinds of other elements of nature. So we need to take all that information and bring it down to very clear steps. What are the energies? What are their names? What bodies get involved? And that's how we're going to explore this in the coming, today a little bit, tomorrow, in the coming days. You'll get very, very clear about all that. And you'll know exactly what kind of energy works, what chakra is involved, which of your bodies is doing what. And this way you will be able to do the healing from a place of knowledge, not from a place of vagueness, that I'm sitting there and I just feel you intuitively and I'm sending you green healing energy and hope for the best. This is very vague, confusing, and new agey. We're going to make it into very, very practical application. For you, I'm on purpose right now not touching on the terms, because we need to unfold it step by step. I don't want to confuse you, and I don't want to overload you in the first day with tons of terms and names and Sanskrit names, and you'll be lost before we even start. So step by step, carefully, baby steps, we'll go into it. So now, if we reduce the healing only to the physical tissues, then we are only addressing part of the equation and not the biggest part, actually. And then we are surprised why we're not getting the results we're hoping for. And that touches on a very important topic that I want to clarify for you. We will go into it in more details later, but the thing is, most people don't realize that our physical body, body number one, as we call it, is only part of the equation. We have the second body, which is called the Pranamaya Kosha in Sanskrit. You'll be told all the details later. Basically, the second body is made of prana, what we call prana in Sanskrit, in yoga, which is called in Chinese medicine, Chinese martial arts. It is called chi, like Tai Chi or Qi Kong. It's the life force of the human being. And in other traditions, it's called by different names. Now, the thing is that these pranic, etheric energy that we're talking about, it's existing inside your physical body, only it's bigger than your physical body. Usually, for the average person, it extends about 2 to 4 centimeters outside your physical body everywhere. So imagine you slightly bigger with 2 to 4 centimeters extending outside. It's not a layer. I want to be very clear. I know some of you heard this before, but I'll say it clearly because it's very critical for our practice here. It's not a layer. That different bodies are not like an onion that you peel one layer and another layer. No, these all are bodies that are existing inside of us, but some of them are bigger than the physical, and therefore they come out and further out of the physical body, but they also exist inside the physical body. How is that possible? You know that it's possible. I just mentioned all these frequencies that cross the space right now where you are, Wi-Fi and network, and they even cross through your body, and you're still fine, because our physical body, as much as it looks very solid and so on, actually there's a lot of space in between the atoms and molecules and so on, and there can be a lot of frequencies and energies that cross through your body and you don't even feel it. But it doesn't mean they're not there occupying the same space. In the same way with the bodies, the higher the body, the bigger it is, but it actually is occupying the same space as you physically, but extends further. Now, the second body, the etheric body or energy, this pranamaya kosha, what we call it, the body made of prana, this energy, and this is critical to understand, that is the intelligent body. This is the body that has its own intelligence, the life force. It's not just some random matter or frequency. It has intelligence of its own. Just like if you have a scrape on your arm, you don't need to sit and think, please heal. Automatically the body heals. How does it do it? It does it because of the prana maya kosha, this etheric energy, this second body. So basically the second body, which we call the etheric body in parapsychology, it is called as such. In other words, this body made of chi or prana, that body is like a blueprint that tells your tissues how to multiply, how to grow, how to stop growing when it reaches where it should be, and so on. It tells your body, physical body, what to do. And that is why if you do any kind of healing work, that which causes the healing to your physical body is actually the etheric body. It's the prana that brings healing. Many people, because we come from this modern approach of modern science and modern medicine, we are told if you're sick, take a medicine, and then that will go into the tissues, and the antibiotics or whatever it is that you took will kill the bad bacteria, and then you will be healthy. It's all about physiology. That's what we are told. But actually what Tantra and parapsychology and many other systems in history, from Ayurveda to others, have actually declared is that it's not the physical body which is the main focus. It's the etheric body. And if you know how to fix the energy, you can fix the physical body. For example, if somebody is having, let's say, physical scratch or physical damage in the body, it is the etheric actually that gets damaged. For example, if somebody is sick, let's say somebody has a certain part of the body where there is a problem, a sickness, a pain or something. If you would be able to put your magic spectacles and see energy, and you would look at that place where there is, let's say, some health problem, you will see that the etheric body is extending outside, and then there's like a hole, a bump in the area where the health problem exists. And that's why the tissues in that area, they don't know how to behave. It can behave in all kinds of chaotic ways. Even cancer or all kinds of things can happen because there is a problem first in the energy level, and only secondary, it manifests in the physical level. There's so much research on this, actually, at least in parapsychology, which is very interesting to see. Now, we can talk about it later if you want, I can go into that. But for now, I just want to clarify the point. For example, a classic example that will show you what I'm talking about is very accurate. Have you thought what exactly happens when somebody gets a burn? Let's say you touch something very hot, or you spilled hot oil on your arm or something like that, and then you get a burn. Now, if you just put some, I don't know, aloe vera or whatever the doctor gives you, and you wait for the tissues to heal, they will heal, but the chances are very high that you will have a not very pretty scar over there. Everybody knows that scars from burns are not very nice. Question, why? And the answer is that certain elements or certain things, let me just close more applications here. It's a bit noisy in the background. So as I was saying, there are certain things that damage the etheric body permanently, and those would be heat and acid. And that's why, for example, even some criminals notice that if they burn the tip of their fingers with acid, the fingerprints will never come back. It won't heal. If you just cut it, it will heal, and you got your fingerprints back. But if you burn it with acid, it will never heal. Why is it that this happens? The answer is because the damage, let's say from hot oil or something, happened to the etheric. Now the etheric body here is damaged, and there's no correct information to tell the tissues what to do, how to fix themselves. For example, one of the teachers that I've had from years ago, he was working at some point in the kitchen doing some things when he was young, and he said that he poured some hot oil accidentally on his foot or something, and then he put some aloe vera, the usual stuff, and later on, even today, if I meet him, I would look at his foot, he's got a scar from a young age where he burned himself. It never healed fully because scars usually happen from burns and so on. Later on in his life, after he was having this little accident, when he was in university or something, he had another accident where he poured a large quantity this time of oil on a certain area of his body, But instead of having a scar, because by this point he already did a lot of yoga, pranayama, and so on, he didn't just put aloe vera, he actually sent energy there, pranayama. He did some pranayama and he sent energy there, and he fixed the etheric body first. And funny enough, if you look on his arm today, 0 scar. And that was a much bigger surface area that was damaged compared to the small drop of oil that he had from a burn when he didn't know yoga. So that explains a lot, because it shows us that it's all about the etheric energy when it comes to healing in the physical body. So this is just a little of an overview. We'll go in more details as we progress. You'll see how you can apply it in work, because you will be working with the etheric energy. Let me already tell you, it is the second body that does a lot of the healing. But you will see that in order to get the second body to do the healing, and you'll see what it means and all the details very soon, we have to work also with the third body, which is called the astral body. We'll jump into all these things later on, but you need to get just some introduction at this point, so that's what I'm doing. Right, so having said all that, we see that there's a lot of things that can affect your energy. For example, Swami Shivananda from India used to say that when you eat food, it doesn't only support you with, you know, the macronutrients and the minerals and the vitamins and the stuff that you take from the food. That's the organic part. Food also carries prana. This is known throughout the whole yogic and tantric system. And that's why when you eat food, your body has the capacity to separate from the food the prana and take it to your second body and to charge you energetically in your aura. And the physical part of the food is nourishing the physiological functions of the body. When you eat food with very little prana, which, by the way, it's much of the food that we have today. Let me give you a tip right now. There's a very easy way that you can eliminate most of the prana from your food. Not that it's a good thing, I'm just telling you. And that is, for example, to use a microwave. Many people don't know this, but when you put food in a microwave, when you take it out, it lost about 80 to 90% of its prana. And then the taste might be the same, not so much, but might be. The physiological, the organic stuff is assimilated, but energetically you got very little from that food. Same goes today with a lot of the fast food and a lot of the stuff that we eat today. Usually it has much less prana than it used to be, not to mention genetically modified foods and so on. This can go for hours, so I'm trying to restrain myself from sharing too much right now as we are taking baby steps moving forwards in the teaching. So in the same way, let's put aside what we learned so far and move on. In the same way, when we're working with remote healing in Tantra, we are tapping into the subtle forms of energy. Not just the second body, you'll see also the third body, even the fourth body to a degree will be involved. It's a fascinating way of working once you understand how the mechanisms work, and we'll teach you everything step by step. So those subtle forms of energy within us and others are, let's call it, open for manipulation. And I'm not saying it in a horrible way. I'm just saying they are open to be worked with. You can modify, change, elevate, support, help. You can do a lot with the energy when you understand how energy works. So we want to be able to work. When you want to heal someone, you need to feel energy, know how to work with it, and how to so-called manipulate it, but in a positive way, for the purpose of fixing certain problems that are there. And they are there because there cannot be a disease or a damage or a problem or even an emotional problem or even a trauma without a corresponding something happening in the etheric body. There will always be something there, some signals, some signs in the etheric body or some damage to the etheric body that corresponds to the issue, physiologic or even emotional, although it's a bit more complex on the emotional level. There are always something there. You cannot say that someone is having, let's say, a very healthy body, but a very damaged and, let's say, very bad quality etheric body. It's impossible. You can't have physiologically a healthy body, but your etheric body, the second body, is messed up. No, it's simply not possible. And that is exactly what we're trying to do here. Learn how to recognize those issues, and how to work with them, heal them, modify, and move some energy from where there is less and where there is more. We fix it, we combine, we do a lot of things. You'll see as we do the practice very soon. So those subtle forms of energy within us and within others are able to be worked with, manipulated in a positive way. When we want to do a healing session, we need to be aware of the physical body, but also the subtle bodies. Now, first, we become aware. That's the first step. We need to become aware of those bodies. You can't work with these bodies if you don't even know they exist, if you don't know how to feel them or understand what their function is. So you need to become aware first, and then we need to establish a connection between your etheric body and the etheric body of the practitioner or client, whatever you want to call it, and so on. There's more to it, but I'm briefly going into it now. For this to take place, we need to work with different frequencies of your own bodies. In this way, we can interact with the same frequencies. You can't expect this level of frequency to work with this level of frequency. They have to be on the same frequency for effects to take place. So we keep it at the same level of frequency always when we do healing. However, there will be a spillover effect, I would call it, to the other bodies. There are 5 bodies, and therefore think of it this way. You have the physical body, you have the etheric energy, prana body, you have the emotional body, and higher bodies are there. But if we say physical, etheric, if I fix the etheric body, and now I have positive effects here, realize the etheric body is like in a sandwich between the physical and the astral. And if you have positive effects on the etheric body, there'll be a spillover effect to 2 bodies on each side. The physical will benefit, but also the emotional astral will benefit. You'll see what it means. Don't get too stressed. We'll dive into it slowly in the coming days, and these things will become more and more clear. I'm just giving you some, tidbits, some glimpses into how these things work, so you start getting to see what we do here. So when you want to work on the physical body of a person, you also need your own physical body to be there. Physical to physical, it's obvious. It's like massage. If I want to work with my etheric body, I want to interact with the etheric body of a person. Astral to astral. Usually this is the law of the planes, and we want to fit each plane corresponds to another plane. A bit like when we mentioned earlier the example of a radio and radio frequencies. So as long as you are broadcasting, for lack of a better term, on the same wavelength, a lot of things can happen. Same as if your computer is connected to the Wi-Fi and it's resonating with the Wi-Fi router in your house, now you can upload and download a lot of information and data. The computer also needs to resonate with the router for these channels to be open and things to work. Now, this is just some general understanding. So let's see the first modality in Tantra, and that's the remote healing. And I described a little bit what this modality is about. Understanding the law of the planes, it is called, the resonance, how to interact on each level. And we will deal a lot with this modality in the coming days, and you'll see exactly what it means. There's another modality, the second one I want to discuss and we'll teach in this course. It's called self-healing. Instead of healing somebody else, what about healing yourself? A lot of people asking this usually in the past, they usually talk to me, how can I do self-healing? That's why we usually include in this course also this modality of healing your own self. Most healers are supporting their clients, giving energy and supporting and healing and doing sessions. But actually, it has been shown that many people who are these kind of healers not always receive healing. It's the famous adage that says that the shoemaker is walking barefoot. Somehow, like you are a good massage therapist, but rarely you manage to get a massage yourself, type of thing. So it's a bit of an issue. We can use the same principles that we discussed earlier in the first modality about energy healing and the different bodies on yourself. You can actually, by turning the whole process on yourself, work on your etheric body. You can work even on your astral body, and even more than that, if you know how, with slight modifications, of course. We can, in other words, self-manipulate or self-reorganize or self-redistribute, sublime, or transmute our own energies for the purpose of resolving our own issues. You need to remember one important thing. Disease is always a matter of frequency of energy. It's an energy problem. If you are able and you have, let's say if you do have, God forbid, a certain problem in your body, a problem with an organ or a pain or something that exists in you, it can be understood as an energetical problem. We can even go as far as saying when somebody bumps into your car, like some people say, how can you say that every problem that I have is an energy problem? What if I was not even doing anything? I was sitting in my car and somebody crashed into my car behind when we were parking, or I was sitting in the red light or something. I didn't do anything. It was just an accident, and you're still telling me something in my energy is wrong to cause this problem? Eventually, everything is a matter of frequency of energy within you. It's very easy to blame other people. I'm feeling sick because they made me angry, or they hurt me, or this or that. But the reality is that it is your own frequency that attracts certain circumstances into your life. And that is why if we don't understand these principles, we don't know how to prevent issues or even how to heal them. You cannot have, for example, an accident or a circumstance that happened to you out of the blue, you might say, if your frequency of energy was correct. For example, you never hear Swami Shivananda got into a fist fight with somebody when he was walking down the street and they pissed him off. You never hear that Swami Yogananda Paramahamsa had a car accident and somebody sued them to court and whatever. Why for them this never happens? For us, these things happen all the time. But these dudes, oh, they somehow never, it's because they have a different frequency. If you purify yourself, not just physically, but on higher levels, then your frequency changes. And as a result of that, certain things will not happen to you. Actually, it's your frequency. And you will find yourself having a different life. We all want to have life experience which is positive, supportive, harmonious, but we always wonder, why is it happening? Why do bad things happen to good people? Actually, you may be a good person, but you still carry within you wrong frequencies. And that's why when we do self-healing, we need to work at that level. And we will discuss this and even do self-healing sessions during the coming days, and you'll see exactly what it means. In other words, you need to fix your energy frequency in order to heal or even change circumstances in your life. That's what we call self-healing. That's the second modality. And this is not easy for people to accept sometimes, because realize this, in order to get it, it means that you need to put the responsibility about everything that happens in your life fully in your court. You can't blame others anymore. It's very difficult because we love blaming others for shit that happens. You know, it's the government, it's the courts, it's this, but we don't want to take full responsibility. Here, when we understand how energy works, we need to assume responsibility by getting, I'm not saying start blaming yourself and feel bad, just realize it's okay. In fact, this is a source of your power. When you stop blaming others and then what could I do? It's the government. Instead, you're saying it's about me. I just need to fix my energy. I have the power. I'm not a victim anymore. I'm not somebody that, oh, I just got caught up in some bad business. Suddenly I realize it's something that I can do. I can work on it. And that's why this is very, very good. Unfortunately, most people are playing the game of hot potatoes, where who will be the last one with a hot potato in their hands? The guilt game, you know? Who is to blame? The blame game. And that is not healthy for anybody, especially not for you, if you want to heal yourself. In Tantra, it's all eventually coming down to your own resonance. We will discuss this more when we start doing self-healing later on. And you'll see that you can use certain protocols for healing others, other protocols, modified protocols for healing yourself. And you can use that in various ways. Let's move on now to the third modality. This one is called remote sexuality. It is possible in Tantra to experience sexual exchange. It's like making love, sexual excitement, the whole thing really, even a profound orgasmic experience remotely. It is possible. It's like having sex, but remotely. This has been demonstrated and has been done by various tantric practitioners. I have done this with, I know, partners that I had in my past, partners in my life, sexual partners, and I can definitely say that this can be done and it can work and it can be very real. In fact, it can be very intense. We're talking here about a tantric form of sexuality. The average person has sex as a usual kind of physiological exchange. There is an arousal, the arousal continues and even grows. At some point, it leads to an explosion, usually, and therefore there's a loss of energy, and then the pleasure and the arousal is finished, and there's a closure to the experience. It's a kind of classical formula. Especially this applies for men. Of course, it depends very much on the level of skill that the man has in Tantra, if he knows tantric sexuality or not. Same goes for the woman. But for men, it's even more clear, because for men, it involves the erection and ejaculation. And this means that there's a pleasure that continues until at some point it ends. In Tantra, because men control their energy, they can maintain the pleasure much longer and enhance it tremendously. For women, even more so, because women are considered in Tantra to be natural-born tantrics. And in women, it's a bit easier because they are considered simply naturally connected to the energy. It is the Shakti that the woman can embody much easier than a man. And that's why women can also experience sexuality in very profound ways, but that's something that I'm not going to go into right now because this is part of the Tantric Sexuality course. We are not dealing with this here, we're dealing with healing. So for the average person, we're talking about this type of approach to sexuality, which is very superficial, usually. I mean, some people can be good lovers, but still it has its limits. And compared to Tantra, where we know we can reach to higher plateaus of pleasure, sustaining the energy much longer without any loss, and reaching blissful experiences, multiple orgasms, and all kinds of good stuff. Now, when we are talking about remote sexuality, naturally, we gravitate towards the tantric form of sexuality here. We're not going to do remote sexuality, which is regular, explosive, disappointing type of sex. That's not the point. This is what tantrics say. You can literally make love. You know what the secret is? You don't make love physically. You make love with your third body, the astral body. It's actually astral sex. It's a type of astral sex in Tantra. And when even then, tantric sex can be done pathetically or negatively, or it can be done positively tantrically. Obviously, we do it the tantric way, but that's something for another time. I just want to give you the general understanding. Doing this remotely can be either short or disappointing if people are not into Tantra, or it can be incredibly satisfying and sometimes much more powerful than even physical sex. That's how far tantric sexuality remotely can be so powerful in the tantric tradition. We do need to clarify one thing at this point very strongly, so pay attention, please. What I'm saying is this: in this course, we are not working with the third modality of tantric sex. This is not part of this course. It can be done in tantric sexuality studies and in the advanced tantric sexuality studies, especially. We have a tantric sexuality number 2 that we are creating, where this will be introduced in more details. But that is for when sexuality is part of the tantric work. Here in this course, we are working on, as the course says, remote energy healing therapist, not remote energy or remote tantric sexuality. This is not what this course is about. So I've mentioned the 3 modalities, and they are overlapping. You may find sometimes that you do remote energy healing on someone, And as the energy wells up inside of them and they start feeling strong vibrations and they start healing, that actually it feels blissful and even orgasmic, but that's a secondary or even tertiary effect. And it's not because the aim was, let me give you an orgasm to make you feel good. That was an accidental effect, which is positive, because when the energy vibrates very strongly, it brings a lot of healing, but it can also be very ecstatic. But it's not because we aim for remote sex, just to be clear. So in this course, we're focusing on the first two modalities, remote energy healing and self-healing. Tantric sexuality done remotely is not part of this course. I'm just giving you the overview, what exists and what we will apply in this course. So remember, you must have an effect within you when you want to have an effect on another person. You cannot say that when you do energy healing on someone, you inside feel dead, but that person that you work with is having great healing. It doesn't work like that. If you do authentic healing and the energy is building up, you feel it inside you. You feel exactly what is happening when you do it on another person. It's like a mirroring effect, and we'll touch upon that. I'm just giving you some guidelines, but we will touch on that as we go deeper. That's the principle of resonance, the vibration, like two radio stations going to the same resonance. I've talked about it before, so I'm just connecting all the dots for you at this point. So that's it. These are the three modalities, and that's what I wanted to discuss. Shiva, how are we doing with time? What comes next? Shall we do Q&A or do we need a break?
We do have a bit of time for questions, and after that would be a break.
Okay, so questions, anyone? You know what to do. If you don't, Shiva, maybe you can explain about the technicalities of it.
Yeah, just before we start questions, I have to mention that there will be a lot of lectures still coming, which gives more content to what Soma was just introducing. So David, your question, please.
Yes. I have a question about how to respond to people. Sometimes I get a casual question in passing. The person isn't looking for more than a 2-sentence answer. They just want to hear something and move on. And the question is, how is Tantric remote healing different from Reiki remote healing? And they want a surface answer or a fast one. How would you respond?
First, I just want to emphasize something before I answer your question, because the way you phrase the question, it could also be understood that, you know, you're spending time with people, explaining for them different things, and they ask you questions, and how should you answer? That sounds like you're teaching. And I just want to be clear that I don't know what you do in your life, and maybe you do teach something to do with energy and stuff. That's great. More power to you. But when it comes to this course, I'm just using the opportunity. It's not you, David. I'm just using the opportunity to be clear with the group that in this course, this is not, and I want to say very clearly, this is not a teacher training course. None of you at the end of this course would be able to teach remote energy healing. Even if you think you can, you cannot. So remember that this is a course that's meant to give you skills that you can do therapy on other people if you choose, or just do it on friends, on family occasionally or something like that, then that's fine. And that's why at the end of this course, you're not supposed to sit in front of people and give them teachings about remote energy healing. You cannot do that. And even if you think you can, I guarantee it will not be what is supposed to be. So just clarifying that little point there. As for answering briefly, in case you are working with a client, let's say, as a remote energy healing Tantric energy, as we teach here, and they ask you, is this the same as Reiki? The answer is no. That's the short answer. If we want to give a bit more detail, then I would say that Reiki is something else. It is created in the Japanese environment. It is something that has to do with working with energy, which is going through the crown chakra, and it is not necessarily that spiritual, but it is healing, and it works with certain healing entities from the Shinto tradition of Japan. That's why anyone who does master in Reiki, you get all kinds of symbols to work with. These symbols are not just blabber symbols. They put you in resonance with certain healing entities from the Japanese background, and they can help with the healing. Reiki is nice. It's very neutral. I like this form of healing. Nothing wrong with that. But to clarify, it is not Tantra the way we teach, and it's not Tantric healing at all. These are different modalities completely.
And this question came up in a meeting I was in, a meeting of therapists of different areas, and it was a topic about referral. You know, we want to understand what everybody else is doing so we can do first referrals.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, David. Let's see who's next.
Clayton, your question, please.
Thank you, Shiva. Two, if I may. The first one, Samananda, is you mentioned several times, you know, this the ego, and in the presence of ego, there's the lack of spirituality. So where there's ego, there's not, or to whatever degree there's ego, there's that much less of spirituality, and vice versa. What is spirituality? Like, I have my definition of it, but there's, like you've said, a science and an engineering to this. Like, so what is the definition of spirituality?
Well, obviously, first and foremost, when we say spirituality, it comes from the word spirit. That's very clear. And the idea in Tantric metaphysics is that human beings and even animals have a spirit related to them. That means that the moment we are born, actually, it's before we are born, there is a spirit that inhabits the physical body. That spirit, you can call it soul, you can call it Atman, you can call it Jivatman. It has various names in different traditions, but it is a soul which is integrated to the physical body. And it is with the physical body throughout the life until the physical body ends his function, and then the soul separates from the physical body and leaves it. It's a very crude explanation, but it will suffice for now. Now, the point is that the soul is encased in the 5 bodies, as I just explained, when we talked about the 5 bodies briefly. Okay. And then that means that the soul is in a state of ignorance. That means it is not having the self-recognition. It's like a person who is sleepwalking. You stop them, you talk to them, they think it's part of a dream. They're not really aware of what's going on. So we're a bit of a sleepwalkers through this reality. We are dominated by the stimulation coming and the input coming through the 5 senses. It creates all kinds of mental functions called samskaras and vasanas in the Raja Yoga tradition. And we kind of create a matrix around us that we experience. It's like a virtual reality. For lack of a better term, we can say we live in a video game, for those who like these terms. And we go through life so immersed in this virtual reality without realizing, wait a minute, this is just a game. It's not real, in the sense that the only thing which is truly real is the soul itself, the true self of the human being. So what is spirituality, to conclude? It is the process where the soul, because of its aspiration to recognize and realize its own self, it kind of gives impulse to the various functions, the mind, the desires, and so on, to aspire for that realization. There's a thirst, there's a need in the human being to understand its true nature. Most people, if the soul is not very evolved yet, let's call it a young soul, like a baby. When you look at the baby, it's not aware of what's going in the room so much. It goes and it puts something in the mouth and it's crying and moving, and it's like it's very limited in its experience. And it's not aware. It's a young soul. But when a soul has reincarnated enough times, and I'm not going to go into details about it right now, at some point there comes a moment where the soul starts feeling something different. There's a feeling generally in the human structure, and it can only happen in a human being. And no animal has this. I can go into details, but let's leave it at that for now. And when that moment comes, then suddenly there's a yearning. And the yearning is not clear. I need something and I don't know what it is. Something is missing in my life. Why am I not satisfied? Maybe in previous lives, you were totally satisfied to be on the beach, drink mojitos, dance in parties, do whatever it is you've done. Life is perfect. But if you do this enough lifetimes, you've been a king, you've been a pauper, you've been rich, you've been poor, you've been a man, you've been a woman, you've done it all. You've had kids, you didn't have kids, doesn't matter. At some point, at certain reincarnation level, the person is feeling something is not there. I need more. Is there more to life, or is it just another pizza and another iPod and another this and another? There must be more. This feeling, when that grows, it's because the soul start getting to the point where now it experienced enough of the low-grade experiences and it needs to understand the truth. That yearning is a yearning that pushes a person to realize, to push in the direction of understanding, studying from spiritual masters, reading spiritual texts. Why would you read a spiritual text, for God's sake, when you have Netflix? It's much more interesting, but at some point it doesn't attract you anymore. You want, there's a hunger that spiritual people develop. Maybe in the beginning they will go in the wrong direction. They'll try different spiritual stuff out there, which is not really spiritual, but it's okay. You're still looking. And at some point, the soul will find ways to learn and to investigate and eventually to have more and more realization. It's like conquering territories. You get 10% more spiritual, 15% more spiritual. As you get more clarity, more understanding, the realization becomes more deep. And eventually, what happens when spirituality is achieved fully is what we call enlightenment or self-realization, or in yoga, technical term is samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi specifically. When that happens, the soul is getting to the point that it sees itself perfectly and realizes, who am I seeing? It is me. There's a complete identity and understanding of your true self. When that happens, you don't anymore see the video game as you used to. You are experiencing it very differently, and you then have different objectives in the video game. It's not anymore just accumulating money and power and pleasure and sex and food and all the desires. They're there, but they can never compete anymore with the bliss of self-realization. So what is spirituality? That is the path. That's what spirituality is about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect. And thank you for going so deep on it as well. The other quick question, because I could talk with you at hours at length about that, is you said we feel everything going on within the practitioner. Can you elaborate on that? Like, I'm assuming that doesn't presuppose self-healing at the same time then. It sounds like it is amazing and it's great. I guess something that comes up is like, is there issue if like they start having an orgasm? Are you then as a practitioner having to manage that in the experience? Just more curiosity than anything.
First and foremost, I didn't say we necessarily experience every single thing that the receiver is having. We're not going to such a level unless you are an extremely developed human being that you can feel everything. Usually it doesn't go as far as that. What does happen is that we can sense to a degree what energetically is transpiring during the session and what we're trying to push, to achieve, to manipulate, to ascertain, to move, to control as we are working on the person's aura and trying to fix the things that need fixing. That we feel. I don't necessarily feel what's happening in his left toe or what's going on when he thinks about chocolate cakes. I don't go as far as that. I just work on what is relevant for the healing session. And sometimes emotional things that may come up, I will also perceive. But remember, you are more like a mirror. You do feel certain things, but it's a distant echo compared to what the practitioner feels in real time. Just like when you have a mirror in front of a chocolate cake, when you eat the chocolate cake, you can feel it, but you can't taste the chocolate cake in the mirror. It's just a reflection. This is more or close to what we're talking about. Not exactly, but it gives an idea.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Soma.
Sure.
Let's move to the question from Maya.
Hey, Soma. I was just wondering, when you say that the etheric or the pranamaya kosha is a blueprint, when is that blueprint created? Are we born with it? Is it there by our birth? Does it come later? Like our body is always there by birth?
It's from day one. The second the sperm cell connects with the ovum and insemination takes place, already there is, of course, not a complete pranamaya kosha or etheric body created, but now there is like an identity, or let's say a single cell energy structure, which already starts developing within the mother's womb. As the uterus creates, the fetus, and the fetus grows more and more, then it starts slowly developing some kind of an etheric body that belongs to it. But it is at this point completely identical or meshed up, overlapping with the mother's etheric body. They're not separate technically, and that's why when the mother is having some experiences, the fetus can feel, and vice versa, because it's a complete sharing. Only when the fetus leaves the body in the birth experience, then there's starting to be a separation of the etheric body. But still, the resonance is very strong. When the umbilical cord is cut, then that's another step of independence. Still, there's a resonance which is very strong. That's why when the baby is young, the mother can feel the baby, usually, not always, depends how she is. If she's very disconnected from nature and she's a kind of CEO who runs around and does all kinds of meetings and power walking and whatever, then perhaps it will be much faster that she disconnects from the child. But in the old days, especially in more natural societies, the child and the mother would be together for years still. And of course, it comes with the breastfeeding, which is very important. The breastfeeding creates this energetic connection, maintains it, and establishes it for a long time. That's why it's very good to do breastfeeding, and especially for years. Some breastfeed for 2-3 years even. It depends on the situation and the society and so on. And then there is still a strong resonance between that etheric body of the baby and the mother. As the child grows more and more, it becomes more independent, as we know, and the separation and the resonance changes in quality. But it starts from day one, from the exact insemination moment.
But the etheric body normally dies before the physical, right? So that's why I was wondering, time-wise, when are the bodies created and when do they die, basically?
No, it does not die before. Actually, the physical body expires first, and the etheric body still exists for approximately 40 to 49 days after the expiration of the physical body.
Okay.
I can see you don't agree. That's okay.
No, I just felt bad because I remembered it wrongly as I did Art of Dying, so I had to know that. And I was like, okay, I kind of misunderstood it then, because I kind of understood that the energy of the pranic body decreases before death, and that's what giving signals that the physical body will, expire.
There can be a decrease in the sense that certain organs function less, and then it shows that the etheric body in that area is damaged. But it doesn't mean that the whole etheric body of the person is slowly dying. I never said that. And the etheric body remains intact to a degree. At the moment of death, there's already a deterioration, but the structure is still there. And after death, it takes approximately 49 days. It depends on the situation, where there's slowly a disintegration of the etheric body until eventually it's completely gone and back to nature.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Who's next?
Let's move to Jože, and after that we have a break.
I would please ask how it comes also to some discrepancies in different scriptures, and maybe about in Puranic sources it's written that one yuga is 432,000 years, and in Tantra is all the four together is about 25,000. And how is these differences? We cannot by ourselves, we cannot know. We just can read it and assume. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true, and it's a very good observation. The thing is that when we look at the Puranas, when we look at some of the Tibetan texts, and there are other texts that may show different numbers. For example, the guru of Yogananda, Sri Yukteswar, wrote a book called Holy Science, if I'm not mistaken, and there he wrote about the yugas in a very different way, which until today many yogis cannot understand how he came up with it. It doesn't fit with the traditional knowledge of the Puranas or the Tantras, although they are also somewhat different. We need to understand that in India, The systems were created by Indian people who unfortunately are not German engineers. And that means that when they create systems, sometimes they use terms which overlap and can be used to different meanings, although it is the same term. Like, for example, you find the word Shiva. In Tantra, Shiva is the supreme consciousness. It is everything. It is the absolute. And yet, in the Hindu religion, Shiva is just one of the three main gods. You've got Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer of the universe. And then Shiva is only a part of reality or the supreme reality. But this is a misunderstanding because they mean different systems, but they use the same term. In the same way, when we're talking about the subject of the cosmic cycles, in the Puranas, they talk about bigger cosmic cycles which exist. I already said, even when I spoke about these cosmic cycles, that they are part of bigger cycles. For example, you've got the yugas, and when you put all the 4 yugas together, you have something which is called a Maha Yuga, which is 600 or so thousand years of one cycle, and then that cycle continues a few times to a bigger cycle, and sometimes some of the Puranas called much bigger cycles like the day of Brahma or the night of Brahma, and they call the bigger cycles as also the names of the smaller cycles, and this can be very confusing. Why is it that in the Indian tradition they use sometimes the same terms to describe different things? It's hard to explain. It's a temperament which is different, and the usage of words sometimes when you mix it with a lot of bhakti, devotion, bhakti yoga, and love that the Indians have a lot of anahata, they get very excited with their thinking this way, and then they can use similar words for whatever excites them. Whatever they love, they sometimes use the same words, and that can create confusion in terms. If we could bring a bunch of Swiss and German engineers to India to look at all the texts and make order in everything, we would not have this. They would change the names and fix it, and then there would never be any confusion with this. But that has never happened and probably will never happen. It's very difficult to do such a huge research and task, but that's the reason why it's a confusion when it comes to terms usually. I hope this gives an answer there.
Okay, so for now we can assume this Kali Yuga is for 4,800 years. For now, it's
6,400.
shorter cycle. Yes,
6,400 each, and you can assume it or you can believe it. It's your choice how you want to approach it. I'm just telling you that this is how it is told by many great masters. They all agree on this, what I just described to you. And this is the way that we understand it, especially in the Tantric tradition. However, if you feel it is easing your mind to open it to different terms and different cycles and different numbers, then you can do that. This doesn't make any difference to our teaching here. I can only say that I'm going to teach, and my team will teach during these next days, always with the assumption that we are the knowledge, in fact, not just assumption, that we are at the end of Kali Yuga, at the end of the 6,400 years cycle here, and of Kali Yuga, and we are closing that cycle. And within a matter of a few decades, or maybe a few hundred years, it's hard to say, we will transition to Satya Yuga. That's how, if you listen to the teachings, you will see that we always refer to that as an axiom that we rely on. You choose what to believe and how to research. It's not a problem at all. You can still do healing if you think Kali Yuga is more long than what I said. It doesn't change much to the practice. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Faye, we have to postpone your question a little bit for later, since we have to start a break now. Yeah, please write it down and we can address it a bit later. Let's take a longer break now, half an hour, and then we continue with the next step. But first, I would need to discuss a few technical things that we are prepared and ready before Soma begins with the demonstration of remote energy healing. So everybody please come back once again. We are about to continue. So for those who just joined us, I first will start with some instructions regarding how to prepare to receive a remote healing. And then there will be a demonstration after that with Soma, where you are the receivers, the whole group, of a remote healing demonstration. Some of you might have done it already in some of our live events with Soma. Maybe you have experienced it. And nevertheless, it is good to do it here in this format, that you have a feeling how it feels actually to receive this remote energy, this astral energy in such a setup. And for creating a really good connection between the giver, the therapist, and the receiver, we need a few technical things. So first of all, in a few minutes, I will ask you to lie down on your back with a bit of distance to your camera. So most of you probably have the camera in the laptop, so you need to be a bit of, have some distance to the laptop and then lie down on your back. I would be lying down here on the bed in such a way that the whole body is visible. The whole body needs to be visible because the therapist is supposed to see what's going on in the body. You need to see from the toes all the way to the head, because there might be small movements, there might be all sorts of things going on, and the therapist needs to see that. So for now, you can just stay seated. We'll start with the practical thing in a moment. I just would like to say a few things. So you need to have a good position as a receiver. And by the way, since you are becoming a therapist, you also need to instruct your future client in the same way. Because only when we have a good vision, when we see the receiver well, then you can also have a good connection. And this is really crucial that you see what's going on. Sometimes you have little twitches in the toes or in the fingers, or maybe the body is slightly shaking, and you need to be able to see that. So this means there needs to be enough distance to the camera that the whole body is visible. Also, it is good if it's needed actually, that when you lie down on your back, that your right side is pointing towards the camera. So the right side, the right arm basically is in the direction towards the camera. This is simply for energetical reasons, and you will hear a bit more about that later. But just make sure later when you lie down, your right arm is in the direction towards the camera. Also, it is important indeed that you lie on the back. Sometimes people like to sleep on the stomach or on the side, and this might be comfortable for sleep, but for the remote healing, you should be on your back. Also completely flat. That's also relevant, because sometimes people have a very soft bed or a soft couch or some soft underlayer. But if you are on a very soft bed, let's say, your body will also create a kind of a curve. Your hip will sink in, and maybe even your head, and then the spine is not really straight. If this happens, the energy flow will not be so well, will not go so well. It will simply be a bit inhibited. Also, this means you shouldn't use a cushion under your head if possible, or at least it should be a very flat one, very thin. Because let's say if you have a very thick cushion under your head, then you are creating here a bit of a block in the area of the neck, on Vishuddha chakra actually, and this means also you're inhibiting the flow of energy. So lying flat on a reasonably soft surface, doesn't need to be hard, but so that you are flat and straight. And as I said, ideally not cushions. Yeah, if you have some severe limitations with your body, maybe you need to put some cushions under your knees. Do what's reasonable for you, but ideally it should be flat. Yeah, and additionally, in order to see you, you need to have some light in the room. So if you feel like, oh, I want to relax and lie down, and switch off the light. Might be nice for you, but then the giver also, the therapist, cannot see you. And this means there is not a good connection, and it's very, very hard to do any kind of remote work. So it's easier, it's much more beneficial if indeed the receiver is visible. So this means you need to have light in the room. Best would be also in such a way that there is no shade created, or not just half of your body, but actually really that you're visible. This also brings me to another quick topic. It would be good if you have actually a reasonable camera. Because if you have, let's say, the cheapest camera and the image is very pixelated, again, these small nuances, the small movements that happen in the body are very difficult to pick up if the image is very, very fragmented, very pixelated. Yeah. So for the future, keep that in mind. The question comes up about a blanket. It is possible to use a blanket, but it's not ideal for two reasons. First of all, the blanket will cover the body, and then again, small movements, small, the breathing pattern, small twitches of the fingers or so would not be visible, and the therapist will miss out on some valuable information. And the second reason is that depending on the material of the blanket, it can also disturb the flow of energy a bit. Yeah, so really depending on the material. So ideally not using a blanket. So maybe just have some warm socks, reasonable warm clothing, and what you like. Also, I would like to mention at this point already that for the women, usually most women have a bra, especially with an underwire, like a metal wire here in the area of the chest. This should be removed. You can do that obviously in a break or switch off the camera simply, because when there is this pressure under the chest and this metal, this also disturbs the flow of energy. So you should have comfortable clothing, nothing that really presses anywhere, no metal, and simply avoiding that. So that will be also, please remember that for the future when you have some clients. What else? The question comes up about a sleep mask. That's fine for the receiver. As a giver, you need to see, so you wouldn't use one, but as a receiver, you could use like one of these masks where you cover the eyes, not to be disturbed by the light. That's fine. But again, here it should be something loose and more natural material if possible, and not creating some kind of a pressure. Yeah, if you would create pressure, then it can be distracting. Okay, let me just have a quick look at So regarding bras without wire, that is fine if you feel it's not too much pressure on the body, because many of the bras, even if they don't have a wire, they create a lot of pressure and even inhibiting the blood flow a bit, and therefore also having an effect on the flow of energy. So if you want, you can take the bra off, just have a sweater or t-shirt, whatever you feel like, because it's to your own benefit as a receiver. So generally, it is best if you are lying down, because lying down means you are more receptive, you are more relaxed, and it's a bit easier to be in a receiving mode. As a giver, on the other hand, you need to be sitting. Yeah, if you are later on actively involved, you are the therapist, then you need to be sitting with your spine vertical, because this means there's more control, there's more awareness. And on the other hand, for the receiver, it's recommended to lie down. For some reason, if the person really can't do it, it's also possible to do it sitting, but it's not so recommended because it's a bit less beneficial energetically and simply not as relaxing. One more thing that I need to mention is when you lie down, you should be parallel to the camera. Yeah, not in some kind of an angle that your feet are towards the camera or the head is towards the camera. So you should be parallel. In this way, it's best to see and best to see what's going on. Also energetically, it has a certain effect. So you will have some time to also move to another room if that is needed. I see some comments here. So for the coming days, all these days that we will do the practices together with couples, you will need a room where you have, first of all, privacy, no distraction, nobody walking through, the animals are outside, and where you have enough space as well to position yourself in this way as I described. During that session, it would be also necessary that you switch on the microphone. Now in this demonstration, since we have the whole group, this is not needed. This would be very distracting. But from tomorrow onwards, when we do individual sessions, one-on-one, then it's actually necessary that the microphone is switched on from the receiver side as well, and the giver. Because there is a certain exchange also via the sound, via breathing, via voice, and you can simply communicate. Yeah. Soma will speak later on, so he will say a few things. You can follow his guidance, you can follow his voice, so you need to hear him. This means as a receiver, make sure you have the volume turned up, that you can actually hear Soma in that case, or the therapist. If that means that you need to, I don't know, attach your stereo or some kind of a speaker, then you can do that. It is not so recommended that you would use, let's say, a Bluetooth earphones or something like that, because those will create a certain field of energy that is very disturbing. So if you can, for this purpose, don't use any of these Bluetooth and wireless devices, but simply having a speaker that is projecting the sound into the room so that you can hear Soma, or in the coming days, the giver of the massage, of the remote healing. And the microphone needs to be switched on. Also here, technically, it's good if you have a good microphone. So if you have a very cheap webcam and a very cheap microphone, it will be very hard to hear. And simply, it is best if we have a good quality picture, a good quality sound, to have a really proper exchange to pick up on all the details that may happen. In the beginning, it's not so necessary yet, but the more you get skilled with it, the more you are able to pick up very fine effects, very small details, and then obviously the quality of the image and sound is playing an essential role here. Okay, so I believe I have mentioned everything necessary. Just one quick reminder regarding jewelry, right? I know that some of you like your smartwatch and you like to count your steps and measure your pulse. All nice, but it's not beneficial for remote healing. So take it away for now, and it will be supporting the process of remote healing. Okay, so I can see there's still some questions. So now if you still would like to know anything regarding the room setup, then you can unmute and ask, and we are slowly getting ready. I will go through the different screens and tell you to adjust. Yeah, and then in the coming days, we can always come back to the same position when you're in the receiving mode. So any questions at this point? Okay, seems no questions.
Maybe just one question regarding the clothing. Is it better less or sweater, t-shirt? Is this also a problem?
So, you shouldn't be naked, if that's the question. So
No. What if I have many layers? I mean,
yeah. So you should be reasonably warm, that you're not cold, and else it's good not to have too much on energetically, and also that you don't feel restricted or limited in movement or somehow no pressure somewhere on the body. So you choose what's reasonable, what's comfortable, what's warm enough, but it doesn't need to be, I don't know, extra layers of clothing. That doesn't help.
Thank you.
Jože, please.
Is it good to drink more water for the receiver or for the healer? And how about eating before the sessions?
Yeah, it's a good question. So generally,
if you're more hydrated, does it conduct more the energy? Maybe, I don't know.
Not necessarily so. I mean, you need to be hydrated well, simply for the normal function of the body, that the body has a, a healthy hydration level, so to speak. But energetically, the astral energy that we are using is very subtle, and it's not directly connected to the water, so to speak. But yes, it's a good question about the diet, about the food. So when it comes to a healing session, it's best if you actually receive on an empty stomach. That would be good. If you, let's say you just had a heavy meal, you ate some pizza or some steak, and then you are digesting and then you feel a bit heavy, that will not be useful for the remote healing. So the energy is a bit more accessible, it's more light when you are actually on an empty stomach. So now obviously you didn't know, but for the future sessions, you can take that into account. And obviously, please remember also, if you have become a therapist at the end of the course, to recommend this to your clients in the same way. And one more thing that just came to my attention here. Yes, please take the auto framing off. So for those who have the Zoom application where the camera is constantly zooming into your face, so to speak, this needs to be taken off. You can simply do that in the video settings. in the bottom of your screen, there's a toolbar and there's this camera symbol. If you click on this little arrow pointing up, there is a menu opening with auto framing. Yeah, and please untick that box. It shouldn't be auto framing, otherwise constantly the screen is moving and it doesn't help us. Additionally, please take off the blurry background. Because if you, let's say, you have a bit of a messy background and you wanted to hide that, doesn't work, okay? You need to take the blurry background off, because often this software also takes off body parts, and then suddenly we can't see your legs anymore, or at least just blurry, and again, then there is no good connection possible. Also, I recommend that you take off any of these artificial backgrounds where you have somehow, I don't know, Caribbean island behind you. These digital applications, they don't help the process here. So as a receiver, wearing glasses is, I guess, not necessary, because you can keep your eyes closed. The glasses are usually also metal. So for the receiving purpose, you can take the glasses off, because you don't really need to see. You need to hear, but not see. And okay, repeating the video settings. So if you go to the video settings, you can do that. In the bottom, there's a toolbar with a camera symbol. There's a little arrow pointing up. If you click on that, you see there's a few options. Blur background, auto frame my video. This auto frame my video needs to be unticked. Yeah, taken off, that there's no auto frame. And simply take off all filters, all background effects and all that. Okay, so glasses for the giver, then you need to see, obviously. Not today, but in the coming days, those who are the therapists, then you need to see. So glasses are needed for those who are wearing it regularly. And I believe with this, I have covered everything that I wanted to say. Right, so now let's get started. You need to just lie down, and I'll double check that you are indeed visible before Soma joins us, that we have the room set up. So I'll go screen through screen, and step by step I will say your name and I will see if you are actually visible. Kurosh, I can already tell you are not visible enough. That definitely needs to change. And let me see who's already visible. Bill, that looks good. Great, you can stay like this. And I can see. Let me just go through the screens. Cynthia, it's your legs are cut off, the feet are cut off. Cynthia, if you can move a bit further away, even a bit further, maybe moving the computer more to the back. Maya, I hope that you are there. If you can also lie down for a moment. Also Zoe. And Tadej, if you can adjust your camera also. All right. Let me go through the screens. Tarina, you need to move a little bit further away and angle the camera a bit more downwards. Yeah. Okay. David, the position is good, but somehow the camera is very blurry. I'm not sure if it's sharp or not, so it's very blurry for some reason. Otherwise, position is good, David. Leonardo, that is almost perfect, but the feet are a bit cut off, so slightly more to the back would be needed. Yeah. Leonardo, yeah. So that's better. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Zoe, that is very good. Thank you. And Jan, that's good. You can also be in that position. Very good. Tadej, that's good. Okay, Maya, your feet are cut off. So you can, yeah, adjust your position. Tarina, that's good now. Brenda, you are slightly in an angle. If you could be a bit more parallel to the camera, would be best. Dini, that's good. Yep. Don, that's very good. Okay, Tatiana, first of all, you're a bit in an angle and then there's something obstructing the view. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so if you can take that stuff away, yeah, the bag or whatever that is. So Tatiana, there is a bag or some carton. If you can move that away, that Soma can see you. Yeah, so take a minute to do that. So Clayton, that is good. Later on, when you lie like this, best not to cross the legs. Yeah, for now it's okay, but later not crossing the legs. Cynthia, the same problem. The feet are cut off. I don't know if you can change it. So either moving the computer further back or yourself further away.
Yeah. As far as my blurry camera, I think it focuses on nearby, not in the distance. I don't think there's anything I can adjust on it.
Can you take the blurry? You have a blurry background filter.
No, I
Can you
don't.
take that off in the video settings? If you can, please have a look.
I'll
Because
try. I thought I did. Let me
no,
see.
it's still on and it's blurring you out. So that's unfortunate. Yeah. Let me move on. Okay, now it's actually more blurry.
Yes, I took off blurry.
Okay.
I mean,
So
there.
please have a look that there. Yeah. Okay. Now it's better. Okay. Let's have a look. Let me go to Kevin. Kevin, that's good. Kurosh, I'm afraid that this is not very good. The camera should be higher and you're still only half visible. I'm not sure if you have the possibility to turn the device or use a different frame. It's very challenging in this way. Still, I can see not even the knee. So that will be very hard to do it. So if you can somehow change. Okay, Maria, let me see. That's good. Nice. And Denise. Denise, is there a possibility to bring the camera a bit higher? Yeah, but right now it's a bit too low. So maybe prop up the laptop or the device, what you have, and make it a bit higher, simply. I'll come back to you in a moment. Okay, Boyan, if you turn around 180 degrees, head in the other direction. Boyan. Yeah, otherwise that's good. Patricia, that's good. Okay, Yoshi, I believe I told already, but this is good. Nelly, for you, it's this. You are also just visible up to the waistline. So if you somehow can either turn the device or move it further away, it will be very limiting to do the healing session in this way. Okay, that won't work. No, then you would also need to change the setting into the... Okay, Nelly, that doesn't work like this because now you're vertical on the screen. So if you somehow can move the device further away. Okay, Maya, you're a bit hidden under the blanket. Is it needed, I guess, the blanket? Yeah. Okay, not ideal, but I guess that's the best you can do, yeah? Okay, let me see who else. Today, I believe I mentioned, it's good. So Tatiana, that's much better. Yeah, you can keep it like this, Tatiana, that's good. And Robert, I will have a look once you are lying down. Lily, that's good, yes. And who else did I not mention yet? Rami, that's good.
Lying down, you cannot see me from the waist up, so I'm having to switch the entire bed around because I'm in a military barracks room. It's very constrained on the size.
Okay. So yes, I can only ask you to do the best you can, and maybe for tomorrow, maybe something can be changed. Yeah. So for today, and Robert, please, you also have the auto framing on, and that should be taken off right now. The camera is following you. Okay. Faye, let me just have a look. Yes, that seemed good. Faye, yeah, that's great. Okay, you can keep it like this. And let me see. Denise, that's better. Okay, very nice. Right. Kurosh, that is better. Just one thing, if you can, the camera a little bit higher. Yeah, maybe a little bit on a carton or something else. If you're a little bit higher, would be good. All right, everybody. So have I forgotten?
I have a
your
question.
name? Jean-Marie, that's also good. And there was a question somewhere.
Yes, please. As a receiver, does it matter whether my hands are on my side or on my heart or what?
I wouldn't be too strict with that. It's good if you have the arms on the side next to the body, but if you want to put them on the chest, that's okay. That's not such a big difference. All right, everybody. So please remember this setup for the coming days, that to copy the same position, that you are indeed very visible. Okay. And I believe I've covered everybody. If I have forgotten your name to mention it, then please let me know. Soma is joining us in a moment, and he will begin the demonstration. Okay, Nelly, that's better. Not ideal, but okay for now. Okay, so Soma is joining us in a moment. We have prepared to the best of our ability the room setup and the light and everything. So next will be a demonstration.
Okay, so everyone, we're about to begin. Before we do, a few words to explain what's happening next. This is not just a demonstration for the sake of giving you a nice healing session. The purpose of this demonstration is just to give you a first experience. I know some of you already had in previous courses with me, or I think in the live event, some of you were there, where we already did such a demonstration. But assuming that many of you have not had this experience before, I just want to give you an experience of how does it not only feel to receive a session of remote energy healing, but also to hear what I say. Try to pay attention to the tone of the voice. Try to pay attention to what is it that I'm guiding you energetically to experience, and take it not just as you lying down, taking a really nice nap and enjoying a relaxing healing session, but take it as a first experience and a study session in what do we do when we work with energy. Because you see, as we continue with this in the coming days, I will be taking you into different protocols, two main protocols actually, of how you guide a person in a healing session. And I'm already telling you before we even start that part of the healing session that is very important to learn to develop is how you guide the person. When we say protocol, we also talk about what words you use, what guidelines you give, and what kind of almost somebody's trying to talk, I see in the background, but if you can hang on for a second, I just want to complete this part. Make sure that your microphones are muted if it's not. Anyway, as I was saying, try to also pay attention to what I do, because this is actually for you an opportunity to learn how we go about practicing remote energy healing. So this would be a protocol which is more of a basic protocol, a starting protocol, and you will get later on to some more advanced protocols. Let's get ready to begin. From your side, you don't need to do anything specific, but I do want to mention some key points that you need to remember when you guide a healing session. First of all, it's very important for you as the one giving the session that you are able to see the person receiving. It's true that you can learn how to do a healing session even without seeing the client, And even without even talking to the client, it's possible to go as far as that. But since we don't need to, and we have a video option and we have an audio option, it's very good if you can see the client both from the feet all the way up to the head. Some of you I see are lying down, like I think Maya and maybe one or two others, whom I cannot see very well. And if I would do a one-on-one session with you, I will guide you to make sure that I can see you properly. Like, for example, there's somebody here called Nelia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly. Nelly or Nelia?
Nelly, yes, we did the best we could, Soma. So for some
okay.
people,
This is not the point, Shiva. I'm just trying to teach something here. If everybody can look at the screen for a second, you see this lady there called Nelly, and she placed, you see she placed the screen this way. This, if I would do a one-on-one session, I would insist that we find a better solution. Like, for example, I'm assuming that she's using a phone to do this. I can't see her now. Maybe you can spotlight her for a second. And Nelly, are you using a phone or is it a laptop or what are you using?
I'm using the phone.
Yeah. So, for example, if I'm doing a session with somebody who's using a phone, like you see on the main screen right now, I would try to ask them if they can turn the phone horizontal so the camera can capture more real estate instead of like that. Can you try and do that, Nelly? Just turn it to the side, horizontal. You don't need to move it. You just take the phone and hold it and twist it to the side. Okay, it seems that your camera is, I guess, you
the
try
auto rotation, yeah.
Yeah, you need to change the auto rotation. But I can see she's not into, tech so much. So ideally, I would guide her to change the auto lock of the screen. So actually, the screen would actually be properly shown horizontally. And also, I would try to guide her to make sure that she's parallel to the camera. I'm not insisting on small details here. I just want everyone to understand that the more clear you can see the person on camera, it gives a very realistic experience to the healing session. And then it's very powerful. It adds more efficiency to the session that you do. So thank you, Nelly, for helping us to learn from this. Also, I want to mention a few other small things. I don't know if Shiva mentioned. I just want to clarify. For example, I highly recommend that when you do a healing session on someone, that you make sure that they lie down on a surface which is not too soft. Like some people go on a very soft bed or sofa, and then the body is not straight. It's more kind of, sinking into the surface. That is not ideal. We want to make sure that the spine is more or less straight. It's okay if it's a little bit soft, but not too soft. Number two, another thing, I know Shiva mentioned a few things, but I just want to cover everything with you. So be patient. We'll do the healing session in a minute, but let's make it an educational moment. I want to teach you a few more things. Another thing is, if the person that you're working with has a pet, did you mention that already, Shiva? Yeah. So if they have a pet, if it's a dog or a cat or I don't know what, pets feel energy very quickly. And that means that somehow, if the whole day your pet was sitting somewhere else and not caring about you, when you do a healing session, he will come and start muzzling you and sit on your chest and lick your face and sit on your face. It's just because they feel the energy and they want to be part of the experience instinctually. So it's good to ideally tell that person, put your pet in another room. Another thing that I want to mention is a lot of people, because you're using music in the background, and you'll see that I'll use a little bit of music in the background. When I do this, sometimes people put earphones on, or especially, wireless earphones or something like that. I do not recommend that at all, because you see, we don't want on the body of the person receiving that there will be wireless electronics, because that changes the frequency of energy. There'll be radiation all over the body. I don't recommend to have a phone on your body. I don't recommend to have wireless technology. If the person is having a smart watch or some kind of a Fitbit or something, take it off. So there's no electronics on the body. Also, it's recommended if the person does not have any metal on the body at all. So if it's possible to take off any rings or necklaces or any metallic objects on the body, best move them aside and put them aside for the duration of the session. So all these things, it's important to remember when you're giving a session to really have the most ideal experience possible. It's unfortunately, very easy to cause disruptions to the energy if things are not done in the best way. Also, I know that Shiva probably mentioned it, but I'll say it anyway. I see all of you have positioned your cameras more or less okay. I think most of you have done that. But please remember never to ask the person to put their camera or laptop or whatever on the same level as they are, like on the floor next to you or something, because what happens is that you see the person only from a profile. It's best if the camera is a bit elevated so you can look a little bit from above and you get a better grasp of the person's body. Okay. Now, the next step, I want you to see what's going to happen now when I do the session with you, is that the first maybe 15 minutes or so of the session will be an intentional guiding your body to relax. I'm going to do my best to make you as relaxed as possible. There's no point trying to move energy and to heal and send energy if the person on the other side, the receiver, is tense. We don't want tension. So it's very important to guide them for the first 10, 15 minutes in a very deep relaxation. And I want to add to that, you may notice when you do a session on a person that sometimes, even though you've done 10, 15 minutes, let's say, of a guided relaxation first, some people just can't relax so quickly. If that happens, don't jump to start immediately with the session after that relaxation. Do some more relaxation, upgrade your relaxation guidance, so you make sure the person receiving is really letting go. It really helps to have a much better experience of healing. There's more tips that I can give you, but let's save that for later. Let's start with the demonstration. So please lie down, relax. Make sure that your sound is not too low because the music will be playing and you want to hear a little bit of music in the background. I'm going to keep the music relatively low volume because I want you to be able to also hear my voice as I guide you with this relaxation protocol. Okay, this will be a protocol that we call a structured protocol, which means it's a protocol that is more methodical, step by step, going through the different parts of the body and moving energy in a very structured way. That's why we call it the structured protocol. So let's get ready for that. Lie down, assume the position. If you are the kind of person that can get cold quickly by lying down without a cover, it's okay to put a thin blanket, and I'm saying really thin blanket on. If you put a big, heavy blanket on you, it will be harder to feel the energy. So if you tend to get cold, make sure you put some blanket, like, for example, I see Tadej, I forgot how you pronounce your name. Tadej over there has a nice blanket for this. Show us the blanket, Tadej. Yeah, it's very thin, right? Is it right, Tadej? Yeah, it's very thin. That's it. So this is the kind of blanket or shawl or something that you can cover. If you put a duvet or some very heavy blanket, you might not be able to sense the energy very well. It feels like it weighs you down. So if you want to put a blanket, it's okay. Just a thin shawl or something to keep you warm. If you need to put socks on, that's fine. Now you know what to do. Okay. And we are officially starting. So lie down and relax. First, I would like to ask you to get ready to relax your body. Take a few deep breaths. Inhale in through the nose. And then slowly exhale out through the mouth. And again, inhale in through the nose. And then slowly, slowly blow out the air out of the mouth. And again, in through the nose. And slowly out through the mouth. And now we're going to start with the relaxation part of our healing session. I want to take you to a deeper state of relaxation. Start by focusing your mind, project your mind to the tip of your left leg. That means the toes of your left leg. From there, feel as if all the muscles, all the way up to your left hip, from down in the direction of upwards, all the muscles of the left leg are totally relaxing, letting go. It feels like waves of relaxing energy from your left foot all the way up to your left hip. Begin the relaxation of the left leg. Waves of relaxing energy. Note the relaxation of your left leg. Note the difference between your left relaxed leg and your right yet unrelaxed leg. And now project your mind to the tip of your right leg, just where the right foot and the right foot toes are located. And now from down upwards, relax every muscle of your right leg all the way up to your right hip. Waves of relaxing energy from the right foot all the way up to your right hip. Note the relaxation of your right leg. And now project your mind to the tip of your left arm. From down upwards, relax every muscle. From the left hand's fingers, waves of relaxing energy, all the way up to your left shoulder. Note the relaxation of your left arm. And now project your mind to the tip of your right arm. Relax every muscle from down upwards. Feel waves of relaxing energy. From the fingers of your right arm, waves of energy up and up to your right shoulder. Note the relaxation of your right arm. And now recall the relaxation of the forelimbs. And now project your mind to the buttocks from down upwards. Relax every muscle of the buttocks and glutes. And now project your mind to the pelvic area. That's the area of the scrotum, pelvis, genitals, and lower abdomen. Relax all the muscles of the pelvic area. The sex muscles for men, the deep vagina muscles for women. Relax this pelvic zone completely now. Note the relaxation of the pelvic area. And now project your mind to the abdominal area, your belly. Feel waves of energy from down upwards throughout your belly, creating a deep relaxation in your abdominal area. And now project your mind to your chest area and the shoulder area. Feel waves of relaxing energy throughout the chest and shoulders. Deep relaxation. And now project your mind to your back. From down upwards, relax every muscle. Waves of relaxing energy. Relax your back and spine. And now project your mind to your neck. Relax the neck, throat, and nape. And now project your mind to your face and head. Feel waves of relaxing energy throughout your face and head. Relax the chin, lips, tongue, forehead, eyes, eyebrows, and finally the scalp muscles. All those small muscles of the face, letting go. Relax. Note the overall relaxation of your whole physical structure. Note a state of floating, a state of mental freedom. And now, in a very deeply relaxed state, we can begin harmoniously your healing session. You will hear some gentle, low music in the background. And on the backdrop of this music, I'm going to guide you as I send you healing energy in different parts of your body. Relax, and the music will start in a minute. And now we're going to start as I send healing energy to your feet. Notice as I send now energy to your feet, how many small muscles you have in your foot area. And when I charge your feet with healing energy, it may feel like a tingling sensation, vibration, and the healing energy will start entering your body from the feet. I'm going to start sending you that energy now. It may feel like some gentle heat like ants crawling on your skin. Almost as if I touch your feet with my hands directly. More healing energy now to your feet. Try to feel it. And now the healing energy moves up through your legs, the calf muscles, the shins, the knees, and the thighs, moving up to the inner thighs, almost as if you're touched physically gently in that area. Feel the healing energy entering your system through the legs, knees, thighs. Now, it's a kind of tingling sensation. And now the healing energy is moving on. I send directly energy to your buttocks and pelvic area, genital area, lower abdomen, charging you with healing energy. And now feel energy directed specifically to your abdomen. It's as if it comes from above, touching your abdomen. It may feel as if my hand is literally on your belly, and the energy is penetrating the abdominal area deeper. It's a kind of tingling sensation. Feel it. Feel the vibration as it activates abdominal zone. Feel the vibration. And now feel as if hands are moving from your abdomen higher up to your chest. The energy now spreads almost like physical contact around your breasts and specifically to the center of your chest, to your heart chakra. Goes deep to the chest area, into your heart chakra. Vibration. It's like a tingling sensation. We're gonna go deep into your heart chakra and your chest now. Now pay attention, you may feel perhaps a blockage energetically, perhaps an emotion that needs to come out as we're activating the heart area. As if I'm reaching with my hand into your chest. I'm holding whatever's keeping you from being happy, and I pull it out, releasing you and releasing your heart from any blockage there. Feel it now. And now I'm moving upwards to your neck and throat. You may feel as if a hand is being exactly above your throat area, energizing. It's like a tingling sensation there as the vibration starts opening your throat area. Release. I'm going to tap gently on your throat now. Release blockages in the throat area. Tap, tap, tap. Now. And finally, we're going to energize and send healing energy to the face and the head. Feel as if from above you're energized, and your face and head is releasing the cloudiness and heaviness that can be there. No more brain fog. Let it out. And now feel as if I'm placing my hands just under your back, and I'm going to send energy directly to your spine and back now. And now I'm going to place one hand under your back and another one above your chest. And I'm going to energize from both directions your heart chakra. I'm sending energy now. And now I'm coming back to your feet, and I'm going to start an energy wave. Slow wave of energy going up from your feet to the legs, to your pelvic area, genitals, abdomen, chest, throat, face, and again, we'll start with another wave of energy from the feet up. All the way to the head. And another wave. With each wave, you feel blockages breaking down, dissolving, emotions letting go, letting out. Feel free if you need to express yourself. Slight movements are allowed as the body needs to release. If that happens, feel free to let it go. And another wave from your feet, slowly up, dissolving everything in its wake. And another wave. And now I'm going to send energy and activate, trigger the sexual energy as just a trigger to increase the healing potential of your whole body. Focus now as we're activating sexual energy this moment. And now I'm going to do a final healing act going deep in your structure. Try to feel it. I'm not telling you where I'm going. I'm just going to go deep in your structure right now. And now I'm going to bring cosmic energy from above, just like gentle rain coming from above all over your body at the same time. Energizing, healing, harmonizing, and relaxing. Gentle energy from above all over, cosmic energy for healing. And now, slowly, slowly, we're going to come back to the here and now, the present moment. When you feel ready, come back and sit in front of the camera as we are bringing this session to a closure and conclusion. Take stock and see what you feel at the end. Try to evaluate what sensations you're feeling now. Okay. So if everyone's back, please sit in front of the camera and we'll do a final closing of this session. So a quick show of hands, raise your physical hand. Did you feel anything at all in this session? Just show me a hand if you felt anything. So just keep the hand up there as I switch to other screens. Seems that everyone felt something. That's pretty good. Some people have both hands up. That's even better. Thank you very much. Thank you. And let's see if anybody would like to share anything. And this time, it's simply more for educational purposes, as I would like to understand what you felt, if there's anything you want to share with the others, so we can all learn from this experience and get some inside clarity of what just took place. Anybody would like to share anything? Don't worry if you're shy, you don't have to. I'm going to just call you to do it anyway, so you choose.
So let's start with David, please.
Still breathless. Started out during the progressive relaxation. It was like little pinpoints of light all through my body, like an etheric energy within my body. And then when we got to the actual healing, the energy kept especially when you got to the heart, the energy kept shooting up to my third eye and crown. It kept wanting to shoot up that way, no matter what you did. When your hand was over my heart, I felt really sharp in breath and my lungs arching up. And again, the energy kept wanting to go into my third eye and into my crown chakra, into my head. And that's where it remains now. It's like a high frequency tone and the pressure and light and consciousness. It's hard to articulate, but that's as best I can do.
That's good. That's good. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Take your time to slowly come out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maya, please.
Yes, Maya. Let's see.
I think that was my second or third session with you, that like a group session, and this is the strongest that I felt. I think in the beginning I was a bit like ahead. When we were still at the feet, I was already feeling or like thinking, moving myself, maybe, I don't know, the energy a bit higher. And then I was like, okay, I should follow now, because I think I have that topic with sometimes trying to control things. So I was trying to surrender more. That was also part of it. And it felt like really beautiful when it was on Anahata, like both of the times. It felt really like that's what we always speak about, the absolute, the divine love, like something that's just beautiful. And it didn't feel like a blockage this time. Well, I felt I normally have a blockage on Vishuddha, so I still felt it there, but I think I could release something. And I was thinking that yawning is normally a sign of releasing, so it should be a good thing because I could see that it started. And then it just felt like a bliss, like a beautiful bliss that is like
Bliss is
with
good.
an angels.
Bliss is good, no doubt. Thank you very much, Maya. And who else we've got there? Dini?
Dini, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. It was the second time I received the healing from you, and now it was much stronger. I really felt from my feet, and now I hear my voice is also changed now when I talk. It's softer, like. I felt the energy going up, and I started trembling. I felt also the healing on my diaphragm, and then it went up and to my throat, and it softens over there. And now I still feel my third eye is like, yeah, it's more open. I feel more space around me, in me, and yeah, I feel
Nice.
very blissful.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. That's good to memorize these feelings that you get, because by not just you, everyone, because that's exactly how you train yourself actually to work with energy. When you receive and you can identify what you receive, you can feel it very clearly and memorize it. Then later on, when you start giving sessions, as we will do from tomorrow, I think we're going to start with training you in giving. You will be able to give better. If you can feel clearly and identify in your mind what you're sensing, you're better in giving. So that's why we're doing it right now. Anybody else would like to share before I ask someone to share? Anybody voluntarily wants to say something? Let's see.
Faye, please.
Is there Faye? Faye, you there?
Sorry again, the audio problem. So I relaxed so much that I was gone for a couple of minutes. I don't think I was asleep, but I don't know where I was. And then you said, okay, and then I heard your voice again. Now I'm gonna go very deep into your system or something like that. And then I really started contracting, but I really felt a lot of blockages in me. So I felt the energy powerfully, but I feel like, okay, I feel that it stops here, it stops there, and it doesn't really flow. So it was an interesting experience, and I feel relaxed, but also a bit heavy now. But it's not negative, but I feel cool. Thank you.
That's good that the energy moves. It allows us to actually sense where we're blocked. It's like when you have water flowing in a river. If there's something stuck somewhere, you can feel it more clearly. So it's a good way and a good awareness that you sense your blockages, and we'll work on it. So it's good. Thank you. All right, let's hear from Tadej. Tadej, how is it for you, Tadej? You seem enlightened with that light above your head.
Well, it was kind of like it was preceding your words. I felt as if it was like jump starting whatever you were about to say. I felt it already. Well, there was a case when, I felt it with a delay for some reason. And it felt like my body is actually more symmetrical now on a physical level, as if like the tissues, I mean, bones, everything kind of like were readjusting to a more natural position.
That's
and
wonderful.
it
Very good.
feels, it's kind of like it remained this way for a moment. Thank
That's
you.
good. That's good. And it's a good point that you mentioned, because we have to remember when you do a session and you're sending energy, you also use the words. But many times the energy can move a lot faster and even sooner before you formulate the words in your mind and people hear it. And that's why sometimes people can feel before you actually said it. And sometimes because of delay, you send the energy, but it takes a while in certain areas to feel the energy. So that's why it's very good awareness that sometimes the energy comes either before or after the actual verbalization. And that is a good catch. And it's good to remember that. Also, as a healer, if you're working this way, you may find that sometimes you do a session, you don't feel a lot of reactions, but there can be reactions which are internal, there can be reactions which are emotional, and it can be reactions which come to the surface. All of those are okay. We don't have to expect every time we do a session that the person will have a complete exorcism and climb the walls. It could be something very peaceful, internal, no need to expect too much. Let's hear it from Trina Palmer. How are you doing over there? You need to unmute and then we'll really know what you're saying. It sounds interesting.
Oh, not really.
Go ahead. Any sensations at all?
You know, I think your last statement about how you receive, you can receive the energy before things happen actually did. Certainly as you were starting to get us to, or asking us to relax our legs and things like that, I could feel it. It probably because I'd done it before, we had a session with you before, so I kind of knew what was coming, and so I think maybe I anticipated what was coming, and but yeah, that certainly started to happen. Unlike others, I think I either nodded off a little bit or I went into some sort of a zone, and so I didn't have the same experience that others did in terms of releasing blockages. I may have internalized that through auditory, but I wasn't present in my body at that point. I was off in La La Land.
It's a good comment, because actually this is very common. It happens a lot. And it does not mean, I want to be very clear, it does not mean that the session was not working. A person can float away, maybe have a dream, or maybe completely just be disconnected. But because the energy still works, it's like the effect happens on the level of the energy body anyway, specifically the pranamaya kosha, but also the manomaya kosha, which means the etheric body and the astral body. And then because the person was not present, the effects happen in a more subtle way. And it may be that the person will feel it in a day or few days after. And they would say, I don't know why I'm feeling different, because it wasn't with awareness, it just happened in the background, which is also fine. There's no problem.
Yeah, as one final comment, I would say that when I did sit up, let's say, I could certainly feel vibration in my skull area, and that certainly, I mean, it's abated now, but it was certainly buzzing. So there was something did happen.
Very good, awesome, thank you very much. Let's see who else. How about Lily? How was it for you, Lily?
I feel very relaxed, quite blissful. I was feeling it, feeling the movement of the energy before the words. What else? Like I felt blockages in my throat chakra. The tapping helped a lot.
Yeah.
Also, the rising of the sexual energy.
Okay. All right, that's good. And anybody else wants to speak, or shall I ask someone else? Anyone? Okay. Go ahead over there, Leonardo.
So Thank you. It was a really intense, but some at times. So at first I felt a little bit on my feet, and then I felt much more stronger energy when you reach to the heart. So there I felt a really strong energy and up. And then I start to smile when you start with the waves. So the first waves were very, very strong, and I felt them very strongly. So it was a really new and strange experience to me, and I enjoyed it a lot. And yeah, so I will need time to elaborate in my mind, but
Yeah.
I felt it in the body, and yes, I'm glad. So thank you very much.
Very good. Take time to process. That's fine. No problem. And I think we have Boyan. Is it Boyan?
Yeah, Boyan. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was immediately feeling as your hands were on my feet, and it was really strong, but very pleasurable. And I don't know, maybe today is some kind of floating or flying day, but I really felt all the time like I was on a wave, and then the waves were asymmetrical, like from on one side and on the other side, and I was really like, wow, the energy was really going through my body, but really on more or less on the sides. I really felt also diggling on the in the hands, on the whole arm actually, and especially when you put hands on the back, on the spine, I was like it would lift me up, and it was really, the tension really went off me in that part. So it was really, this was, let's say, the strongest feeling. But like I said, the waves were really, I was moving all the time.
Yeah.
So really pleasurable. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Awesome. So you had very good awareness of the sensations you've had.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Excellent. And let's make the last one, Clayton, if you want to share something. How did you feel it?
Yeah, definitely felt it. Had a minor technical difficulty during it, which you might have seen, but I felt it. And then at points it would feel like I didn't feel much. Like I still felt a very peaceful, calm, noticeable difference. But yeah, what I did notice is like sometimes at random it seemed would feel more noticeable. And the strongest point, there was a lot of yawning, which for me is always a sign something is happening. It was like an abnormal amount of just yawn, yawn, yawn. And when you done the hand either side of a heart like that, I really felt, and I actually remember autonomously just having a thought of like, oh wow, this feels amazing and beautiful and almost like a overwhelmingly good feeling. And it didn't keep escalating and climaxing like I thought it would have. Maybe that's because you stopped and moved, but that I really felt building, and it was almost like an exciting more of this energy.
Very good. Those are good observations. And yeah, it is also a common occurrence that during sessions, sometimes there are peak moments, sometimes there are low moments, as the energy has its own intelligence and does whatever needs to be done. So it's good that you were aware of it. We will keep going into this in the coming days. We'll do a lot more sessions, not just with me, but with each other. You'll do sessions and you'll get a chance to really go into the sensations. The more you hone, you improve your ability to feel very clearly what happens millimetrically. You'll see that it improves a lot your skill in giving sessions. And that's why these exchanges at the end of a session are really good, this feedback, just to confirm. Sometimes you will see it will help you a lot because you will work with each other. And then one of you will ask the other, I was sending energy to this area for you. Did you feel it? I tried to make it more intense or less and so on. And if the person gives you a very good response that answers exactly fitting to what you've done, it gives you a lot of confidence and you feel like, wow, it's real. And the more you do that, the better you become in doing this. This has been just our first attempt, and you'll see a lot more coming, and there's more to teach. We'll go into much more accurate work with this. This has been just a, tipping the toe into the pool, and we'll do deep dives very soon. So I think this is it for now. Shiva, from your side, where do we stand?
Yes, we should start a break now. Thank you very much, Soma, for today.
Okay, so thank you, everyone, and we'll see you again next time. Keep up the good work. Bye-bye.
Soma is going to join us again tomorrow, and we'll take a break, and after that we have 2 more important topics to cover. So half an hour break, and then we continue. Now, what are these 7 chakras? Let me go through it step by step, that you quickly get an idea what are the characteristics here. So you can see here in this drawing, by the way, you also have this in the booklet on, it's visible there, you can see it. Here are the 7 chakras. You can see we are starting from number 1. It's called Muladhara chakra in Sanskrit, and in English we would simply translate it into the root chakra. This is the root chakra, and this center of energy is located in the area of the perineum. So basically for men, it's just in between the anus and the testicles, slightly outside of the physical body. For women, this chakra is just in front of the entrance to the vagina. So between the legs, basically in the area of the perineum, a bit outside of the body, around 1 inch, 2 centimeters outside. And by the way, this is true also for all the other chakras. They are outside of the physical body. We can say they are approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. This would be around 4 inch, I guess. Now, what is Muladhara chakra about? If Muladhara chakra is open, so to speak, active in a human being, then you can see it that a person has a lot of vitality. We can say that Muladhara chakra is the human battery. So this is an energy that we need for all activities in our life. If you want to work, or if you are an artist, or if you want to be just active, doing sports, living, breathing, doing whatever, you need this kind of energy. You need the vitality. And we all know some people who have a lack of vitality, right? There are some people who are getting tired very quickly, and they need to rest all the time, and somehow after 2 hours of work, they are already exhausted. And on the other hand, there are people who have almost unlimited battery, right? They are very, very vital, and they never get tired, and even with little sleep and little food, somehow they are very vital. This simply means that one person has a stronger Muladhara chakra, more resonance at the level of Muladhara chakra, and therefore a so-called bigger battery, if you want to put it very simply. Yeah. So Muladhara chakra is a more down-to-earth energy, more unrefined, more primitive, more raw, like a pure energy, and this one is corresponding to the earth element. So in essence, this is the root chakra in the area of the perineum. Now, when we go to number 2, you can see it's called Svadhisthana chakra. In English, we could say it's the sacral chakra, and this is a very interesting chakra because most people on the planet have this chakra as a dominant chakra. Dominant means that this is the way you live your life. This is how you perceive reality. This means you would perceive reality through the prism of Svadhisthana chakra, the second chakra. What does that mean? Svadhisthana chakra is corresponding to qualities like creativity, fantasy, imagination. So let's say if there's an artist creating a painting, or an artist creating music, this is a quality that comes from Svadhisthana chakra. We can also say Svadhisthana chakra is the emotional center, that most of the emotions that human beings have come from the level of Svadhisthana chakra, this category of vibration, so to speak. So really 85% of the people on the planet have this one as dominant chakra. So it's very, very common that people think and feel, experience reality through Svadhisthana chakra, so to speak. This chakra is corresponding to the water element, and it's located just above the genitals. So for men, just above the root of the penis, and for women, just above the clitoris. Also slightly outside of the physical body, and 10 centimeters in diameter. Yeah, so in essence, that's about Swadhisthana chakra. Now, when we move to Manipura chakra, this is the so-called navel chakra in translation, navel chakra, and you can already hear from the name, it must be somewhere close to the navel. Manipura is actually slightly below the physical navel, so around 1 inch, 2 centimeters below the navel, and again a bit outside of the physical body. Manipura chakra is very different compared to the previous one. Here you have qualities like dynamism, like willpower, courage, self-confidence, and Manipura chakra is, by the way, also the seat of the ego. So a person who is more egoistic, more self-centered, has Manipura chakra, but possibly in a more imbalanced way. This chakra corresponds to the fire element. So there's more dynamism, there is a certain intensity, which can manifest also, let's say, more also in the character, in the temperament, also in terms of emotions. Emotions from Manipura would be also more intense. So this is the navel chakra. And here we find really qualities that are, as I said, about self-confidence, courage, willpower. Also the ego is situated here. Now, when we go a bit higher, then we find the so-called Anahata chakra, the heart chakra in English. The heart chakra in the middle of the chest. This chakra, this center of energy, is located right in the middle of the chest. So usually approximately between the nipples and the middle of the sternum bone, and again, slightly outside of the physical body, 10 centimeters in diameter. Anahata chakra is very interesting because here you can see there's actually a big gap between number 3 and 4, between the navel chakra and the heart chakra. This is not a coincidence because it is simply a huge difference in terms of qualities, in terms of energy. Manipura chakra, number 3, is all about me. I want to be successful. I want to receive something. I want to receive healing, remote healing. I want to receive, and you need to do it for me. It's more like a self-centered approach. Now, when we go to Anahata chakra, one level up, it's the exact opposite. It's all about you. You would find this in people who are more selfless, caring about other people in a very heartful way, being giving, being very kind, being also forgiving, and being really selfless and loving. These are the qualities of the heart chakra. Love, kindness, goodness. This is really a chakra that is more rare to be dominant. Very few people really have this chakra very activated, because if you have it really strongly activated, you are almost like a saint, like a holy person, being super, beautifully coming from the heart and being very, very selfless. Anahata chakra is corresponding to the air element. So as you can see, the more we go up, the more refined the chakras get, the more finer the frequency, the more elevated, so to say. So in essence, that's the heart chakra. Now, number 5 is called Vishuddha chakra, the throat chakra in English. This is located at the pit of the throat. So just between the collarbones, at this soft spot here at the pit of the throat, we have Vishuddha chakra. Again, a little bit outside of the physical body. This is really a very rare chakra. You find it very, very rarely in people. It's a chakra that has qualities such as purity, high values. You might find it in scientists who study astronomy, astrology, space and time. Even in mathematicians, sometimes you find Manipura chakra. Or let's give a more simple example. Often people who are living in a monastery, like a monk or a nun, who are living a very, very clean and pure lifestyle, not making any dirty jokes, not watching any porn, not doing anything dirty, so to speak, being very, very pure in their approach, just doing their prayers, their spiritual practice. These are also people who can have some Vishuddha chakra. Here in this, at this level, we have the correspondence to the ether element, the a very, very subtle element, which some people might call dark matter, you know, the space between galaxies. And in yoga, it's also called Akasha. So this is chakra number 5, the throat chakra, located at the pit of the throat. Now, the next one is something that is a bit more famous. When you look at number 6, it's called Ajna chakra, the third eye. Let me pause that share for a moment. The third eye is actually located in the middle of the forehead. So not between the eyebrows, but in the middle of the forehead. And it is, again, a bit outside of the physical body. The third eye is more famous. Many people have heard about it already because this is, you know, what typically comes from the Indian tradition. Even in India, they have this, often this red dot on the forehead indicating the third eye. And you can also sometimes see it in statues and paintings and so on. So what are the qualities of the third eye? Here we are already talking about a very high chakra already. This is reaching the mental level. So that's the realm of the mind, so to speak, mental power. Your ability to visualize, your ability to memorize, concentrate, and basically all the mental capacities that you have. And for most people, this is a chakra which is very, very inactive. It's almost asleep, very passive, because mostly we are living a very, modern lifestyle, let's call it, where it's not very facilitated that we are using Ajna chakra. Even today, many people like to listen to audiobooks because it's more relaxed, it's more easy, and then we are not even actively reading anymore. And the more and more we are falling into the trap of these modern conveniences, using the phone, not memorizing anything anymore, the more the mind becomes weak, and then people can't concentrate anymore. It needs to be all short videos, quickly scrolling because most people don't have an attention span anymore, and it needs to be all quick and changing and all the time distracting the mind. So Ajna chakra is unfortunately very inactive for many people, and this is something that we need to change for the sake of remote healing. Because when we want to be successful as a remote healer, then we actually need to develop the third eye. And we will have specific lectures about that. We will have specific exercises about that. So Ajna chakra, which is the so-called command and control center, we need to develop it. And if the third eye becomes strong, becomes powerful, then you are also able to concentrate well and to move energy and to have a strong impact on the receiver, so to say. So here we are talking not anymore about any element. We have crossed all the elements starting from earth, water, fire, air, ether, and here we are reaching the mental level. So Ajna chakra, the third eye. Now, when we are moving to the chakra number 7, things get very interesting, because you can see even in the drawing that this one is a bit different. You can see it's actually bigger in size. It's not anymore 10 centimeters, but it's actually around 30 centimeters, around 12 inch in diameter, and it's pointing upwards. You can see the difference here in the drawing. And this one is called Sahasrara, or the crown chakra in English. Crown chakra. That's more than just the center of energy. This is more like a gateway to the divine, a gateway to God, corresponding to terms like the kingdom of heaven or nirvana, enlightenment. So basically, if this chakra is activated, you are a spiritual person. You are basically experiencing more than just an average person. You have the ability to realize your true nature, your true self. That's why it's also called in yoga the self-realization, where you're realizing your true self. Most people identify themselves with the body, with their lower self, coming from the ego, coming from Manipura chakra. Now, when you reach all the way to the crown chakra, you're basically recognizing that you're not just the body, you're not just an energy, but you're actually a soul, a spirit. And I know these are words and terms that are quite frequently used, and you think, yeah, I got it. Okay, I'm a soul, I'm a kind of a spirit. Yeah, I have heard that before. Doesn't change anything. Yes, because if you're not yet having an open crown chakra, it's not yet within your experience, so to speak. At the moment, you're hearing my words and you're deciphering them within your mind. So you are, at the level of the third eye, so to speak. But in order to understand what's happening here, you need to go higher. You need to go beyond the mind. And that's where things get really funky, because you can't make sense of it anymore and you can't really talk about it. You can't really explain it. That's why many saints and yogis actually, wrote poems, because that's the closest you can get, to describing to a person who hasn't reached there what's happening beyond the mind. Yeah. And this is basically corresponding to the crown chakra. There's a lot I could say about it, but it's not really so essential for the course here. Just be aware that this number 7, the crown chakra here located at the top of the head, is the most elevated frequency, so to speak, most high, and corresponds to qualities like enlightenment, self-realization, and such things. So this is in essence a quick summary of the 7 chakras. I do also want to mention that those chakras stay in these locations. They don't move, they don't spin, they are not, somehow making things. That the chakras are very static, they are staying in this location and they have a very specific purpose. Also, one more thing that I would like to show here one more time in this image is that you can see, right? If you see those chakras, these black circles, that there are black lines connecting them to the spine. Not the physical spine, not the bone structure, but actually a channel of energy. And these are also channels of energy. So all these black lines here are channels of energy. And basically this means we are having a connection energetically between the chakras. And this also means we can move energy from one chakra to the next. And that becomes very handy when we are actually doing our remote healing, because we can move energy from one place and move it to another place. Yeah, so there is a transmission of energy possible. So just mentioning this here, they are not just isolated somehow, hanging there with no connection. There's actually an energetical connection. We call them nadis, channels of energy within the body, connecting the 7 chakras. Okay. So these are the reflections of the 7 levels of the universe within you. They are finite, they are relatively small, so to speak, but through these chakras you have a connection to the universe, so to speak, through the law of correspondence and the law of resonance. Now, I would also need to specify a few more things when it comes to the energy. We are not only having chakras, but we are also having several bodies. And that's already quite interesting, because so far within our life we have experienced very much the physical body. You can see the physical body, you can touch. If there is pain, you can clearly feel it, and you know what's going on. You can read a book of anatomy, and you know how the physical body is built, and we are aware of it. However, we are mostly not aware of the other energetical bodies that are more subtle, that are more refined, more hidden, so to speak. And I would also clarify that, because this knowledge becomes very, very relevant when we are talking about remote healing. Because when it comes to remote healing, obviously, we are not touching each other. We can't use the physical body in the same way. And this means, okay, we need some other means, we need some other tool, how we can actually establish a connection, how we can actually work here. So let me go through the different bodies. And I have some drawing here. Let me just find it for a moment. Okay, so. I'm sharing it right now, so you can see a kind of a little drawing where you can see the names and indicating where those bodies are. So the yogis have actually noticed that there is more than just a physical body. There is something more subtle, more refined going on. When we are talking about the physical body, it's very simple. I mentioned that already. In yoga, they called this physical body, here in black, number 1, Anna Maya Kosha. Anna Maya Kosha basically means, Anna is, a translation is food. This means this is the body made out of food, the physical body. You all know that when you have been born as a baby, you're very small, 3-4 kilograms heavy, and in the meantime, you ate a lot of food and you have been growing, becoming an adult. So this is basically accumulated food, and this is the body made out of food. Very simple. It's here depicted simply in this black, most inner matchstick man here, so to speak, yeah, the Anna Maya Kosha, the physical body. This body is governed by the first 4 chakras: the root chakra, the sacral chakra, the navel chakra, and the heart chakra. So basically corresponding to the first 4 elements. So I won't say more about this one because this is a body that you are familiar with. I would like to emphasize here more the body number 2, Prana Maya Kosha. This is the body made out of prana. Prana, something as Soma has mentioned already, this is basically, we can simply call it the life force, a certain type of energy. Yeah, and you can see that it's extending a bit further out of the physical body, but it's also coexisting within the physical body. So it's not just a layer, just as Soma mentioned, but it's also existing within the physical body. We can say it extends approximately 2 to 4 centimeters outside of your physical body, almost like a layer, as if you have kind of a very thick suit on. Now, what is this body about? This is made out of prana. In China, they call it qi. In Japan, they call it ki. Yeah, so different traditions have different names. And we simply talk about a more refined substance, which is still very close to your physical. So it's still relatively easy to feel it. It's even possible to see it with a certain technology. And this technology is called Kirlian photography. Kirlian photography is basically a technology that was developed accidentally, by the way, where I think it was a couple in the early 1900s. They developed a certain photography, and by accident they saw that there was not just the physical body visible, but somehow a halo around the physical body of a human being. And then they did all sorts of experiments, and they noticed that depending on a certain activity, a certain mindset, actually this body can change. There's a certain impact energetically. They noticed, for example, if a person is smoking cigarettes, then this body is reduced. That it's shrinking by half. So it's really becoming like damaged because of the smoking having a very bad energetical effect. Obviously, this body can recover, can recharge, so to speak. But unfortunately, obviously, smokers are smoking frequently, and the more and more you do it, the more you damage this prana maya kosha, this etheric body, we can also call it. And this often means that a smoker who does it really for a long time eventually gets sick, usually the lung especially. And you can see some of these images online, actually. If you Google Kirlian photography, let me just copy it one more time here from my notes. Then if you go to Google, you find some of these images. Very easy. And usually it is very visible as a kind of a bluish, grayish hue. So this body has kind of a color, not a real color, but a kind of a hue, a very light color, so to say. In these experiments, they also noticed, for example, if a couple is loving each other, then the etheric bodies, these energetical bodies, try to merge with each other from one person to another if people are affectionate toward each other, loving each other. On the other hand, if there's hate between people, if there was just an argument, then these bodies try to separate, try to distance themselves, so to say. And they also figured out that different activities can damage the body. Soma has mentioned this already, but I want to repeat it once. Especially extreme heat and acid is permanently damaging the pranamaya kosha. So, for example, if you burn yourself, if you put your hand into the fire or accidentally, and then you're burned, and then you have a very nasty scar because the pranamaya kosha is damaged. Yeah, by the way, also because somebody asked earlier, also tattoos, for example, unfortunately damage the pranamaya kosha. It's not recommended. This body is governed by Vishuddha chakra. So the throat chakra here is governing the second body. And since this body extends a few centimeters outside of the physical, this is also, where the chakras are located, so to speak. So the chakras, which are energetical structures, they are existing within the pranamaya kosha. One thing I have to emphasize is, and it's very relevant, and I will repeat it also a few times, the pranamaya kosha, this pranic body, is the blueprint for the physical body. So it's almost like a construction plan from an architect, right? If you want to build a house, you hire an architect. He creates or she creates a plan, and then there's a plan what the workers have to do. And only if there's a plan, then the physical structure is built. And the physical structure, in an ideal case, is built exactly according to the plan. And this is the job of the pranamaya kosha, this construction plan. Everything that's happening physically was already existing on the pranic level, on the pranamaya kosha. This means if you have a problem on the pranamaya kosha, it will manifest physically. Yeah, and this is a very, important knowledge, because if we want to have healing, then we also not only need to somehow do something on the physical, but actually more importantly, work with the pranamaya kosha, work with the energy, with this life force. It's much more relevant because that's eventually where the healing comes from. How is it that you can cut yourself even very deeply and the wound is bleeding and a hand is almost falling apart, and you can stitch it up and the body knows exactly how to heal it, how to connect the blood vessels again, even how to connect nerves again in many cases. And how is it possible? Because there is this construction plan in the back, this pranamaya kosha, which tells the cells how to organize, what to do. And this is only because there's prana. If there is a lack of prana for some reason, then you have an issue, then the cells don't know what to do, or they don't have enough energy, so to say, and then healing does not take place. So pranamaya kosha is something we'll discuss also a bit more later. Just be aware that this is a really relevant body for healing. So this is relatively close still to the physical body, and it's relatively easy still to feel prana moving in the body. You feel a bit like shivers, you could feel a bit like electricity, or somehow it's more tangible. By the way, this is a body that is always linked with the physical body. So they are always staying together, except when you die, then those separate. Now let's go to the next body, which is also relevant for our course, and this is the so-called Manomaya kosha. Let me show you here in green, Manomaya kosha. So the body made out of mano. Basically, we can simply say the lower mind, the emotions. This is the emotional body of the human being, or some people also call it the astral body. The astral body here in green, you can see it's extending even a bit further outside, existing also within the physical body. This body actually has colors, so you can see theoretically, if you are having a very good perception, if you're having an open third eye, you would be able to see this body in colors. And then depending on which colors, this is the energy that is existing at that time. It's correlated to the emotions. For example, if a person has very positive emotions, like love or joy, happiness, then it would be very bright colors, like a bright yellow, bright green, an orange, a bright blue, or something like that. Now, on the other hand, if there's let's say you had some trouble, an argument, there is stress, there is fear, there is anger, then those colors would appear more dark, like a dark red, a brown, a gray, even a black or something like that. So this body in appearance changes frequently according to the current energy, according to the current emotion that is existing. This is a relevant body because it's a body that you actually need for our remote healing. This is the body that we can use in order to connect with somebody, because it's a very subtle form of energy, very light, very refined, and with this we can kind of interact on this level. We can't reach physically through the screen, but we can connect with the astral body of a person. By the way, this astral body is experienced what you earlier in the session with Soma, and this is also the body that you experience when you are dreaming. So when you have a dream, you are having an astral experience. You are experiencing the astral realm, so to speak. It's not just some process in the mind, some electrons that go through the brain, but actually you are having an astral experience. So this very, very subtle form of energy. So most people are not aware of this body and cannot really control it. And we want to learn in this course how gradually become aware of this body and work with it, have access to it. So that's basically one of the key elements in our course. Now let me just cover the other bodies to complete the picture here. And I will share the image one more time. Right, so you can see number 3, the astral body was green. Just for the sake of making the image here. Now, number 4 is called Vijnana Maya Kosha. Vijnana Maya Kosha is, we can say, the mental body. It's the higher mind, the mental function. So not anymore the emotions, but more like mental ideas, mental concepts. And this is usually a body which is more revolving a bit around the head. So you can see this is a bit more going around the head, around the third eye, because here we have Ajna chakra connected. So Ajna chakra is controlling, commanding this body, which is called Vijnana Maya Kosha, the mental body. And the size can vary and change a lot depending on the person. So if you have a strong third eye, it can be a very large body. If you have a more weak Ajna chakra, it can be also, let's say, smaller and also more chaotic, more uncontrolled. Here there are no more colors of any kind. This is a very, very subtle, very refined body. And as I said, it's governed by the third eye, Ajna chakra. So in essence, quickly, that's the mental body. We won't be able to really access this one for the remote healing. It's also not necessary. And to complete the picture, now number 5, which is called Ananda Maya Kosha. Ananda Maya Kosha is the body made out of Ananda. Ananda is bliss in translation, the bliss body. We can also call it the causal body, the body of cause and effect. So this is not really anymore a body, like something that you can measure. It's a kind of beyond a physical form, beyond manifestation. This is something that goes much, much deeper. That's why it's also just indicated here in this blue line around. It's not really having a shape. It's much more subtle than that. And this body is already perfect. There's no more damage that you could do, or no more evolution that would be possible. The question is only if you are aware of this body or not. And this body is controlled and coordinated by the crown chakra. So if you have an open crown chakra, if your crown chakra is activated, then you become aware of your Ananda Maya Kosha, this causal body. So this is basically a quick summary of the 5 bodies. So you can see it gets from the physical more and more subtle. The energy gets more and more fine and more difficult to grasp, so to speak. One more thing that I forgot to mention, actually here, the green body, the Manomaya Kosha, the astral body, is also controlled by the third eye, Ajna chakra. So that's why the third eye is really important to develop, to work on, and that's what we are also practicing here in this course. So these are the different bodies and the different chakras, and the knowledge will very much help you later on in the practice to know what to do and which level we are on and what to do exactly. So I know it's a quick summary, but this helps you really to get an overview what we are doing and why we are doing it. And then I have another presentation that connects these two topics with our remote healing course a bit more. But before that, let me see if there are any questions. Rami, I think you had a question.
Thanks, Stuart. Yes, you said, and it's been said several times before as well, that heat and fire does basically impact the pranamaya kosha, and through that, in a sense, also the scars become like permanent and stuff like that. So, but Thomas told today this example of the person who had basically done some work on that after getting burned and didn't get the scar. So these two conflict a bit with each other as info. So is there a way basically of healing or treating burns before basically, so that it doesn't stay permanent?
Absolutely, it's a good question. It depends on the level of mastery of the energy. Let's say on average, if a person burns themselves and they don't practice anything, they don't do anything, just a regular healing, putting some ointment on it or stitching it up, then the pranamaya kosha will be damaged. Now, if a person is more skillful and knows pranayama and brings this life force, this prana to the damaged area, then you can recover more or even fully, depending on the damage, obviously. And if we are talking about a tantric master who has really mastered the energy a lot, you can heal stuff that is almost, is impossible, where you think this is paranormal, this is really, where you go to, let's say, the autobiography of a yogi, where Yukteswar is healing things just by thinking about it, just by saying. It's beautiful and described in this book, so many healing situations where a master is helping a student, and he's also able to do stuff that doesn't seem logical. And simply because there's so much mastery over this energy that even things that normally would be a permanent damage, or in some cases in these examples, even death, can be prevented because of the control of the energy. So depending on the level of skill, you can recover, so to speak. We are just mentioning this because it's a simple example to understand that theoretically you can have a permanent damage through fire and acid and strong heat, but definitely it can be mitigated and even completely changed if there is enough skill to work with prana.
Okay, thank you.
Faye, your question, please.
Yes, I also have a question about the fire and the pranic body. So someone mentioned that if you die, your pranic body is still active or attached to the body for like 40 to 49 days or something like that. Is it then dangerous to cremate the body? Because then you go through intense heat with the pranic body as well. So you could say that causes some real damage in the afterlife or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good question, but I won't be able to go too much into it because then I would need to open the teachings of the Art of Dying course, and that's a whole vast topic. So generally, yogis would not recommend to burn the body for various reasons. I can't go into it. If you want, you can ask Soma at some point. Maybe he wants to expand, but yes, it is indeed not considered to be a good idea for a regular person, at least, to burn the body, because there can be these issues with the pranic body. Yeah, I won't be able to say more for now, unfortunately.
It's enough. Thank you.
Yeah. Maya, your question, please.
There was also the question earlier for the laser operation.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you well. Maybe you could speak louder.
No, better.
Something is going on with your mic.
No.
If you just try it one more time, I'll up the volume here.
Okay, I also up the volume, so let's go. Good? No.
Just ask your question, I'll try to hear.
What about laser operations?
Which operation?
Laser?
I just don't understand the word. I'm sorry.
Laser.
Oh, could you type it? I guess I need a translation for that. I'm sorry.
Laser.
A laser.
Laser, yes.
Yes, of course. So laser is also damaging the pranamaya kosha. So that is, for example, people removing tattoos. This laser is not just burning the color out of the skin physically, but it also burns a hole in, in the pranamaya kosha. So yogis wouldn't recommend it. It's always a personal choice if you want to do such things or not. But laser is a very, very focused energy that is almost, and if you have ever been, touched by a strong laser, it's heat basically. It's get very, very hot, and it's basically similar like fire, and therefore laser operations are not so recommended. It's always a personal choice, up to you, but energetically it's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Clayton, your question, please.
Yeah, thank you. So the Ana Maya Kosha is physical body. Prana is that was called the prana body, wasn't it? Or
Yeah.
energy body?
Yeah, it's called pranamaya kosha. We can also call it the etheric body.
Etheric body, that's the one.
Etheric, yeah. So there's a few names that we could use.
And so what was the third, what was each of them? The Mano Maya Kosha one, what one is that? What body is that?
It would be simple to remember the third body as the astral body. The astral body.
Oh, yeah, I've got that there, yeah. And the fourth?
Would be the mental body.
Mental body.
Mm-hmm. And number 5 would be the causal body.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So, was there any other question before I move on to the next subject? All right. I guess not. I'm unfortunately not able to read the comments at the same time while I'm teaching. So if anything comes up, then you can ask verbally. That's easier.
Shiva, one question that was asked a couple times was also, what about tattoos and body piercings? What effect do they have on the prana body?
Okay, so let's start with piercings. Piercings are, it depends a bit where it is. First of all, it's often metal, right? Many people are using metal for piercing. Then the metal itself attracts the energy in a specific way, which changes the flow of energy in the body. And therefore, yogis would recommend not to have piercings. And especially sometimes people make piercings in very unfortunate places where there is important channels of energy, important nadis. For example, here in the nostrils, many have piercings here, right? And there's a nadi which collects a lot of energy. And if you disturb that, you're going to have issues, yeah, sooner or later. That's simply the yogic perspective. Everybody is free to choose what they like. But from a yogic perspective, it's not recommended because you change the very subtle, function of the body. That's about piercings. Tattoos is unfortunately so that the color itself has quite a lot of toxins and often heavy metals. And that means you're putting it in the skin, it remains there, it's kind of toxifying the body physically because of the chemicals, and energetically it also has unfortunately a damaging effect. So the pranamaya kosha is damaged, and you can see it if you like people with a more fragile body, let's say, when they have a tattoo in a certain area, then sometimes after some time there is, let's say, a problem with the organ in that area, that the body got damaged, and then they develop a certain chronic disease or a certain, dysfunction, simply because this color is constantly there, is constantly weakening the pranamaya kosha, and if there's no mitigating measures, no pranayama exercises or other healing methods, then it will do damage. And I know it's upsetting for some of you probably, because you might have tattoos already, and it's really up to you. I'm not trying to judge or upset you. I'm just telling you from a yogic perspective, it's not recommended, simply because you are inhibiting the natural function of the body. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. I have another topic which sums up a bit this subject of the 7 chakras and the 5 bodies especially. Because we really want to understand it in regards to our remote healing course. So when we are doing remote energy healing, we are interacting with the receiver, also at the level of the different bodies and the different chakras. This means that if we are concentrating on activating one of your chakras, you are able through that chakra to interact with the chakra of the receiver at the same level. Yeah, so the chakras can interact at the same level. So this means, for example, if your root chakra is more activated, you can interact with the root chakra of the receiver. And the same is true for other chakras as well. And more than that, we are connected through different subtle bodies. So remember about the 5 different bodies that we have. Let's quickly talk about the Annamaya Kosha, the physical body. The first one, obviously the number 1, Annamaya Kosha, the physical body. And here we can't really have much interaction in remote healing, obviously. Because naturally the physical body doesn't have the capacity to interact with another physical body through the distance, that's clear. Unless you are some kind of a person with paranormal power, some tantric master, we don't have that capacity. So physically we cannot interact with a person in a different country, and that's obvious. So we need to move to the higher bodies, and specifically let's talk about the Pranamaya Kosha, the pranic body. So the second body, the Pranamaya Kosha, is made out of prana, and we can also say it's the etheric body. And this is a body that human beings have, but also animals, even vegetables and other objects have this type of an energy, this prana. So the whole universe has this prana in one form or another. And when you want to have healing effects on another person, you would want to make changes or effects on the etheric body of the receiver. Why would we want to affect the pranic body? Because that's simply a very critical detail that we need to remember, that the physical body is a blueprint of the etheric body. We also need to remember that the 5 bodies are overlapping. They are not just separate, but they are connected with each other. So for example, the physical body and the etheric body are overlapping. This means they are occupying the same space to a large degree, right? The key point to remember is that the etheric body is really very closely interlinked with the physical body. This means that the etheric body will determine how the cells, the tissues behave. According to the knowledge in Tantra and even the research in parapsychology, it has been found out that if you have a disease, it first actually shows in the etheric body. If there's a certain deficiency of energy, you can see it in the etheric body, and later it will manifest in the physical. It will, translate slowly to the physical realm. It's first on the energy level, and then later, with a bit of a delay, it's on the physical level. So that's the example that we usually give when you have like a burn, when you burn yourself and you had to pour some hot water over your skin. This is also an energetical damage. It's not just a physical damage, but it's also energetically. So when you have an intense damage to the body, may it be through burning or even, like a severe accident that you have, this means there's a permanent damage to the etheric body. And then the physical cells don't anymore know how to operate, how to work properly. Because normally the physical body would always recover, would always regenerate, would somehow heal, because there is this blueprint, there is this construction plan coming from the Pranamaya Kosha, from the etheric body. But if there is this permanent damage, if there has been some intense accident, or again, this some damage from the acid or from fire, then this permanent damage will also manifest on the physical and it will not be able to recover. So I was giving quickly this example of this friend he has who has burned himself with hot oil, and I just want to remember that quickly. So first time he burned himself with this, he kind of has this scar still up until today because he didn't do anything, he didn't know. At that time when he burned himself, he didn't know what to do, and then simply this scar remained because the pranamaya kosha was damaged. Now the second time it happened, unfortunately it happened again, but then at that time he was already into Tantra, into yoga, and he knew about the practice of pranayama. And then immediately after this accident happened again, then he did the pranayama and he actually recovered. So this was actually a more severe burn. It was more intense. The skin was peeling off. It was looking very intense, but it happened so that he could recover it because of the pranayama exercises that he did, and recovered the prana in the area. And today there's no scar in this area. It looks completely fine. So that shows us that the etheric energy is the one that we want to use for healing. That's simply needed. And there's even a book written about this subject, the book which is called The Blueprint for Immortality, from Harold Saxton Burr. Let me just copy that for you. You can look it up. And the research in this book shows that there is electrical potential all over the human body that could be measured by all kinds of experiments. They could tell which is the normal electrical potential of a human being, and if the number is normal or if it's lower than usual. So if it's lower than usual, lower than the average of a person, then there would be a physical problem manifesting, also sometimes with a delay. And by measuring the electrical potential, they could predict physical problems that would manifest at some point in the future. It could be hours from that time, or even days, or even weeks later. So it's almost like you can look into the future when you measure the pranamaya kosha in this way. So this means this is a more scientific way of measuring the electrical potential of the body and perceive the etheric body to a certain degree. Yeah, it's not exactly the same accuracy like a tantric master would have who would perceive it with his third eye, but it's still kind of close enough and they could measure it. So you can read it. There are some examples in this book. And there is many other traditions that also understand this energy, this prana. For example, Chinese medicine, using acupuncture, using herbology, or even in homeopathy, they also talk about prana. They just sometimes use different terminology, different words. In many alternative healing medicines, they recognize this form of energy as a key element for recovery, for getting better, for healing. So all of them referring to prana. So if a person has a physical problem, if it's bigger or smaller, it's always an energetical problem as well. And unfortunately, in modern time, we have, a lot of attack on this body. Because, for example, with the exposure to EMF or radiations of all kinds, we have an attack on this etheric body. It's kind of damaged, it's impacted because of these frequencies. Also, the food that we eat is often not very saturated with prana anymore, as we're supposed to be, but unfortunately it's also lacking the energy. Because normally food that we eat brings prana, brings energy back into our body. And if eating food that has either a weak level of prana or a very kind of disturbed, sick prana energy, that will have a negative effect on your body and will not be nourishing enough, will create some kind of a negative energy within you. And it's not so visible in the very moment, but in the long run, it will drain your system. It will make you more and more flat, more tired, and then you eventually have some diseases. So that's why it's so common these days that people have cancer, diabetes, autoimmune diseases, all sorts of intolerances, not just because they are weak people, but because constantly there is a certain attack on the etheric body. So unfortunately, modern diet is often a cause for many of the issues, because try to understand, most of the food these days is also highly processed. This means it's going through intense processes to make it last longer, to make it look better, to, I don't know, change the taste and so on. And also often bringing a lot of pesticides and herbicides and heavy metals into the food. And this means there's less and less prana in the food. It might look good in a plastic package, but the energy is depleted. It's gone. It has been processed out, so to speak. So with all this fast food and sugary desserts and modern packaged soups and all this, which looks very nice in the shelf in the supermarket, unfortunately the thing that is not visible is the lack of prana. People often like a packaging, they go to the supermarket, but if they would know the amount of prana that they are buying, then they would rather go to the vegetables and go to the natural foods, fresh, and still having the prana remaining inside. So that's why people living more close to nature, eating more natural food, having maybe no Wi-Fi, having no distraction of this modern civilization around, they are often living a more healthy life, more healthy physically, mentally, emotionally, and simply because also there is more prana in the air, in the food, in the water. And this is something that is very known, for example, in certain populations in Okinawa or in Kazakhstan, in certain areas where they are living very remote somewhere on a mountain, and they also have very long life. Like long lifespan, not only long life, but also being healthy in old age and being able to still do some work, so chop some wood and prepare food and all that, having a very good life quality because there's more prana and less attack from the environment, to speak. And when I'm talking about healthy food, natural food, I'm not automatically talking about vegan, okay? So just being clear that you can also be a meat eater or eating, using milk products or eggs or something like that, that also contain prana. So we can't generalize it here too much. So food is a much bigger topic. I won't go more into it, but just be aware that diet, the food, is really a key ingredient to collect prana into the body. Unfortunately, the doctors in modern time, they have a very incomplete knowledge on this subject. And some of them, I think now it has been recently changed in the US, but up until now, this food pyramid, right, what you're supposed to eat, how much grains and how much meat and so on, was completely upside down, was completely skewed, and it was giving people wrong information. And if you would follow that, you would not be able to stay healthy. Additionally to the food is also cosmetic products are also a problem, right? Often people are using creams and shower gel and lotions and all these things that are not exactly natural. They're containing all sorts of microplastics and silicone and chemicals inside that are also depleting the body of prana. So this is unfortunately the case, that the things that we are using in our daily routine are often not conducive. And in the beginning, we don't notice, we just use some deodorant and we use some shower gel and it seems all fine and smelling good. But eventually there is less and less prana in our body, and then we get sick. We have some skin rash or some other problems with the body. And then, where does it come from? Well, there is a lack of prana because of all this attack on the body. The list goes on. I could say a lot here. The water, for example, water quality is a disaster in many qualities, in many countries, because this is simply there's a lot of chemicals being used in order to avoid the growth of bacteria, and so they put heavy metals inside, and the fluoride and the chlorine and all sorts of things which are extremely damaging for the body, physically, the substance physically, but also energetically, it's a disaster. And then, not to talk about all the EMF, all the electromagnetic radiation from the Wi-Fi, from the 5G, 4G, and all that, these effects are also negative on the body. So we are constantly exposed to many factors that reduce or damage our prana maya kosha. And then there's no surprise here that many people are sick, having chronic diseases, having problems with their organs, with their brain. Everything is somehow very challenging. So the challenge here is that these effects often come later. And if they are coming with a delay, then you never know where it came from. And then you look at the immediate thing that you did maybe yesterday. Maybe I had too much wine and now I feel this, so it must have been the wine. But actually it has been all the, bad deeds that you did already for years, depleting your prana maya kosha. So I just wanted to give a very quick summary, not to make you depressed, but just to make you aware that our environment is impacting us in terms of, prana, in terms of energy. But more important for us is to understand how we can help with the healing, because after all, this is not a course about nutrition or the environment, but about healing, remote healing. And we need to simply understand how to recharge the prana maya kosha and how to heal, the problems that people may have, either on the physical body or on even the emotional body or other effects as well. So that's one thing that might be very new for you, because many people are very attached to the modern medical system, the pharmaceutical system. Okay, we are using some medicine, some drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, in order to heal, to have certain effects. But if you look at it from an energetic point of view, these pharmaceutical solutions, they are never really addressing the actual root cause. They are never addressing the actual issue, but more covering up the symptoms, alleviating the symptoms. If you have pain and if the pain is a lot, I take a painkiller. Well, it's unfortunate because the reason for the pain would be important and not just to kill the pain, right? So we need to see, where does it actually come from? What's the energetic issue? The pharmaceutical solution also has a lot of negative effects because they have these side effects which are also not showing immediately. Often over a course of time, these chemicals pile up in the body and create long-term negative effects that are then not anymore able to mask the problem, but create additional issues that you didn't want in the first place. So eventually it all comes down to the energy. If you don't deal with the energy deficiency, with the prana maya kosha, then the physical treatment will also not bring the desired result. So if you just focus on the physical plane, on the most down to earth, then you will not have this permanent long-term effect. So most people don't know about this, that there is actually energy and that you also could do it differently. Most people trust on the medical system because obviously it has done a lot of good things, and especially when it comes to emergency care, surgeries to fix bones after accident and so, that's very necessary. And people have gotten very used to trusting the doctor and the medical system very much, because after all, you can pop a pill and somehow your symptoms disappear, your pain is gone, and looks all very nice and easy, but somehow the root cause of many of the chronic diseases and so on has not been addressed with this modern solution. So masking the problem through medication is almost like as if you have a car where the engine light starts going on and okay, the engine has a problem. And then you would also understand, okay, actually I need to go to the workshop, they need to look at the engine. What's the problem? It would be a very bad idea just to, remove the light bulb. Okay, the light is off, no more problem with the engine. You wouldn't do that in a car, it's obvious. But in our bodies, we often decide to do that. We mask the problem through medication, and then the root cause has not been fixed. So we need to understand the problem is the energy. Once we fix the energy, the body knows how to heal, knows what to do. And the good thing is with remote healing, you don't even necessarily need to know the exact cause of a certain problem. You just bring energy, you bring prana into a certain area, and it naturally will find its way. There's a natural intelligence of this energy, and then it will naturally heal. Even if you don't know exactly, this was because of that specific reason, you bring energy and then kind of magically it happens by itself. So we are bringing energy to a more deeper level, and this means we can have an effect on the root cause of a problem. So dealing with the physical level is more limited. When we are talking about the energetical level, this is where we see the real healing happening. Also, when it comes to healing, the etheric body, the pranamaya kosha, has a limitation. So it is not possible, let's say, to use the pranic energy directly. We cannot just send prana to the receiver. It's not possible because this is still an energy which is more gross in a certain way. It's a bit more down to earth. It's closely connected to the physical body, and it's not possible to send it via the long distance here through a person, to a person in another country. So it's too heavy, to simply put it like this. So the distance is a problem for prana. Maybe you are able, if you're powerful, to move prana from 10 centimeters away, 20, 30 centimeters, but it is still, you would need still to be in the same room. So prana itself is only effective in close proximity if you work on this level directly. For the large distance, it's impossible. We would need to be, some grand master or some Jesus type of person in order to work with prana for a long distance. So for us, it's not really doable. So how can we do remote healing? We do remote healing through the manomaya kosha, through the astral body. That's our tool. So the answer to our, distance problem is the astral body, the manomaya kosha. Mano means simply the mind, but especially the lower function of the mind, as I said before, the emotions, the emotional body. And we all have this body. It's existing for all of you, even if you are not aware of it. So even if you are a person who is not really expressing emotions, you still have an emotional body. And this is a body that actually is different than the previous ones, because this body can separate, can distance itself from the physical body. The physical body and the etheric body, they are linked, they are connected. But the astral body can separate, can distance itself. So since the physical and the etheric are linked, they won't help us for the sake of remote healing. They help us in Tantra massage, for example. When you are close with a person, then you can use those first two bodies. You can touch, you can be close and still use the prana. For the distance, we need something else. By the way, this is this body, this astral body that you are experiencing when you are dreaming. The dreams happening in this REM state, this rapid eye movement part of the sleep. And the scientists would say, okay, in the REM state, you are actually, the brain is sorting out things. But actually you are in a dream state where you are experiencing the astral realm, the astral plane, so to speak. And this means a lot of things. So let's go back to this example, this law of correspondence one more time that we talked about earlier. We are identical with the universe. The universe is infinite and the human being is finite. So whatever exists out there is also existing with us. This means if we have an astral body, there must be also an astral body in the universe. But this is not a limited body, but this is more like an astral plane, an astral realm, so to speak. And this is what we are talking about. When you are dreaming, then you are experiencing this astral reality. And the astral realm is quite diverse, actually. It's quite multifaceted. It has multiple astral realities. They are very vast, very large, and in our experience, infinite. And they depend very much on the variety of emotions that can exist. So there are many different astral universes, and that means that our astral body has an astral experience in an astral environment when we are dreaming. What kind of astral environment? A positive or a negative, a nightmare or a beautiful dream, depends very much on your chakras. How you experience this realm depends on your energy. So it's not just a coincidence why you have a nightmare. It's not just a coincidence if you have a beautiful dream. It depends on your energy, which part of the astral realm you are accessing. So your astral body goes through the astral experience through the prism of the specific chakra. For most people, it would be a lower chakra. This means you would also have a lower experience. On the other hand, if you have, let's say, the higher chakras more activated, then you would have a very sublime, very elevated, even spiritual astral experience. So a different part of this universe that you are accessing, so to speak. And similar like in the physical world, right, there is physical inhabitants, people, animals, insects occupying the physical realm. On the other hand, the same is true also for the pranic realm, the pranic universe, so to speak. There is pranic entities, so to speak, occupying this plane, and the same is true also for the astral realm. There can be also multiple levels of astral realms and multiple types of inhabitants on this plane, which are usually not within our experience. So in remote healing, we are using the astral level, this astral plane, to send the energy, because prana cannot be sent via the long distance. It's too, let's simply call it heavy. Yeah, it's not really heavy, but for the sake of explanation. But we can project ourselves astrally because it's a very subtle, a very light energy, so to speak. And with this energy, we can breach the distance. We can create a so-called projection. We can travel with the astral body. What exactly happens there? So I will give you a quick technical explanation. So both the giver and the receiver have the physical body, obviously, the etheric body, and the astral body involved in the healing session. Your astral body can get into resonance with the receiver quite easily. So even if the person is quite far away from you, you can still go into the same frequency of vibration by the concentration of the mind. By concentrating in a specific way, you can send energy. And this is simply done like on this astral plane. So important to understand here is that we are not healing with astral energy. This energy is still beneficial, but it's not our main objective. The main objective is to send astral information across the bridge that you create astrally, so to speak. This is an information that is sent. And with this bridge, we can cross the distance to the other person in a different country. And then it can be downloaded, so to speak. It can be made into an information for the pranic body, for the prana maya kosha. So that's the key here. So it is basically, we are going kind of to a very subtle level. We are going to the astral body. And with this astral body, we can create a bridge. We can send information when we created the resonance with the receiver. And this information, this data, so to speak, is then slowly trickling down, percolating down to the etheric level, to the pranic level. And this will be then the energy which is having the healing effect. Yeah, so we are communicating on the astral level, but the healing comes from the prana. So once you send the information, so to speak, what to do, it's also what Soma described earlier, what he did in the demonstration. The etheric body on your end, on the receiver's end, will get the information and starting to modify itself, attracting the energy that it needs from the environment to heal. So it doesn't need your etheric energy to do that. So we are not sending, as a therapist, as a giver, we are not sending pranic energy. That actually happens all in the receiver. Only in a physical massage or healing session we would be able to use the prana, as I said before. In remote healing, we are sending instructions on the astral level, and then the astral body of the receiver will get the message, collecting the pranic energy that it needs to fulfill the instructions that was given through the astral link. Yeah, that's a very technical explanation, but maybe it helps you to understand what's going on. And doing that, the receiver will step by step have more prana in the body, creating again this stronger blueprint for the physical body. And that's how remote energy healing works. And it's a kind of a very, like, let's say, condensed, simplified explanation here. And that's why we need to understand the 7 chakras, the 5 bodies, in order to understand really technically how we can work, what we need to do. So that's a quick summary. I would like to conclude here, and still, if you have some questions, we can address those questions. Else, I believe that's enough for now. So remember that prana is the energy that is healing in the body, and what we need to use for creating the connection is the astral energy, because with this we can bridge the distance. Clayton, your question, please.
Thank you, Shiva. 2 questions. Just a very simple, overly and grossly simplified version of what you said. Like creating, like, from the third body an astral link, and then through that we send information which goes into their astral body and then gives information to the prana body, which is its intelligence does the healing on them. And you're giving instruction. Yeah, cool.
That's correct, yes.
Other thing is, you mentioned in person you'd use prana energy. Is that as opposed to astral, or would you use both? And can you talk a little bit about the prana side of it in person?
Well, this is something that we discuss usually more in our massage courses, because then is obviously the time when we are touching the physical body, we are working with the physical directly, and we are able to be close, so working with the prana as well. So I don't want to go too much into it because it's not super relevant for our course. When it comes to prana, just be aware that we need also third eye, the activation of Ajna chakra, to control it, to work with it. And the same is true also for the astral energy, which is more subtle. Just let's say with prana, it's a bit more down to earth. To move it requires a different approach. It's kind of a different mental setup, so to speak. Astrally, it's very different. So you will see, Soma will explain in the coming days how to create a resonance, create this astral link, because it's a very specific way how to use the mind to do that. Because you cannot just kind of push. It's not a kind of a physical thing that you would be able to move by force. It's a very subtle, very different energy. And that's what we want to focus on in this course, really to learn how to access this plane. It's something that you normally never learn anywhere else, because it's a very, very esoteric, very secret knowledge, how to access this realm, how to really work with it. It's very fascinating. And that's why I don't really want to focus on the pranic healing. That's part of other courses simply. Yeah.
Makes total sense. Yeah. So the different, like, internal processes, essentially.
Yes. So I know it sounds a bit vague at this point because we have just started the course, and it will become much more clear very soon what exactly you need to do, how you need to think, what you need to say. And yeah, it will be clarified soon.
Thank you, Shiva.
Patricia, your question, please.
Okay. This is similarly kind of like what Clayton was saying. In the Tantra massage training, there are very specific screening stop smoking, stop doing any kind of drugs, potentially caffeine, and our client would have to clean up before seeing us. In this modality, since we're not doing the healing, we're just doing the astral link for communication, we don't have to be as strict to them. Is this the case, or is it still important to let people know you need to stop
Also,
drugs,
yeah,
the
it's a good
the
question.
cigarettes, etc.?
So when I did the intro earlier, I was talking about what you're not allowed to do, right? And I didn't say that just to make your life more miserable, but actually because there is an energetical effect and it is relevant. So yes, although you are distant to each other and you are not, I don't know, smelling the bad breath of a person who was smoking for 20 years, but you still have an energetical link. And we will talk about protection methods for therapists, how to protect yourself. And we will also talk about how to screen possible future clients, who to accept and to reject. That will still apply because you can have an exchange theoretically also as a giver, receiving some of the energy if you're not careful and have some negative impact. Although it's not, that you're not physically close, but there can be astral effects. Traveling through the astral, simply because the bodies are connected, right? We have these 5 bodies, but they are not just apart from each other and not talk to each other. They are actually in close connection. And because of this possibility, we can work remotely, because going to the astral and then it communicates with the etheric. But this also would happen for you. Let's say you get a negative astral energy, and it can also translate into all sorts of effects for you. Yes. And this means that, say, if a person has a very negative lifestyle, uses a lot of drugs and alcohol, it affects the person very much on all sorts of levels, also on the astral level. Although, let's say a person is just drinking alcohol every day, you think, okay, it's just a physical liquid, right? There's alcohol, it's a certain chemical, substance. But no, it's actually also an energy, and it's also translating to the astral body. And the same would be affecting you in this way. So first, we will learn about karma. We will learn how to protect ourselves as therapists. We'll also do yoga in order to balance possible issues, and also sometimes rejecting people who first would need to do a bit of the rough work of purifying themselves before they can go to astral healing. So yes, good question. We will cover that.
Okay, thank you.
David, please.
I have 2 questions. First one has to do with the receiving experience we had today. The healing was not targeting a specific physical issue. The healing seemed to be general. The information was just saying, "Hey, let's raise your energy, raise your consciousness," and then the intelligence of the body knows how to use it for healing. In remote healing, do we target an illness, or do we just do something general?
Yes, good question. So in a group session like this, where Soma is working with 28 people, obviously he doesn't have the time to look at each and every one and do an individual healing. Then it's a more general thing. And it's also working because let's just imagine you are very thirsty, you have been drinking for a few days, and you drink some water, and the water naturally goes where it needs to, right? You also don't tell, okay, this part of the water, now please go to my calf muscle, and it naturally goes where it needs to. And the same way it works when we are sending energy general. Where the energy is lacking, there's almost like a vacuum, and if you bring the energy, it's kind of sucked into that place. So that is very effective, works beautifully. However, we are learning a much more skillful approach very soon, where you are very, very perceptive when you are the giver, the therapist, and you are feeling through the distance what's going on with that person. Let's say you would feel, oh, somehow I'm trying to work with the heart chakra. It feels very stuck. It feels very blocked. So let's just see, if I send energy there specifically, what happens. And then maybe at the end of the session you hear, oh wow, I had this experience that I felt pressure in the heart, and then it was opening up, and I inhaled deeply, and I had tears in my eyes, and stuff was happening. So yes, we will be able to connect in such a way that you will feel where is a specific problem. Maybe not always, but the more skillful you are, you would be able to feel it. And then send the energy there more specifically. So having a very skilled approach. So we won't just, go back to always sending general energy, but we will be also targeting something that is needed.
And one other question, please.
Okay, last question for today, yes.
Right. This is a question that you answered once in one way, and Soma answered and from a different perspective, and I'd like to ask it a third time in this context. What is the mechanism of Reiki remote healing?
So Reiki is working more with prana and with a certain type of cosmic energy. It doesn't, for example, you wouldn't use Reiki for the distance. You wouldn't use Reiki for remote healing like we are doing. So it has a different mechanism behind it. Also, it really depends where you learn it. I, for example, also studied Reiki at some point with a person who was quite powerful at that time on the etheric level. So he could access the etheric plane, the second body, very much. But he didn't have any knowledge about karma, and that was a big problem for him later. And I don't really want to generalize too much, because I know many people have studied Reiki, and it's not something that we focus on, and we also don't want to judge, so we don't want to upset anybody. But generally, they are using a different type of energy, and it wouldn't be so useful for the distance, for what we are trying here. And also what I have experienced for myself, Reiki, what I experienced was more general, not very knowledgeable in detail, how to recognize what problem there is and what specific energy it is. It was a more general kind of downloading energy and sending it in a specific way. That was my experience, at least. So it was more vague and, as I said, more limited to the pranic level. But maybe some of you have a different experience and you're happy with that. We really want to focus here on the tantric way of teaching it, and actually there's not too much need for talking about it.
The reason I'm asking, because everybody wants to compare the two, and I want a solid understanding of how to explain the difference. And level 3 Reiki is a remote healing.
Yeah, so maybe you want to ask Soma one more time. I had a more, let's say, basic education in Reiki. I don't have any of the higher levels, so I can't answer more than that. If you want to know a bit more, then ask Soma once again. But we, as I said, we want to really focus on the tantric way, and there's simply differences in the approach. And Tantra, I can tell you, Tantra is very, very detailed, very knowledgeable in understanding these differences, how to distinguish the different planes, the different bodies, the different chakras. And it is very, very skillful, very, very skillful. And most importantly, actually also able to understand how to avoid problems for the therapist, because I have personally met quite a few Reiki healers and healers of other kinds that have not understood how the energy works, have not understood karma, and have collected a lot of problems that some of them almost died because of the negative energies they collected unknowingly, with goodwill, with a good heart, trying to help people, but not understanding the fundamental principles of energy, not understanding karma, and really getting themselves into deep trouble. And in Tantra, we understand this very comprehensive system that is, connected to healing, and how to do it safely, with respect, with understanding spiritual principles. So that's very, very unique in Tantra, I would say. And it's the best approach. So if you want to be a healer, the tantric system is very comprehensive.
Oh, I agree. But people are always trying to decide, do I go with you or do I go with a Reiki master?
Yeah, we want to avoid, comparing too much, because it can always upset people. We don't want to judge anybody. We just want to promote and also explain what we have to offer. And in our experience, it works very powerfully, very effectively. We have seen it in so many courses in the remote healing. What happens, it's quite fascinating. And that's what we want to share. Yeah.
Well, I agree about not judging.
Okay,
Thank
so
Thank
now
you.
I have to conclude. Thank you very much. I went a bit over time, sorry for that, but we simply wanted to cover certain things properly, and that will bring us to the conclusion of the day. So this means you have time to rest, and tomorrow we start again at 1 p.m. London time. And yeah, have a good rest. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.